Hello and welcome. Happy Thanksgiving to you all. It's a big day of basketball here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, day 3 of 5 from Torrey Gymnasium here in Washington. 5 games on tap here to celebrate your Thanksgiving with, all on Clutch Sports and Media. I hope you're all having a great holiday, everyone. I'm Jonathan Michael here alongside Michael Savoy. Game to kick us off today, it's North Tampa Christian out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, and the Thayer Bobcats out of Thayer, Missouri, part of the Gray Ribbon Showdown of the TOC. Michael, glad to be with you here in the booth. It's a great way to spend Thanksgiving, calling some good basketball.
Basketball and Thanksgiving, two things that go hand in hand together very well. It's great to be here.
Certainly is. Obviously a lot of people I'm sure are watching football as well. Maybe you have the Lions and Packers on one screen, maybe this game on the other screen. Maybe this is the game for you. Maybe you're not even watching football. We're ready for basketball season for sure, as are both of these teams. Already, these teams played one game in the tournament. They both played yesterday. Thayer came away with a win. North Tampa, Christian came away with a loss. And if you're set here for the national anthem, we'll talk more about these teams after the anthem right here on Clutch Sports Media. Stay tuned.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
A rousing rendition of the national anthem to kick things off here inside Torrey Gymnasium. Was that Roger Holzhauer, possibly the tournament director? May have been singing it. I don't know who it was, but whoever it was very good. We're ready for some great basketball. Again, Michael, let's introduce both these teams, starting with Thayer from out of Missouri, southwestern part of the state, not too far from Springfield. They came away with a 66-50 win over Hayworth yesterday, and they were led by 22 points from Aiden Burns, the Missouri S&T commit.
Yeah, Thayer is a really complete team. They're not usually the biggest team on the court, usually not the fastest team on the court. They play very good team basketball. They have a lot of good chemistry, and they know that if they're going to win any game, it takes good team play.
And that was certainly evidenced in their scoring totals yesterday. They got 4 players in double figures. Burns had 22. Devin Harrington had 15, and then Easton Pitts and Rowan Spencer both contributed 11. The Bobcats shot a pretty good 58%. Not too well from three-point line, but they really pounded Hayworth down low. We'll see if they can do that again today. North Tampa Christian, a little bit of a quick turnaround for them, Michael. They played in the late game last night at 8:30 Central Time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, where they are located. But they got the first game here today at 2:30. They fell 61-43 to Morton, a pretty local team here in central Illinois. North Tampa, they're not necessarily deep, but that doesn't mean that there's any short on talent. They're looking for a big bounce back today. They got 11 points yesterday from their star, Tony Bryant.
Look for Tony Bryant to be a big factor for this team today.
You're going to look at the starting lineups for both of these teams. We'll start with Thayer. They got Easton Pitts, number 1, the 5'9" junior. Rowan Spencer, number 2 in white, sporting a leg brace. Looks like it's not hindering him any, though. It's a 5'10" senior. Devin Harrington, number 3, 6'6" junior. Brandon Prince and Aiden Burns. As North Tampa controls the tip, the Titans, their starting 5 looks like this. Landon Collier, Archie McFadden, Ezekiel Udazor, Tony Bryant, and then a number 21, who we don't have a number 21 on this roster that was given to us. We'll try and figure out who it is eventually, though. As North Tampa pushes out of bounds, it will be Thayer ball. Burns triggers the inbound, and how about this press from North Tampa Christian? Thayer breaks it up ahead to Prince. Now back to Spencer. He's being guarded by Udazor. How about saying his name correct? As Pitts on the drive, looks, kicks. Here's Burns, thought about a 3. Dribbles in. Thayer being patient with the ball.
Good defense to this point.
North Tampa Christian coming out in a man-to-man. Here's Burns open for 3. Off the back iron, no good, but rebounded by Pitts. 5'9", but still got the board past the 6'10" Tony Bryant. How about that matchup right now? They are on the drive, knocked away by Collier, but a foul call, and it looks like the Bobcats will be shooting 2.
If I'm the North Christian coach, I'm not happy with how Tony Bryant led up that rebound to 5'9" Easton Pitts. Tony Bryant's got to box out in that situation. That cannot happen.
I think it was right place, right time, and that shows you that smarts can be better than size sometimes, as the first free throw from Rowan Spencer is pure. I'll take a deep breath and reset. Spencer had 11 yesterday, and it's one of 2 Spencers. There's Rowan Spencer and Mark Spencer as well. Not sure if they're related, but you can safely assume that they might be. Here's North Tampa now. Bryant thought about a 3. He's a versatile player at 6'10". Deep 3 for the Titans, rattles around and out. And Thayer will gain it back. Try to break this press. Fly up the court, here comes Burns. And they'll slow things down. They are not playing much down low. They don't want to challenge Tony Bryant too much. As a deep ball from Pitts is good.
How about that from Easton Pitts? A 3-pointer, and the Bobcats reach out to a 4-0 lead to begin the game.
They are led for most of the game yesterday. Got down 2-0, but then scored 9 straight. And they led 37-22 at halftime. A little bit of a slow start to the game for them, but put up 20. They were outscoring Hayworth 24-12 in the opening frame yesterday. As the kick goes out, here's Udazor off the mark. Nice job. All right, number 21 keeping it in. And they go around the perimeter. Here's Collier on the drive, kicks. And they play hot potato, deep ball, short. Here comes Thayer the other way.
Good ball movement, good shot by North Tampa Christian, just wasn't able to knock it down.
Here's Pitts on the drive. He's blocked from behind by Tony Bryant. You got to give him credit for the bravery going in on that drive. Bryant just a bit too lengthy there for the 5'9" Pitts.
The big size advantage there. It'll be an interesting matchup to see all day.
It'll be Pitts to trigger the inbound. Nice pass down low to Devin Harrington, who couldn't finish. Now North Tampa the other way. Both teams earlier today were at the Thanksgiving banquet put on by this tournament. One of the best things that they do. At flying in, here's Rowan Spencer. He got fouled, but but obviously both these teams coming from out of state, far road trips, whether they came from via a bus or cars, a plane, maybe even took a train somehow here. I know there's not many train stations around Peoria, but it's good that the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, able to put on that Thanksgiving dinner so they can have at least, the traditional turkey and mashed potatoes, corn. Pretty good spread that they had just down the road from here. Players were well fed for today's game as Spencer drains the last free throw.
Yeah, surely they don't get to see their families, but they don't get to miss on the Thanksgiving meal, that's for sure.
It's been Thayer feasting so far. 5-0 lead. They kick down low to Bryant. And here, Titans being patient with the ball, trying to work around the perimeter on the drive. Kicks to Bryant. He kicks over to Udazor. Ball goes out of bounds, and it'll be Thayer possession. North Tampa just doesn't seem like right now. It looks like they're just trying to shake off some rust right now. They just don't seem to be moving too terribly well on offense.
They may not know that Thayer's running a 2-3 zone, which is kind of messing with them a little bit. The defense, they're playing it like it's a man-to-man. They're moving the ball sort of well, but they're playing their offense like it's a man-to-man defense.
And pass there from Pitts. A little bit of a miscommunication with Brandon Prince. Prince had 3 points yesterday. But again, by and large, Aiden Burns was a man that you have to stop if you want to beat Thayer. Went 10 for 23 from the field yesterday. Had nearly half of Thayer's shots. We'll see if he continues to put the team on his back today as Bryant comes away with a steal. North Tampa with numbers. Here comes Udazor down low, and Titans are on the board.
Nice to see the ball go through the basket if you're the Titans. Maybe they'll start something for the team.
Here's Burns with it now. Trying to size up Udazor, crosses right, goes left. And now here's Pitts driving in, loses it. Who's got it? Thayer still has it. Nice job by Pitts. Burns wide open from deep. Just a bit off. North Tampa slowing things down.
Thayer's still in that 2-3 zone. They're allowing North Tampa Christian to shoot threes. And so far it's working.
North Tampa last night, 4 for 19 from three-point land, 16 for 45 overall from the field. That's a mark of 35% or so as Burns driving in. Tough, would have been a tough lay if he could even get it off, but nice D there from North Tampa. They'll take it the other way. The drive, the kick. Now it's Bryant down low. He slams it home. A jolt of energy for North Tampa. That's a Legacy Solar Slam.
Tell you what, this North Tampa Christian team only goes as far as Tony Bryant goes.
Tony Bryant growing some major Division I interest. A pretty impressive list of offers right now, including from Illinois. So maybe Tony Bryant, maybe this is just the start of his basketball career in the land of Lincoln. We'll see. He's been offered, though, by Florida, Iowa, Florida State, Central Florida, Colorado, UNLV as well. And also, Georgia Tech, Alabama, Texas, and Ole Miss are also interested in him as well. He's just a sophomore, Michael, so he's got plenty more time to rack up some offers, and somehow I think that he might be getting some really, really strong Power 5 offers coming in.
There's a lot of sophomores here that have Division I interests. You talk about Jacob Lanier from Maumelle yesterday that we saw in that really good game against Alexandria. He has Division I interest as a sophomore. So there's a lot of sophomores here. And speaking of, Tony Bryant, I mean, he like I said, he makes this team go. He makes North Tampa Christian go. If he plays well, this North Tampa Christian team plays well.
Certainly is. The tournament names a dandy dozen they put in their tournament program, like 12 of the top players to watch. There's so many good players to watch, but they pick out 12. A lot of them aren't seniors. There's a lot of juniors where I see Nicholas Randall from St. Louis Vashon. He's got lots of SEC and Big 12 interest. Later on Saturday, we got Juan Guerrero Hernandez, who has all sorts of offers from Grafton, Wisconsin. Talent from all over the country flying in here to Washington, Illinois, just outside of Peoria. That ball goes out of bounds and it'll stay with North Tampa. But also coming up on Saturday, not just sophomores, we have arguably the best freshman in the country, Jalen Mitchell from Evansville Rights, currently ranked as the #1 player in the 2027 class. So maybe seeing him in the NBA in maybe 2029 or so.
No shortage of talent here in the TOC, that's for sure. Year in and year out.
Lots of former NBA players have played here as the Titans take the lead on a lay-in there from Ezekiel Udazor. 6-0 run from the Titans as they get a turnover. Here comes the other way. Bryant running up to Udazor on Burns. The finger roll, thought about it and didn't go down. But how about the hustle from the Titans? Nearly coming away with a steal, but Pitts almost got kicked in the face. Looks to be okay. How about North Tampa, though? I think that dunk from Tony Bryant really just kind of woke them up. Obviously, not a huge crowd right here in the gym. That's understandable. It's Thanksgiving afternoon. But that really gave them the energy they needed.
Gave them the momentum they needed. I said, Tony Bryant, if he plays well, this North Tampa team plays well.
Back to the former NBA, or current NBA players that have played in this tournament. Zion Williamson has been here. Anthony Davis. Anthony Bennett. I don't know if you want to maybe talk about his NBA career so much. Maybe didn't live up to the expectations. But, you know, still a very good college player. And he made it to the professional level. So Titans on the break. Here comes Bryant. Oh, boy, watch out. He lays it in. Big strides from the 6'10 Bright. He's got 4 of North Tampa Christian's 8. Here comes their press we saw at the start of the game. Here's Burns the other way. Lob up top. What a slam from Devin Harrington. Thayer with a big response and a Legacy Solar slam.
Not the greatest attempt at their press for North Tampa Christian, and they fell for it.
It's kind of the risk you take. As here's a deep ball from Landon Collier. Now the buckets are starting to come early and often. And another takeaway. That press starting to work for the Titans. Collier gets his own miss. Kick out. Here's Archie McFadden. Another deep 3. Just off the mark, but North Tampa staying with it. How many offensive boards will they have? Shot from Evan Kramer was just short. It'll go back to Thayer and allow North Tampa to set up that press.
I know my high school basketball coach would not be happy with the amount of box outs that have been happening. They got to box out with those offensive rebounds. That just cannot happen.
Sure, that's something that Matt Pitts, the head coach of Thayer, will mention in the quarter break coming up here. Just under a minute, another turnover in the backcourt. Here comes the Titans again, kick out. Defense leading to offense, and that shot from the key clanks off. Again by number 21, who we still don't have a name for right now on the roster provided to us. We'll try and get that as soon as possible. Here's Burns with it. Thayer, after starting the game off on a 5-0 run, just got socked in the mouth. 11-2 lately for the North Tampa Christian Titans with an enrollment, Michael, of just 139 kids as Burns elevates, shoots, no good. That will be the end of the first quarter. Thayer with the initial punch, but North Tampa punches back just a bit stronger, and we got a close ball game here after the first quarter of play. And it'll give us an opportunity to thank all of our wonderful sponsors here for this broadcast and this great tournament. Starting with Jake Wesson State Farm. For all of your insurance needs here in Central Illinois, give Jake from State Farm a call at 309-444-4441 or visit jakewessoninsurance.com. And also Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. And all of our silver sponsors, there's lots of them there on the screen, like Steph Q, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy Johnson, Michael's Italian Feast, K-Seeds, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. I want to thank them for the support of the TOC. And Keps, they're the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand for a discount. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. And PJ Hare, they're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans, and everyone at the KBM TOC and by the city of East Peoria as well. All great sponsors of this fantastic tournament. Some of the best talent in the country, and for a great cause as well. Kevin Brown, the former head coach at Washington High School. As the drive from Thayer is good. There's Rowan Spencer with his first bucket of the day. Kevin Brown, the late head coach, passed away a couple years ago due to a rare form of brain cancer called glioblastoma. After his passing, they formed the KB Strong Foundation. Is shot from North Tampa off the mark. Udazor's there to clean it up. But every year there's so many volunteers that help raise so much money, help put on this great tournament. There's just so much that goes into it. The hospitality, the ticket takers, the floor sweepers, everybody. All for a great cause, and you can see some great hoops as well. So we'll get 2 shots here as you hear from one of our referees. Basket mics are humming along early.
They're doing a great job. I love the basket mics edition.
Sounds of the court coming right to you in your living room as free throw is good there from Devin Harrington. And he goes a perfect 2 for 2 at the stripe. That gets Thayer back to a 2-point deficit. Titans working it around. Good ball movement now. Now if it's not stagnant anymore, but Thayer comes away with a steal. They have a 4-on-3 break. Driving in, what a kick out. Here's a deep ball from Mark Spencer off the back iron, and no good. That's Archie McFadden, 6'1", sophomore. Again, more young talent for this North Tampa team. They only have 4 seniors. Kicking out, here's McFadden from the corner. His attempt off the mark. Bobcats go back with some numbers. Burns drives, regathers, feeds to a cutting Mark Spencer driving in. He can't get it to go. North Tampa, obviously a much bigger team. I think that's playing out on Thayer's drives today.
North Tampa Christian still giving Thayer trouble with their 1-2-2 zone press.
And Udazor gets the layup. And we'll have a timeout called here on the floor. It'll be North Tampa's first time taking of the game. And real quick, we also want to thank briefly, we'll get to know more about them later, our other tournament sponsors like OSF. Lots of good things happening down there at OSF, like the new proton beam therapy department that they'll have. A little bit more on that. They're going to be the only area's only proton treatment in a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancers and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy only at OSF. Also, Uptring, get thousands of year-end savings at every Uptring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. There's incredible year-end deals at UptringAutoGroup.com.
It's like North Tampa Christian showed them that press, and they backed out as soon as they rebounded the ball.
See what the Titans bring here. It's a little bit of a man defense for the most part. On the drive is Burns. Sees Bryant, says I'll decide to kick it out. Here's Harrington on the drive, kicks Burns from deep. No, but there for the rebound was Brandon Prince. That shows the importance of boxing out there. Not saying that North Tampa did it, but Prince just came flying in and got fouled.
If you don't box out, you give the offense a good opportunity to rebound the ball. And when the offense rebounds the ball, you give them another opportunity to score. If you get them you get them more and more opportunities. Ultimately, they will convert at some point. In this situation, it is a foul, so it does hurt North Tampa Christian in the long run.
First free throw there is good. North Tampa got 5 offensive boards last night. I think they might already have more. They may have had more in the last 2 possessions than they did last night. And Thayer yesterday, they racked up 23 boards. Harrington led them with 7. They get 2 of 2 free throws there, and it looks like a carry, I believe, from the Titans. I'll turn it back over.
Backcourt violation.
Backcourt violation.
Just a little careless pass, the Tony Bryant, he was just costing the timeline. Got to be smart with the ball.
Bryant added 7 boards last night for North Tampa. Thayer with it now, trying to get past this pressing defense. Quick layup there from Spencer was off the mark. Now here's Udazor. Grabs it off of his foot. North Tampa stays with it. Udazor, tough pass. They go around the perimeter. Here's Kramer, a deep ball, and Burns corrals it.
They're still looking the trap. Burns.
Burns nowhere near him. Takes a wide open lane and finishes.
Burns beats the trap and he finishes coast to coast.
That's his first bucket of the game, so they're doing a nice job of not relying solely on Aiden Burns. Obviously, he'll be the engine that keeps his team going, but there's many of other cars in that train for Thayer as North Tampa 6-1 from deep. That was Archie McFadden, his first bucket of the contest.
I talked about Thayer in the beginning, how they play good team basketball. They know they're not the biggest team, they know they're not the fastest team, but it just takes a good team brand to win the game for them.
They're a very successful year last year, state champions. If I'm not mistaken, down in Missouri, well, they lost in the semifinal, excuse me, almost state champions, but looking to make another run in Class 3 this year. They've won 10 straight districts championships, though, so something to be said about that for sure. Deep ball, it beats the shot clock buzzer. Rowan Spencer.
North Tampa in the 2-3 zone. That's not the shot Thayer wanted, but with the shot clock winding down, you have to throw it up. In that 2-3 zone, they need to get the ball in the middle. There was someone on the timeline or on the stripe. Get the ball to that guy, and they can go to work.
McFadden starting to heat up there. They elevates for a mid-range J. 2018 years, we're quickly past the halfway point of the second quarter. Coming up at halftime, we'll have Joey Wright down in the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. A little studio setup. Never know who's going to stop by there. As here's Burns, wide open down low, and a big slam from Devin Harrington. His second of the game. Another Legacy Solar Slam.
That's a good steal by Thayer, and Devin Harrington right on the block. He wanted that ball, and he knew exactly what to do with it. A three-pointer by Udizora.
Ezekiel Udazor, I believe it. That's a pronunciation we're going to go with. And lots of teams in this tournament, it's pretty hard to try and get pronunciations for every single one of them, but hope we're at least close. Pitts thought about a three, kicks down low. And Harrington was no good, but the second chance is no good either, and North Tampa takes it the other way.
Got it down to a good spot in the short corner, and just wasn't able to convert the shot.
Driving kick offense here for the Titans. As down low is Udazor again, but he can't finish. Gets his own miss and fouled on the putback. Udazor's got a chance to get double digits. Here in the first half, he's got 9, playing with 2 fouls, but his motor has been going today. He got fueled up from that Thanksgiving meal just a couple hours ago.
I got to say that the Thayer zone defense, they weren't accounting for Udazor down low. When you're down low in a zone, you have to keep your head on a swivel. You have to look at the ball and the guys by you. If you let a guy by you by the basket, that's what will happen, is that they'll find him. You won't know that the ball is coming to you, and they'll definitely convert down low, if not get fouled.
Landon Collier checks in after some good minutes from Evan Kramer off the bench. And Udazor gets the second one to go. Takes a nice little trip around the rim. He'll check out, and Arhan Ramakadran comes in for North Tampa. He's an 8th grader. We saw an 8th grader last night for one of the games that I was on, so some very young talent. Here is Pitts, pass almost swiped away. Now Spencer dribbles it back out.
It's not often you see an 8th grader play varsity basketball. If that's the case, you definitely believe in him as a player to play varsity basketball as a middle schooler.
Burns gets the nifty lay-in to go on the sort of half reverse there, and he's up to 4. That'll cut the Titans lead down to 2.
Looks like Thayer's in their 2-3 zone too.
See what North Tampa can do to try and beat it. Spinning pass was Collier trying to chuck it down to Tony Bryant. A little bit too fast, but deflected off of a Bobcat, and it'll stay with the Titans. Finds a man from the perimeter off the mark. There's Bryant with the board. No, it's Pitts. That's the second time today we've seen him fight down low with the much bigger Bryant.
The 5'9" junior showing he's got a lot of heart down there. And another board.
Probably assume Easton Pitts, the son of head coach for Thayer, Matt Pitts, who's also the school's athletic director. And Mark Pitts is the principal. Pitts making his own name, though, as a deep ball from Harrington. Close, but not quite. Not playing horseshoes, though, is North Tampa, if they can go quick, could get a 2-for-1 with a shot clock.
Like Thayer's in their man-to-man defense. Now they switch.
Down low, Ramakadran kicks out Bryant for three, off the rim and out. Thayer Corrals didn't have a chance to hold for the last shot to tie or take the lead heading in to the showers. North Tampa bench chanting it up, and Thayer almost turns it over, but it's Burns for a triple, no good. Physical play there. That's gonna be a charge taken by Burns. That'll give Thayer the ball left with a chance for a last shot.
You gotta appreciate people when they put players when they put their bodies on the line for charges to make any coach happy.
That charge sponsored by Jody Brown, State Farm. Late sub here for the Bobcats as Prince checks in. So gotta go quick. It'll be Pitts to try the inbound. He's gonna look for Burns, gets him in the corner. Fakes, shoots from mid-range, off the mark, just barely. Very close first half of action, Michael. Titans lead 24-22. You get a feeling that this one is gonna come down to maybe the last couple possessions of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Titans, when they started the game, they were starting off sluggish. They were very tired going into this game, but once Tony Bryant threw a dunk down, they got all the motivation in the world for the Titans, and they started getting steals off their press, they started getting finishes off their press. So it's been a good half for them to this point. And for the Bobcats, like I said in the beginning, it takes good team basketball, and you're not the biggest, you're not the fastest. It just takes a good team brand, and they played well as a team to this point.
I think they've been pretty good in transition so far, as has North Tampa. It's been a pretty quick-moving game so far, and very closely contested as well. We'll see what the second half has in store. But first, we'll step aside for a quick word from our sponsors here at the KBM TOC.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, seek Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
I want to thank all those great sponsors of the KBM TOC. And we're sent down to Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. Joey Wright is standing by with Victory Christian Academy head coach Steve Fitzgerald. Joey, down to you.
on this Thursday slate at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Happy Thanksgiving to our viewers at home. Steve Fitzgerald is with us in the studio now, the head coach at Victory Christian Academy of Lakeland, Florida. Victory Christian 1-0 on the tournament. They beat defending Illinois Class 3A state champion Metamora yesterday, getting ready to play Gray Collegiate here next on ClutchSportsIL.com. Steve, thanks for joining us. How has your trip to Washington been so far?
It's been an amazing trip so far. We really enjoyed the hospitality, the small town feel. Even the cold weather's been a nice change from the 80, 90 degree weather we're used to, so it's been awesome.
Just give it a couple days. I think you might change your mind there. But great to have you guys on board here. Victory Christian, one of the better teams in the Tournament of Champions. As we said, beating Metamora yesterday. Stylistically, what do you look for when you're obviously a team from Florida, playing a team from Illinois? Is there anything you kind of have to look at, style-wise, it's a little bit different for you guys?
Yeah, absolutely. We made a really big point about making sure that we kind of imposed our will on them instead of allowing their style to dictate what we were doing. So really pleased with the way our guys came out and just sort of established the way we wanted to play, both offensively and defensively. And so I think it may be something that they haven't really seen too much of.
How do you get your guys ready to play in a tournament like this? Obviously, you fly in from Florida, obviously a hike there. You play Metamora, good Gray Collegiate team of South Carolina coming up here. It'll be, 4 games in 4 days for you guys against wildly differing teams. Kind of how do you plan for that?
Well, I mean, we planned for Metamora. We really did plan for them. At that point, I mean, these guys are, from anywhere from 14 to 18 years old, so you do the best you can preparing them. I think as an older coach, you kind of realize that you can't control everything, and you just kind of do what you can and then allow them to have some fun and let the chips fall where they may. And our guys, it's not just from recently. this same team has been kind of together for the last year or so they've been through a lot of battles.
It's always a fun tournament, staying in a hotel and really kind of building your team up early in the season, chemistry-wise.
Oh, this is huge for us. I mean, just from a strength of schedule standpoint, I mean, now in Florida, everything is based on your ranking as far as the state playoffs go. So we made it very intentional to really upgrade our schedule this year to make sure that we give ourselves a chance to host, all throughout the playoffs.
Getting some good early season tests. You guys are up next after this game winds down. A good one here to kick off the Thursday slate. What should folks know about your team? Obviously, they'll see them in some 45 minutes, but what should folks know about Victory Christian?
Well, I think first and foremost, we have my 31 years, the best player I've ever coached, Lorenzo Cason. He's a rare combination of elite skill, but also high-level mental capacity, and he plays with a chip on his shoulder, continuously. And then we have guys that are around him that really complement him. And, when we're playing our best, the ball is just moving and finding the open guy, and we're trying to take 25 threes. So.
Sure. And then here to be at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, fighting to fight glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. What does that cause mean to you here as we raise a lot of money and a lot of awareness for a great cause here this week?
It's really, really important. We heard from his wife this morning, and it was just a very moving story, and we're just blessed to be here and chip in any way we can.
It's a great cause. The KB Strong Foundation, as we said, raising awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. kbstrong-fightingthefight.org to learn more. Would implore our viewers to open up a new tab and check that out. A lot of great information there. Steve, we'll let you get out of the sun. I know you've come all the way from Florida, and we've brought you in the studio at about the worst time sun-wise. So we'll let you get out of the sun and get ready to play Gray Collegiate. Appreciate the time, and good luck coming up here.
Appreciate it. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Steve Fitzgerald with us during Tournament Central. We'll go back up to the booth. John Michael and Michael Savoy are ready for the second half here. Should be a good one here in our first game of the day. Guys, take it away, and happy Thanksgiving to our viewers at home.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And yeah, I want to thank all of those great sponsors of the KBM TOC OSF, Uftring Auto Group, the City of Washington, Titan Industries, Teamworks, and everyone else. Second half of action, ready to tip off here, and not tip off, ready to inbound, I could say. There's no tip off at the start of the second half. Who am I kidding? We're still getting warmed up for basketball season as well. First week of the season here in Illinois, as it is for most other states around. And Michael, during the break, we were looking more about North Tampa. We knew they were good last year. We were looking at some of the scores on their games last year. This team is truly remarkable. I mean, 24-3 last year, and look at the margins of some of their wins. They started the season with wins like 64-28, 85-25, 85-30, 87-38. I mean, these guys were just blowing teams out down there in Florida. They are a freelance conference member. At least as far as we know, that's what Max Prep says. That's what we're going off of. But this team is quite legit. And that's kind of the thing about the TOC. You may see some teams that you might think, oh, yeah, they're all right. They're pretty good. But, I mean, they go back home and, face their, I guess you could say, normal competition. And these are some really good teams. They just maybe look a little bit more, and you could say it's for all teams. Maybe, TOC, they look like pretty decent. And they go back home and just dominate.
I mean, that's a good thing about the TOC is that, you get all these good teams from all these different states. They play each other in Washington, and they get a good contest right away. And then you might think to yourself, okay, maybe these teams aren't necessarily the dominant teams that maybe we were accustomed to seeing. And then they go back to their home states, and they absolutely dominate the competition. I mean, it's unreal what North Tampa Christian's been doing.
And Thayer as well, too. I mean, usually kind of the process behind, picking these teams for the tournaments and everything like that. But I do know that they're not going to bring anybody in here if they are confident that the team is going to contend for a state title or potentially win one, or at the very least have a very good season. So, both of these teams, keep an eye on them all season long. They're going to have great years. Right now it's North Tampa Christian with a small lead right now over the Thayer Bobcats. Aiden Burns to control the ball for Thayer. So crosses right, goes left. Dribble in here. Spencer, a tough drive, and it's rebounded there by Udazor.
It's interesting to see how Thayer plays their defense. Looks like they're in the man-to-man, but when they go to their zone, how will North Tampa Christian respond?
That's a wide open Titan kicking to Udazor from deep off the mark. Udazor's had a good game. He's got 10 points right now, a couple rebounds, 2 fouls as well. So we'll see if Thayer tries to maybe attack him. Burns is on him right now, and he'll kick to Pitts. North Tampa switching on D. Burns shoots from 3. It's nothing but net. What a pretty shot for the Missouri S&T commit.
Beautiful stroke from downtown.
Burns just really proves that no matter what school you're playing at, Missouri S&T isn't, like obviously some schools like some of these players are committed to, but you got to be a really good basketball player to play at the next level. Missouri S&T, pretty solid Division II school down there in Missouri, and they get another 3-ball. Rowan Spencer, and Thayer has regained the lead. 6-0 start to the third quarter.
It doesn't matter if it's Division I basketball, it doesn't matter if it's Division II, it doesn't matter if it's NAIA, JUCO, you name it, you have to be good to play the next level, and Aiden Burns is certainly that.
And especially now the current landscape of college basketball as Collier's shot turned away. Titans still regain control. Bryant's three is up and just a bit short. But even if players start out at, maybe a Division II or a JUCO school, NAIA, there's lots and lots of good players at the D1 level that started from those types of schools.
And I mean, you don't have to, if you're looking to play the next level after college, you don't necessarily have to play Division I level. Jack Sigma, alumnus of my old high school, St. Anne, he started at Illinois Wesleyan Division III school. He made it to the NBA. He's an NBA Hall of Famer. So
wow.
Even though, if you start Division III nowadays, you probably won't get into the NBA as easy as back then. He played in the 70s. You still have the opportunity to make it to the next level.
It's not all about the big names of the Power Fives. You can make a name for yourself playing basketball just about anywhere nowadays. That's the one positive, I think. A lot of change right now in college professional basketball, but that's one thing now about the new age we're in is so easy now to just keep on advancing as Kramer will advance the point total for North Tampa with a big three there. That's his first bucket of the game. Brings back to within one, and the Titans bring their press but now fall back. Has to be a 10-second violation on Thayer. They couldn't cross the timeline.
Really good press by North Tampa Christian. That's what you want off a press, is to have teams hurry up, and when they hurry up, they get flustered, and bad stuff will happen to the offense when that happens.
Now press on the Titans has worked out pretty good for the most part. It's led to a couple open dunks from Devin Harrington. The Titans, wide open man, it's Kramer. He finds the extra pass. North Tampa moving the ball well. Here comes a double team, but Spencer got a little bit too zealous, and he'll pick up the foul.
It's good aggressive defense by Thayer. You take some risks when you play aggressive defense. It's always good that you don't knock the ball around, but sometimes you can get a little handsy. And sometimes you can foul.
No one really in foul trouble for this game, but Lennon Collier has three for North Tampa, something to keep an eye on, and Udazor has two. Titans carry a roster of about 10 or 11 guys or so, but last night only a handful of them played. And they're lost to Morton. They are trying to advance to 2-0 in the tournament. North Tampa trying to move back up to 1-1. And tomorrow Thayer will be in action against Morton at 3:45. While North Tampa will get another early game. Nice pass down low, finds Burns. He lays it up and in. North Tampa, they play at 9:30 a.m. Central Time against Hayward. We're going to get a foul there against the Bobcats. That one going on Rowan Spencer.
They're staying in their zone. They're allowing North Tampa Christian to shoot threes. To see if North Tampa Christian finally knocks them down.
Here's Collier, a deep ball with Burns closing out. No good. Bounces off of a Titan and goes out of bounds. I will see him set up that press. Bryant's back deep. He's kind of air traffic control, making sure nothing gets past him. Bobcats do a nice job of beating it as Spencer crosses over, gets a screen from Harrington before he falls back away. Titans like their defense they're in right now.
It's good defense being played so far. Keeping the defender in front of you, in front of the ball.
As a deep ball off the mark from Harrington, who's a versatile player, can obviously throw it down like we saw earlier, and there's a play for North Tampa.
Still in that press, the trapping press. But Thayer does get out of it.
Here's Burns with it now. Kicks it over, Pitts from deep, no good. Bryant with the board. And Bryant, a pretty quiet game, just 4 points so far, but still effective. That pass right into the hands of Pitts. He's gonna run the floor, slow things down a bit. Senses the double team and kicks it back out. They are trying to spread out. No Tampa right now. What a cut down low. Rowan Spencer, the easy right-handed lay-in.
It's a great cut. You caught the defense sleeping. You get an easy basket by doing so.
The Thayer lead is 3 after they trailed by 2 at the half. McFadden.
What about Easton Pitts? Good defense.
Big 3 there. There from number 21 against. Still trying to figure out who number 21 is.
Oh, look out.
Here we go. Landon Collier off the fast break. And here comes North Tampa. They take the lead. Great Thanksgiving action here in Washington as Thayer will draw a foul. Yeah, still trying to figure out who number 21 is. Not one listed on the roster. He's a pretty big fella, so I'm narrowed down a couple possibilities. It could be Brody Kuffel, could be Max Slavic. Could maybe be Jordan Bryant. Again, no 21 on the roster provided to us, but he's starting to heat up for the Titans regardless, and they have the lead. See what Thayer does to respond. Pitts nearly turns it over, and looks like we're gonna get a foul away from the ball. A little pushing and shoving going on between Evan Kramer and Easton Pitts. Get a brief word with his Matt Pitts, the head coach for Thayer. Refs tried to break that up a little bit. They're going to discuss some things and see if there's maybe going to be any technical fouls assessed. Overall, in this entire tournament, been pretty good natured competition. Not too much bad blood. A little pushing and shoving there. Pitts is really a scrappy player. I'll say that about him. He's been pretty impressive so far.
I mean, he's 5'9". He's going up against the likes of Tony Bryant. He's 6'10". He's a whole foot taller than him, and he's holding his own. He's getting a lot of offensive rebounds.
We'll see what the outcome of this is, and referees explaining some things with North Tampa. It looks like Pitts may be shooting some technical free throws here. So, again, didn't see the interaction between those two players, but I'd say that Pitts was not, I said North Tampa was not the instigator. They got back, but Pitts misses both technical free throws, so missed opportunity for Thayer to tie it there, but they will get the ball. And they're going to look at head coach for North Tampa, Zach Reynolds. And we'll see if Thayer can take the lead now or tie. Here's Pitts finding Burns. It's high pressure for North Tampa, not allowing much drives to the hoop, but Burns finds a way through but can't finish. Bryant corrals the rebound.
It's like North Tampa Christians in their 1-2-2 zone. You can't allow drives to the basket when you're in a zone defense like that. It's not a good zone defensive possession there for North Tampa.
Scoring slowing down a little bit here later in the third quarter. Both teams come out of halftime bringing baskets on both sides of the court. Now into the game for North Tampa. Dallas Oliver is a 3-ball from Collier. It's short. Oliver, another 8th grader. 3-ball. Rowan Spencer, no good, and a little bit too much physicality there from Thayer. They knocked over Bryant. That'll be their 4th team foul of the quarter. So next foul on Thayer. North Tampa will be shooting 2.
It looks like Thayer set up in their zone again, their 2-3 zone. They're not afraid to let North Tampa Christian shoot their three-pointers. And North Tampa Christian, they figure out how to get the ball in the middle, so that'll be a big thing for them to set up their three-point shots.
The 8th grader Oliver shot off the mark. That's going to be Thayer ball. Nice effort from Archie McFadden to try and keep it in, but he towed the out-of-bounds line. Now they'll set up the press. They find Mark Spencer, now back to Burns.
Good press break.
They're overall, it's done a pretty good job of breaking that Titan press. Shot clock with 20, game clock at 41. Now on the drive, here's Mark Spencer. Burns thought about the three, drives past Bryant, going in. Blocking foul there on Kramer. He tried to take the charge, but slid in just a bit too late. He's a bit shaken up, but Burns will shoot two.
Good shot fake by Burns. That shot fake allows him to drive to the basket, and he was, I believe he was at the right time. Just Burns kind of avoided him in a way for him not to be score on to the charge. He went down an awkward way, so it is a blocking foul in that regard.
He'll mop up some perspiration there on the court. Want to give a big shout out to those floor wipers that help keep it a safe court environment. Really, I don't want to jinx it, but really overall, we'll say a good tournament so far in terms of players getting hurt. Nobody's really suffered any big injuries. Definitely don't want that at the start of the year. Burns drains both free throws. We're all knotted up at 34. Ties with the opportunity to take the last shot of the third quarter.
You see someone on the stripe. That's Udi Zara on the stripe. They're trying to get in the middle, and they do. It sets up a lot of three-point shots when you get the ball in the middle.
Oliver tries from three again, no good. There's going to be a push from behind on number 50 from Thayer, who we also don't have listed for us on our roster, but that was pretty clear. Bryant took a tumble. That's the 5th foul on Thayer, so the new rule change this year in high school basketball, Bryant will be shooting 2 since it is the 5th foul of the quarter. And Bryant's first shot rattles in. Pair of subs come in for the Bobcats. It's Pitts and Prince. Bryant up to 5. He can make it 6. He does. Arrows going to go down the court quickly. Here's Burns. Sizing man up. Goes from 3 off the mark. And a shot at the horn from Prince. Not sure if he got it off. He did not. But nevertheless, it did not go in. So North Tampa holds on to that 2-point lead they had at halftime. We're going to have a dandy of a finish here on Clutch Sports Media inside Torrey Gymnasium at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And while we have a quick break, I want to thank all of our great sponsors of the KBM TOC, starting with Jake Wesson State Farm in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, whether it be auto, home, life, you name it, Jake from State Farm has you covered. Give him a ring at 309-444-4441 or visit JakeWessonInsurance.com. Website may be a better option today. I don't think Jake Wesson in his office is on Thanksgiving. But also by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And all of our silver sponsors, including SEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. And by Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Great food, great atmosphere. Go there with your ticket of the TOC in hand. They'll give you a discount as well, just on the road from Washington High School. And also by PJ Hare, proud to support all the players, coaches, fans, everybody at the TOC. And also, the same goes for the city of East Peoria, who play a big part. They're getting a big boost in tourism from around the area. Definitely check out the city of East Peoria if you're here in town for the TOC. Here's Udazor at the free throw line. for North Tampa. Good ball movement. Deep ball is up and good. Titans are hyped up.
They're starting to knock down some threes. The Thayer 2-3 zone is allowing North Tampa Christian to shoot threes. If they start knocking them down, they might have to change this stuff up.
Three ball from Pitts on the other end. The response is off. Foul beneath the basket. I think this might go on North Tampa.
And that's why you box out, because if you box out correctly, if the opposing player tries to reach over you, it's a foul on them. So it's a good box out there.
Michael, I think the 21 on North Tampa may be Brody Cuffle. Won't say that with certainty, but here's Thayer on the other end. Devin Harrington. He's played a nice game near the rim today. 6'6" junior lays it in and gets Thayer to within 3.
Thayer's still in that zone.
Nice defense there from Spencer. Skip pass to Bryant, running baseline. Finds a cutting Udazor. He's swatted away at the rim. Here comes Thayer the other way. Burns to Pitts. He'll slow things down. He'll get back out to Burns. His 3 to tie is good. We got a ball game here.
What a sequence for the Bobcats. Beat me at the rim. Yes, got the block, and then a 3-pointer. And then all of a sudden the game's tied.
Here's Bryant posting up. Kicks back out. Nice ball movement from Titans all day long, I should say. Udazor on the follow gets fouled, and they'll shoot 2.
And that's really why North Tampa Christian's been in this game, because they've had good ball movement. Thayer's been willing to play that zone, and when they play a 2-3 zone, they're giving up 3-pointers. They know that North Tampa Christian wasn't the best at 3-point shots last game, so they're willing to play that zone. And if North Tampa Christian's moving the ball, then that zone can create some holes.
What North Tampa does do well, though, is shoot free throws. They went 7 for 8 last night, and Udazor went 4 for 4, knocks down his first there. His second on the way is also good. He's got 12. Now Burns facing a triple team in the backcourt. He'll push it across, finds Harrington. Pitts was waiting in the corner. Steps back, feed down low to Spencer. Throws it up, or rather Prince, excuse me. His shot just a bit off. They'll lob down to Bryant, who slams it home! Tony Bryant, don't forget about the big fella.
Oh my goodness. The spin move and a slam, he cannot be stopped when he goes to the rim.
Legacy Solar slam right there. Harrington on the other end, he's swatted by Bryant. What a stretch from the sophomore forward. How about North Tampa and Tony Bryant? Putting on a highlight show.
Tony Bryant, I mean, when he's by the basket, whether it's offense and defense, he is a really hard person to forget about. He does it all. He can slam it down. He can do spin moves, slam it down. Defense, he can create some blocks on the glass, and oh my goodness. He's one of the players to watch out for, folks, in this tournament.
Again, just a sophomore. Tony Bryant at 6'10". He's going to be a great get for any college program out there that he chooses. But lots of height on this North Tampa team, Michael. You got Udazor at 6'5", Collier and Bryant at 6'6". Ramachandran, this 8th grader, is 6'6". Max Slavic at 6'9", Bryant at 6'10", and then Brody Cuffle at 6'6". So this North Tampa team, especially for only a school of 139 kids, you just don't see that size very often. I think that's going to be why they're going to be very tough to beat this year.
When you have size like that, it's hard for opposing defenses to, guard at times. Sometimes when given the situation, Tony Bryant can post up on a guy down low, and you can just throw it over the top of the defender, and he'll get it. That's the one of the perks of being 6'10". And we've seen it here in the zone that sometimes, the rebounds, their offensive rebounds, sometimes North Tampa Christian just outsizes Thayer at times. That's why it's so important for Thayer to box out.
It'll be Titans ball as they now have a 4-point lead after the free throws and the slam. What can they do to respond? The big plays have mostly came from North Tampa side, but Thayer has quietly stayed in this one. Now they've always had an answer. Mid-range shot, no good. A scramble for the ball is coming to Udazor. Thayer tries to draw a charge. Deep ball from Collier is no good. Bryant came barely in the lane, but no foul called. These refs at this tournament like to let him play.
We've seen it all tournament long to this point. These refs, they know how talented these teams are. They know how athletic some of these teams are. They're just definitely letting them play.
Pitch from the parking lot was no good. Here's who we believe to be Cuffle, kicking it over. Udazor now to Collier. Great ball movement from the Titans again. Drives and turns. There's McFadden. Feeds Bryant in the post. He's got 3 men around him. He kicks out. Deep ball, Collier! He's fired up! North Tampa sideline going crazy. They lead by 7, one of the largest leads of the game.
You said it, John. 3 men around him. There's bound to be someone wide open. Good ball movement, sets up a good three-point shot, and he nails it.
Zach Reynolds jumping up and down, frustrated with his defense. They reset. They're back into a bit of a 2-3 look here. Intensity ratcheting up here early on Thanksgiving afternoon. This is the game to watch. Here's Spencer dribbling, going right, challenging Bryant. No good, he took a hard fall, gets back up. Now McFadden. North Tampa has numbers, but now Spencer rejoins the play, pokes it out, he'll stay with the Titans.
North Tampa going into their zone, and Thayer, I mean, you can say whatever you want about their game plan. I'm sure they were expecting a zone at some point in this tournament, but you have to have someone in the middle in order to have success. And Aiden Burns was the man in the middle for that, so they got to get the ball to him.
Burns is 14 of Thayer's 39 as Bryant working down low on Prince, kicks out. Bryant also did a nice job of passing out, finding the open shooters like Udazor. His shot no good, and Harrington beats Bryant for the board. Here's Burns with it. It's maybe the time that Thayer needs him. He spins, kicks, taken away by Udazor, or rather Collier in transition, had it stripped. Great play from Rowan Spencer. It's a foul. Not sure if it was on the floor or shooting. It was shooting, and Collier will shoot 2. That foul goes on Spencer, his 3rd, and we'll get a timeout. What a stretch from North Tampa, Michael. They started the game in a little bit of a hole, but since then they've pretty much been controlling this game for the most part, and Thayer hasn't really led by much since the opening 5-0 run.
Yeah, I mean, North Tampa Christian, they figured out how to beat that zone, and they know it's putting the ball in the middle. Tony Bryant has been the man in the middle for that. And when they get the ball in the middle, it sets up a lot of three-point shots. And when they don't get the ball in the middle necessarily, they move the ball really well. And that's how you beat a zone, is you move the ball. And on defense, they're jumping passing lanes. They're getting steals. They're running to the basket. They're getting layups. They're getting dunks. And if they're not converting on those initial attempts on the layups and dunks, they're getting fouled.
There are lots of offensive rebounds as well. And that just comes with the size. You knew that they'd probably be favored to win the rebound battle today. But they've done a nice job of staying into this game, and they've gotten some quick points as well. Really underrated thing in the game of basketball, I think, is a little 4 or 5-0 run. And Thayer could really use run right here. It'll be Landon Collier, the 6'6 sophomore, to shoot a pair of free throws as they wipe up some sweat on the near side in front of the North Tampa bench. And coming up right after this, one of the most marquee games possibly of the entire tournament, Victory Christian Academy from Lakeland, Florida versus Gray Collegiate Academy out of West Columbia, South Carolina. Those two teams have played just one game so far, but very impressive performances both from Gray and Victory Christian, the latter of which who beat reigning state champion in Illinois, Metamora, by close to 20 last night. They were up by sometimes as much as 30 in that game. Victory Christian, just a walking highlight reel of a team. LJ Cason, the Florida Atlantic commit, leads them. They're a very fun team to watch. Collier is first, clanks off the rim.
Got to box out if you're Thayer on this second attempt.
Only man down there is Udazor, so Titans electing to focus more on setting up their defense. Collier gets the second, he's up to 9, playing with 4 fouls. Something to keep an eye on. I wonder if Thayer will try and attack on him.
It's a 1-2-2 zone.
Here's Burns taking over to Spencer, who's done a lot of ball handling today. Burns hasn't made a huge impact in the second half. They can really use him here, down 8 with under 3 to go. Burns is in a bit of trouble, finds Pitts, that kick down low to Princess, swatted by Tony Bryant. With numbers, North Tampa's in some trouble, but finds McFadden. Cross-court pass over to Udazor. Timeout by Zach Reynolds, and the Titans sideline. They'll talk things over. Didn't like what he saw. North Tampa, though, they had almost a 5-on-1 or 5-on-2 break. Their ball handler got in some trouble there. It really could have been anybody going flat in for a slam. Almost had to slow things down, draw something up.
I tell you what, Tony Bryant was on the near side block. I really thought he was getting the ball in that situation. But for Thayer, I mean, when you're going up against a 1-2-2 zone, you're supposed to have 2 guards on the top. You're supposed to have 1 more guard on the top than the defense has. They're a little discombobulated on their offense. When there's a 1-2-2 zone, have a guy in the middle. Because if you get someone in the middle, you pass the ball to the guy in the middle, you open up a lot of holes in that zone. You could pass up a lot of shots for threes.
And the clock right now is North Tampa's. You could say it's their friend. There's only 2.5 minutes left. You also say it's their enemy because they can't run it out due to the shot clock. I don't think we've seen a shot clock violation so far today, so both these teams are getting accustomed to it. And here, if you're Thayer, you need to stop. You're facing your largest deficit of the game right now. You don't want it to reach 10 with 2:30 left on the clock. Maybe with 2.5 left in the third quarter, you're not panicking. If you're down by that much in the fourth, you got to get on your horse quick.
You got to get some baskets. You have to take care of the ball. You just have to make sure you don't make dumb mistakes.
Stop in a bucket. That's the motto for Thayer right now.
1 possession at a time.
Exactly. Not going to get it all back in 1 possession. You guys just stack them together. Here's Collier on the perimeter, guarded by Spencer.
There you go.
Here's Udazor down low. He finishes. He's got 14, and North Tampa is our largest lead of the afternoon.
Great job by Udazor, just flashing in the middle.
Burns, the response. North Tampa gets 2, but Thayer gets 3. That's a big-time shot from Aiden Burns, who leads all scorers with 17. As we're under 2 minutes left to go.
It's a great job by Udazor flashing in the middle in that zone. That's what you want to do. You want to get the ball in the middle in the zone, and he took advantage of the opportunity he got to drive it to the basket. He got the bucket, and then Aiden Burns on the other end right away answers with a 3. And now it's a 7-point game.
See what Thayer draws up on defense. We've seen a lot of these teams change looks a little bit on defense for most teams. Both of them have switched between man and zone a little bit, sometimes as frequently as every other possession. And it looks like Thayer's going to bring a bit of a press. Going to be a sort of a 2-2-1 press. Pass is tipped. Titans stay with it. Here's Udazor over to Collier, and they get it across the timeline. Udazor looking and taking away. Great read by Devin Harrington. Now it's Spencer driving in, gets the bucket. Thayer's within 5.
This is what you got to do if you're Thayer. You got to stop in your press. You got to get stops. You got to make them go quick.
Great read by Harrington. That's the best thing you can do on those traps. Lob up to Bryant. He stuffs the turkey on Thanksgiving.
This is what happens when you break the press of your North Tampa Christian. Give it to your best player in the low block, allow it up to him, and he'll throw it down.
Can't figure out him down low. And North Tampa beat that press. Bryant was wide open, as is who we believe to be Cuffle down low. He shoots the 3. That could have been the dagger, but Bryant gets the board and gets fouled by Harrington.
Bryant just got better position on Harrington in that situation. Harrington couldn't box him out, and when Bryant got the rebound, he knew exactly what to do with it, go up with it, and Harrington had nothing to do but foul.
So Bryant will shoot 2 here. He's put together a really nice second half, as he's now got 11 for North Tampa after he put up 11 last night on 5 of 10 shooting. And they'll stay at 11 right now. Thayer doesn't need a 3 here, but Burns will take one from way out. Who's got the rebound? It's the Titans. And here goes Bryant. Oh boy, watch out. Oh, that would have blown the roof off of this place. Now it's McFadden. He'll kick back out. Nice deflection from Burns. He wanted to come away with that maybe for his own highlight reel dunk the other way. Thayer's going to need a turnover. Get it in to Collier, or rather McFadden, excuse me. And a foul there on Pitts. That's Thayer's 4th. So they have one more to give, and they're probably going to be trying to do so pretty quickly with only a 5-second difference in between the shot and game clock.
In these late game situations, it's very important for North Tampa Christian to take care of the basketball. Do not throw the ball away. Do not make the skip passes if you don't need it to. Hold on to the ball. They know that Thayer has to follow them, so let them follow you. When they get into the bonus, they have to shoot free throws, and free throws can only help your team.
Pitts almost falls over. Thayer's got a foul here quick. They're going to shot off. Big one there from 21, who we think is Cuffle. He's got 10.
They look to be at a 1-3-1 now. Different zone.
Pitts needs to get one up quickly. 3-ball is good. Timeout Bobcats. So that shot from Pitts was great, but Belka on the other end may have been the one that keeps North Tampa safe with a victory. Still 16 seconds left to go, but Thayer's going to need a lot of things to go right in this final 16 seconds, and they're going to need to have active hands. They need to read the Titans pretty well in this inbounds pass.
And when the Titans inbound, they have one more timeout left. So if they don't like what they see from Thayer, they can call that timeout and talk things over. No need to force anything. Take care of the basketball. Do not make stupid passes.
They've done a pretty good job of that so far. Really just well-played game from both teams. Both of them play at a high level. Very impressive showing here on Thanksgiving. Inbound to McFadden. He's fouled by Burns. That's just Burns' second, so. And no one in foul trouble for Thayer. Now, this is where it really hurts Thayer, that rule change. Instead of shooting 1 and 1, where you can make count and a miss, go down and get a bucket, they're shooting 2, and the first one is good from McFadden.
These free throws are crucial. I mean, it's already an 8-point lead. The game might already really be over. Too much of a deficit to overcome for Thayer, but these free throws are still pretty important.
Knocks down both of them. The lead is 9. Burns has got to get one up quickly, but he will. What a shot there from Aiden Burns. Unfortunately, it's not going to change the outcome of this one, and North Tampa will dribble it out, and they'll take home the turkey on Thanksgiving. A big win for the Titans, who rebound after a loss last night. They move to 1-1 in the tournament. Thayer drops to 1-1. Really well played game on both sides, Michael Savoy.
This was a great game, and I mean, North Tampa Christian, they knew that yesterday they didn't have the best game of the 3-point shot. Thayer knew that. They played a zone against them, assuming that they would shoot more threes than that, but it really took a well-balanced game from North Tampa. They took them moving the ball. It took their size. Their size was a big key to this game. A lot of offensive rebounds, a lot of finishes. And, yeah, it's just a really good game.
Great showing from both sides, and I know Michael sometimes on the NFL on Fox for the Thanksgiving game, they give the turkey leg to some of the best players of the game. Who are you giving the turkey leg to on this game?
You know, North Tampa Christian, you might think of Tony Bryant right away, but I'm going with Ezekiel Uduzara because he had a really good game shooting. He was a good all-around player for this team. He threw down a couple good dunks, so I have him as getting the turkey leg for this game.
I got to give it to Uduzara as well. Nice job from him, who did it all for them. Bright was the finisher, but again, Uduzara got things going for North Tampa Christian. And coming up, we'll have Joey Wright down in Upton Auto Group Tournament Central, but before that, I want to thank all of our great sponsors here of the KBM TOC, starting with Jake West and State Farm in Washington for all of your insurance needs. Give Jake a call at 309-444-4441 or visit jakewestinsurance.com. And also SunPower by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And also by all of our silver sponsors like SethQ, Vision Logistics, Jimmy John's, Jody Brown State Farm, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Michael's Italian Feast, Thayer Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. They all support the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. If you do so, you'll get a discount. Great atmosphere, great food down at Keps Sports Bar and Grill. And also by PJ Hare. They're proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the TOC, as is the city of East Peoria as well. Looks like Joey Wright is ready to send it down to our Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. We've got some special guests lined up. Don't go anywhere, folks. Joey Wright, down to you in the studio.
Thanks, guys, and welcome to Uftring Tournament Central. Joey Wright with Brian and Kurt Kuffel now, the uncles of Brody Kuffel, who you just saw for North Tampa Christian, putting on a show. Great game to kick off day 3 of the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And guys, in addition to the family connection with Brody Kuffel, you guys based out of Springfield, you guys have officiated some big games on the IHSA football and basketball stages. Brian, we'll start with you. What is it like to call a game in a high-pressure environment like that, and like we get at the TOC this week too?
Well, I mean, it's really kind of like back when you was playing.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that, I say nervousness, but not nervousness. It's a kind of an excitement type thing. And when you go into a big game, you just got to prepare just like you do when you was playing. I played college baseball. I know Kurt played college basketball. And when you was always going into a big game, you always had to get mentally prepared, and you have to do the same thing with refereeing.
Sure.
I mean,
Kurt, how do you prepare for a big game? Whether that's an IHSA football state title game, basketball state title game, big Washington game at the TOC here. How do you get ready for that?
Well, you during the summer you go to your clinics and classes, and when you're at a game like this, you watch the officials and watch basketball on TV. You watch officials, and you kind of take your their hints and what they're doing, and just kind of you learn, you watch and learn. Basically, is what you do.
Sure. Brian, obviously there's some overlap between the Springfield and Peoria, Bloomington, Normal areas. What is it like to officiate games here in Central Illinois? I know there's a lot of big rivalries, a lot of big games. You're never hurting for an important call to make.
Well, of course, and anymore, with the limited amount of officials that is going on, you could really referee every single night. But and that's what gets to be so exciting is, that you have these rivalry games or whatever, and you want those rivalry games. I mean, that's the games you really want, and because that's when it's exciting to do those games, and it just gets to be so competitive and so on. And then you end up, after 23 years we've been reffing, now we know all the coaches. The coaches know us. They know how we're going to call the game. We start working with them, and they work with us, and that's what gets to be really a fun part about being on the floor refereeing in these games.
Kurt, do you guys ever work together in tandem as an officiating pair?
Only about 99.9% of the time.
Sure.
Yeah, we went to the finals in 16 and 17 together, and in basketball, and in 19 in football together. So yeah, we got a little crew now that we do. There's like 5 guys that we rotate off, so we have a couple nights off throughout the season. But yeah, about 99% of the time it's Brian and I, and we got another guy, Dave Riedel, that refs with us pretty much all the time. So
Brian, obviously you guys have that built-in chemistry as brothers. How important is chemistry when you're calling a game? Knowing, especially in those big games, kind of knowing what your partner's going to do and what's going through their mind.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you got to be able to trust your partner. So when you're in these big games and so on, not having to know where he's going to be or how he's going to call it compared to how because all the coaches ever want is a fair, consistently called game. And and we all know as a crew how we're going to call the game and how we call the game. You're not trying to guess and so on. When you get when you get paired with a guy that you've never ref with before, you don't necessarily know how they're going to call the game. I mean, and our pregame anymore, obviously through official conferences and all that, they want us to do a pregame. We don't have to do a lot of pregame. We still talk about the game beforehand, but we don't have to do as much because we've been refereeing together for so long that we know exactly where each other's going to be and how we're going to call the game.
Kurt, as we alluded to earlier, a bit of a shortage now, a bit of a shortage maybe to say the least, looking for officials in Illinois and across the nation for our viewers tuned in around the country. What advice would you have for someone maybe looking to get into officiating, trying to break through and call some games?
Well, I'm going to tell you, we need officials bad. I mean, you could literally officiate every night of the week, junior high girls, junior high boys, high school girls, high school boys. Anytime you want to ref, you could ref. So, yeah, we do need officials. I challenge all the people / parents in the stands, get your license. Yeah. IHSA needs officials bad. I think your first year is even free. I think. I'm not 100% positive on that, but I think your first year is free. So give it a try. I mean, we don't do it for the money, but the money's getting better. Sure. So because there is such a shortage. So, I mean, it is a good part-time job. So
for especially the young guys, the young guys that are in college, whatever, go do. I mean, that is I've talked to several guys that that was their spending money while they were in college, doing some games and so on. I mean, making 50, 60, 70 bucks in a game, whatever, that goes a long way when you're in college, going out to the bar or whatever, or, or just hanging out with your buddies. It's good spending money for those kids like that really don't have a job, because they're going to school.
I should have put on the stripes when I was in college. There you go.
I'm being serious, and that in itself starts you down the path, and Kurt said it right in terms of the biggest thing is to get parents involved in terms of knowing what officials go through in a game situation or whatever. Every one of these guys, no matter if they've made a bad call or not, most of the time when you've missed a call, you missed it. But and so on. So it's not that they've tried to miss it, but there's a lot of stuff going on the field, going on in the court, that we're all human, and that it happens. And, for them parents, especially at those junior high levels, junior high officials, there's a reason why they're doing junior high. They're trying to work their way up and trying to learn, just like those kids playing. They're learning how to play the game. Those officials are learning how to referee.
And I say break through and get into the game, but the IHSA, and I know a lot of states now increasingly more than ever before making it easy to get involved. So I know the IHSA's website has some great information there on how you can get involved if you're interested in putting on the stripes and calling some games. And Kurt, one more for you to shift gears a little bit, kind of a fun coincidence. Your nephew Brody in the house playing for North Tampa this week. How much fun is it to watch him, and what can you tell our viewers about Brody?
It's a lot better in person than it is on NFHS.
Yeah,
NFHS is a great tool. Yeah. We are able to watch his games in Florida from up here. So, like I said, Clutch Sports Media, I'm glad. I mean, I was going to NFHS. I don't know if they're going to have it. Boom, I went right on the Kevin Brown Tournament of Champions site. Oh, Clutch Media, boom. We had it on. We were working last night. We had it on, the whole thing. So, but no, it's nice to see. We got a lot of family here. So, I mean, probably 90% of the fans are from Riverton. So, our younger brother, who's Brody's dad, was from Riverton, obviously. So, yeah, it's nice to be able to see him in person.
Absolutely. And go ahead.
It's the first time that I've seen him play in person. Yeah. So it's a real nice deal to be able to see him in person play.
For sure. He's got a heck of a team, too. Looking forward to seeing that North Tampa team play this week. Right on. Well, guys, appreciate the time. Kurt and Brian in here with us in the Uftring Tournament Central, as I lose my train of thought. But we've got a good one coming up for you next. Gray Collegiate getting ready to play Victory Christian. Going to be a good one on ClutchSportsIL.com. We'll send it back into Torrey Gym and get ready for day 2 on this Thanksgiving holiday. Happy Thanksgiving to our viewers at home.
Thank you.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton Beam Therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uffring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UffringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium here at Washington Community High School. Second game of the Thanksgiving action here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Glad you've joined us here on ClutchSportsIL.com alongside Michael Savoy. I'm Gavin Russell. Michael, we've got a really good one in front of us. Again, another contender for possible game of the tournament. I know the last one we called ended up being an absolute barn burner, went down to overtime. So if we have any luck, we'll get another really good one right here. Should be fun.
This is another out-of-state matchup, as we saw in the previous game between Thayer and North Tampa Christian. These two teams, Gray Collegiate Academy from South Carolina and Victory Christian from Lakeland, Florida, two teams from the East Coast. It should be a very fun matchup.
Certainly indeed. We've got big players on both sides. Who's a player to watch from both teams?
A player to watch for the Gray Collegiate Academy War Eagles has got to be Braylon Thomas. He threw out a lot of massive dunks last night, and he figures to be the key component for the Gray Collegiate offense and defense both. And for Victory Christian, it's got to be Lorenzo Quezon, the senior. He was a big player in the Metamora game, and he was one of the main reasons why they upset the defending 3A state champs.
Indeed, that was a big win over Metamora. I don't think a lot of people saw it coming. Metamora had a hefty crowd out here at Torrey Gymnasium on enemy territory, on their rivals' floor, Washington. But overall, they were Victory Christian able to pick up the victory. We'll get starting lineups here momentarily as we'll move into the rest of the game and get you all that great analysis. If you're not familiar with either of these teams, haven't read up on them or seen any news on them, they've got a lot of really talented players, a lot of Division I and overall collegiate interest between both of these teams. Victory Christian will be sporting those clean-looking red jerseys. They are the Storm, and they'll roll out Lorenzo L.J. Quezon, the 6'3" senior, wearing number 2. Wearing number 4 is the 5'11" sophomore, Tucker Fox. Number 5, Jordan Lanier, the 6'4" senior. Wearing number 23, Mike Adino, the 6' senior. And number 33, rounding things out, the big 6'8" fella, sophomore, Talk Gall. And Gray Collegiate won't be wearing gray, as their name would suggest, but they'll be sporting white, although their numbers and letters are the shade of gray. They'll roll out starting with Taekwon McDuffie, the 6' junior, wearing number 0. Number 3, Trevon Maddox, the 6'8" junior. The 6'3" junior, wearing number 4, L.J. Britt. Wearing number 10 is Ellis Graham, the 6'10" senior. He's going to be one to watch for sure. And Braylon Thomas, as you alluded to, Michael, rounding things out, the 6'6" senior, wearing 21. What's the key to a game for both of these teams who looking to pick up a big victory out of an out-of-state opponent?
Maumelle and Alexander did this yesterday. They're both really fast-paced teams. I expect that in this game too. teams that like to get down the court and score, and teams like to play aggressive defense.
Certainly. In the circle for the Storm, it's going to be the big man, Talk Gall. And for Gray Collegiate, it'll be Ellis Graham, the 6'10 pair, going to jump it up. Ready to go. Ball is tipped, and Gray Collegiate will start with it. Glad you've joined us here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Three right off the bat is no good. Offensive board put back up and in as Ellis Graham gets things started for the Eagles.
And Tonk Goal has the box on that situation. Offensive rebound, got a second chance, and you convert on that second chance.
Graham takes down another board. Assuming he'll pick up a few more of those today, nearly a steal. Eagles will work it around the perimeter a little bit with McDuffie, and it's tipped out as Maddox will recover. Nearing 10 on that shot clock. Cross-court pass, McDuffie for three, in and out. As the Storm go the other direction. Dumping it off, three-pointer of their own is off the iron. Gall picks up the long rebound and gets it out to Fox. Now back to Kassan. Back over Fox from the corner, got it to go.
There goes Fox. Big three-pointer to start the scoring. Scoring for the Storm. Geez, stumbling on my words.
What does the Fox say? Threes are raining. Here's another three try, and that one isn't good. Gold tried to get the board. Gray Collegiate comes out with it. McDuffie drives out, kicks over to Britt for three, doesn't hit anything. Taken down. Passed up. Adino traveled with it and a turnover. So just a bucket aside here in the first 2 minutes. I think it's one of those things, Michael, we see in this tournament, perhaps teams that are more familiar with each other from in-state here in Illinois may match up differently than these teams that don't know each other quite as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you play a team that you haven't played ever before, it creates a new level of scouting. You know, you don't know the team you're playing against. You're just going based off of, what you see during warm-ups, and that does change how you play the game.
Three-pointer the other way. The War Eagles get themselves their first three of the game as Jaden Gerald will pick it up. Hits the top of the backboard. Other way, Adino, three-pointer, short. Almost got his own miss. Up we go. Up, and it's gonna be a Jody Brown State Farm charge.
Braylon Thomas drives in, looks to finish around the rim, and he does, but doing so, he runs into a Storm defender in the right place at the right time.
Braylon Thomas, an imposing force. 6'6", headed to Georgia Southern. Really respectable D1 school. Found themselves in the big dance a couple times in past years. He'll be a big part to that team. Three-pointer, short. Adino with the board. Up we go. Another turnover here. Back to the Eagles. It's tipped out. And it hits off the foot. Officials will converse, and it is reversed. It's going to stay with the Eagles.
It's not the greatest pass from the Storm in their possession. Fox was driving to the rim, but he, for some reason, decides to kick it up to the three-point line besides taking the floater and turns the ball over.
Back into the backcourt, intercepted. He'll draw the distance up and in. Nice play from Jordan Lanier. Looked like a defensive back picking that one off and running it back for a touchdown. This time it's just 2 points though.
The basketball version of a touchdown, you will say.
Good early points, three the other direction. No good from Gerald. Back now, Lanier goes up, and a Jody Brown State Farm charge.
The Storm look to push the ball every time they get it, and they look to score at the basket, they look to slash to the basket, and the great defender was there right at the right place at the right time.
Both teams are now taking a charge, playing plenty selfless, putting the bodies on the line. Oftentimes, you see teams take a charge, it can be a momentum shifter. Thomas drives down the lane, and a block this time. Gall got barreled over, but they're gonna say he was out of position.
Moving his feet there, that's the difference between a blocking foul and a charge when he moves his feet.
Three-pointer, other direction, doesn't hit anything. Up fouled, and nearly an and one, as going to the line will be Ellis Graham, the 6'10 senior, to shoot two.
He was in the right place at the right time for that air ball. He got the ball as if it was a pass almost, and he got the foul call.
A great matchup with our two big men here for Victory Christian. Of course, they have 6'8 Talk Gall, who's a sophomore. He's playing against that senior Ellis Graham, who's 6'10". Both not maybe the traditional big men, of old. They're a lot longer. They can stretch the floor. Definitely a sign of the modern era, guys that just play everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, the modern era is a lot different now than what it is back then. You see guys in the NBA do it, like Karl Anthony Towns, for example. But I had brought up Jack Sigma in the last broadcast, alumnus of my old high school, St. Anne. Shout out St. Anne. He was a stretch big three. He could do it all, basically, as a center. He was ahead of his time, Jack Sigma was.
Certainly is. Number 2 is a little ahead of number 3. As the Storm pick it up with Kassan hidden from deep. Down the lane, turned over. Victory Christian picks it up. They'll move the other direction. Steps into a three. This one doesn't hit anything. Rushed a little bit. Thomas gets it. Comes the other way. Both teams moving very fast.
Good job getting back on defense as the Storm, though. Good transition defense.
Thomas kicks it over to the wing. Three-pointers off the mark. Tipped up. Lanier picks it up for Victory Christian. Another errant pass is got up and just short. Now Great Collegiate comes the other way. He loses the ball. Ball is a bar of soap right now.
Butterfingers galore, if you could say, Gavin. I mean, these two teams like to push the ball down the court. They like to get baskets right away, within a snap of a finger.
And while we do see a lot of these teams move fast, you also have to have enough control where you're not just giving the ball up carelessly. So probably an adjustment both teams like to make. Right off the inbound, it was McDuffie. Kicks it over to McGraw. McGraw back to McDuffie. He tries to spin around, hits the bottom of the backboard. Down the way to Lanier. He'll go up, and he's fouled big time. Just two guys running full speed and got a body caught up as Lanier will go to the line to shoot two.
Good pass from Lorenzo Cason to set up that play. And Lanier driving to the basket with that pass draws the foul.
So Lanier will shoot two for the Storm. He's got 2 points and now makes it 3. And something we saw in the Maumelle-Alexander game that was just electrifying yesterday, Michael. We saw lots of high-flying dunks from Braden Liu. The second free throw is good, but we saw some of those interesting defenses, some zone defense and stuff. Now we're seeing a little more just traditional man-to-man. Do you think this is just how they play or just feeling it out?
They're just feeling each other out.
Hey, but he's feeling the rim out a little bit more as Taekwon McDuffie with a Legacy Solar slam.
They're just feeling each other out. This goes back to what we said in the beginning about these two teams not playing each other. You know, they're just the only scouting you get with these two teams is really during warm-ups, so you don't really know how to play each other yet. They're just getting feel of each other, just man-to-man defense. You know, both these teams, they're just starting out the playing. They're not all tired at all, so you'll definitely see zone throughout if they get tired maybe. So man-to-man to start.
Indeed. Somebody lost the man on Taekwon McDuffie, who threw down the alley-oop slam. He's got it again right now. Kicks it back out to Thomas. Thomas makes a move, steps into a three off the back iron. Gets his own miss off the leg, though, and it'll go back to Victory Christian. But I really like what Braylon Thomas did right there, following his shot, just not giving up on the play.
You gotta respect the man who follows his own shot. You gotta appreciate that as a coach.
A lot of hard work and effort going in for these guys. You don't just become a Division I prospect by accident. Flipped up, no good, and he comes down with the board. He'll flip it ahead to Britt. Works it around, three-pointer on the way. Good and in for Hunter McGraw.
It's good extra passing there. He could have taken the wing three, but he decided because he knew he was going to be guarded in a matter of seconds, he decided to kicks it out to the open man, Britt, in the corner, and Britt nails the three.
Gonna say Britt's shot was a 2. Flipped up and another turnover by Victory Christian. So 12 all is where we stand at. And they're get a good look at Danny Greaves and the Metamora Redbirds. They played one of these teams yesterday, didn't they? Getting a little scouting action, maybe a little learning session there from Greaves and the Redbirds. Up is McDuffie, floats it in. He's really starting to heat up. He's got the alley-oop dunk, and now that bucket for 4 points.
This game's getting interesting so far. Close game.
Free throw line, Jay off the back iron. Odd-looking shot. Thomas comes down with it. He has it, gives it off to McDuffie. Back over for threes, McGraw, no good.
Good extra passing from the Gray Collegiate team so far.
Three-pointer, they're gonna not wait for the last shot. Back and forth we go. Thomas can take the last shot if he wants it. He's gonna go down the lane. Little finger roll finish from Braylon Thomas.
When Braylon Thomas drives, do not get in his way. Made the executive decision to get out of the way.
You don't want to slam it home too early, save his energy for the last 3 quarters, where we'll end 16-12 as the War Eagles are in front over the Storm. Let's get a quick word for our great sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. Like a good neighbor, Jake from State Farm is there. Give him a call at the number on the screen or visit his office located in Washington, not too far from Torrey. Also by Sun Power and Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And all of our other great silver sponsors. Sefq Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, Pat Sam's Country Financial. Appreciate all their support. Keps is the place to be at before or after the TOC. Stop by there for a great bite to eat and a great sports bar atmosphere. Go visit Keps in Washington. PJ Hair is another great sponsor of the KBM TOC, as well as the city of East Peoria. Back to the action here as the War Eagles of Gray Collegiate Academy out of West Columbia, South Carolina. And a tipped out of bounds. It'll stick with the Storm. The Storm out of Lakeland, Florida, so traveling up for the cooler weather. Maybe not what they're quite accustomed to. I got to say, I wish I was in Florida, but we've got the TOC, so I'm glad I'm here.
This is a great tournament, and we've mentioned these teams before. We've seen a couple of these teams play from even different states. Just a great national event.
It's off his leg, and they're going to say it was tipped. Appeared that it was. Quick move, gives it over. Storm can't hit the three. Gall gets the board. Down low, tried to look for Lanier as Thomas is everywhere. Middle linebacker-like. Intercepts coast to coast. Kicks it over. 3 on the way from McGraw. Nothing but twine. Gave a little look to the Victory Christian bench.
That's McGraw's spot right there. He's been in that corner all game long, and when he gets the ball, it's hard for him to miss that shot.
And a traveling violation is going to go against Kassan. It's a 7-point game now as they do turn it over. Steps on the back line. That's going to be a backcourt violation. I feel like, Michael, we've seen just about every possible turnover that could be had, meaning every different way the ball could be turned over. We've seen a lot of it.
A lot of it in this game because both defenses are being very aggressive, and like we said before in the last game we called against Alexander and Maumelle, you know, when you play aggressive defense, they can fluster an offense. And these offenses have been flustered at times because of the aggressive defense.
Three-pointer on the way, no good. Bounced around. Maddox comes out with it. McDuffie in the area, down to Britt. LJ Britt down and dunked! Home by Trayvon Maddox for a Legacy Solar slam.
Great pass by Britt. He was double-teamed, and Maddox was down on the opposite block, and he was right there wide open for a slam.
That's proving that not all these turnovers are just careless basketball. It's good defense because we saw some great passing right there. Gall with a screen. Kassan drives in. Floater and a blocking foul. As Gray Collegiate can't believe it, but Michael, I think might have been the right call as it looked like LJ Britt was falling backwards a little too early.
You got to say it's the right call. It's just the product of being frustrated. Sometimes you're just too frustrated, and sometimes your emotions get the best of you.
And of course, no restricted area, the restricted arc at the high school level. However, there's still maybe some entitlement for the ball carrier around that rim area, and it looked like, again, Britt just was anticipating the contact as he kind of just started falling backwards. The Storm will get themselves back onto the board.
Sometimes when you take charges, sometimes it takes a good acting job, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Short on the second one is Kassan, so he goes 1 of 2. McDuffie, three-pointer. This one's for Maddox, no good. Here comes Adino. He pulls up in the lane. Nice-looking shots from Mike Adino.
No one accounted for Adino in that situation. He just went up to the short of the free throw line and he just nailed the jumper.
McDuffie has it on the volleyball line, gets it into Thomas, and he dunks it! That time wasn't so friendly for the Legacy Solar slam.
Starting where you left off last game.
And blocked away, but a foul. Boy, Braylon Thomas did some damage that time. I know he talked about in the first quarter. He had a path to the hoop and gave it a little finger roll finish. I think he showed a little frustration that time and takes it out on the rim.
He wants to show that, you know, he's here to play, and he's been all around the court, offense and defense, and that dunk, he's showing a lot of emotion with that dunk.
I don't want to say it's us, Michael, but every game that we've called together here at the TOC has been a dunk fest as Andino gets the offensive board on the missed free throw. So if you like dunks and we're both calling a game, there's a pretty good chance we're going to have one. Gall pulls up. That was a rainbow shot. Finds the pot of gold on the other end for 2.
That's a very interesting shot, but nonetheless, it counts. It goes through the hoop, and it's 2 points.
Sometimes it doesn't matter how you make it. Points are points. Good passing. McDuffie for 3. Off the mark. Thomas, those long arms, grabs the board. He's got a bit of a mismatch here. Drives inside, pulls just inside the free throw line and tickles the twine.
The smooth jumper, and like you said, Gavin, a mismatch, and he took full advantage of that mismatch.
Tucker Fox just had a outsized little there. He's just a sophomore too, and Dino shoots for 3, just rims out. LJ Britt moves the other direction. Over to McDuffie, and he slams in with one hand. Legacy Solar alley-oop.
good chemistry there by the great Collegiate Hawks, or Eagles, excuse me.
Foul, as it looked like maybe a little ball at first. Again, Great Collegiate not exactly thrilled with the call, but once again, from my vantage point, it looks like Andino got a little contact on the face.
It's just being passionate about the game. You know, you don't want those foul calls going against you, so you're going to try your best to make your arguments as best you can, but obviously there's no review in the high school level in Illinois, so you can't really change the call, but it's just a product of being frustrated and just wanting to win.
Victory Christian struggled a little bit with the free throw aspect so far. We've seen that from time to time. Makes the second of two as Andino will check on out as Jalen Dorsey will come on in. Braylon Thomas has been a big factor in this game. Haven't said a lot about Trevon Maddox. He's made a couple big plays for sure. But he's a top 40 player in the class of 25. Here's a steal by Gall, though. Goes up and flips it in and one.
Gall using his long arms to his advantage. He gets fouled and he uses his lanky athleticism, the wingspan of his being super long. He just reaches the other side of the basket and finishes.
And Gall will try to complete the three-point play as it's a 6-point game. He can make it 5. Gall up and in. Five-point ball game. Mentioning Trevon Maddox, top 40 player in the class of 25. He's got some big offers, likenesses of Duke, North Carolina. Mentioned North Carolina, Kansas, LSU, and others. Flipped up and no good.
There's no shortage of Division I talent here at the TOC, that's for sure.
And Gall again pulls the Storm within 4 as they storm back.
It's getting a little interesting now. The Storm are fighting back.
And timeout taking by Great Collegiate. And it'll be a full timeout as we knew this game was going to be every bit of a barn burner, Michael. We're going to see these runs by both teams. Like I've said a couple times throughout this tournament, I believe it's just going to be the team that can pick up the last run and the last big momentum shift in this ballgame.
It's a game of runs, like you said, Gavin, and it's a game of runs because both these teams like to push the ball down the court and play aggressive defense. When you have teams that like to do that, the key for both teams is to take care of the basketball. If they take care of the basketball, then they'll give them the best chance to win. Play a full, complete game with the ball in your hands.
We've seen some big difference makers so far, but otherwise the scoring has been pretty spread out. As a team, Great Collegiate has picked up a number of dunks. There's been about 3 or 4 different players that have rattled the rim. Victory Christian not maybe getting in on the dunk action, but they've shot the ball a little better from outside.
Great Collegiate, they're a team that plays above the rim. They have a lot of players that can do damage with the rim. And Victory Christian, while they're not dunking the ball, they're not necessarily the highest flying team. They're playing a good game so far. They've been making a lot of shots, and they like to push the ball, get good layups.
Sometimes teams will tend to, conform to what the other team's doing, let the other team control the pace, but both these teams are just kind of keeping it themselves. Nearly a backcourt violation on Thomas. Over Britt for 3, got it. Nice response from Great Collegiate. And they'll extend back to a 6-point lead.
It's a good shot by Britt. Nice corners 3.
Kassan making some moves. Tight handles.
But Britt is having nothing of it. Good defense. Moving his feet.
Kassan against McDuffie. Steps over. Tough 2. Up. Hit every part of the rim. Didn't go in. Thomas will move down the floor. Bumps a man. Kicks it over. Britt again for 3. Gall this time. Turned over. McDuffie saves it. And Britt will hold it as a reset. Thomas steps back for 3. No good. Oh, so
what
close.
effort.
But a nice offensive board, and it'll get fouled as Darius Carr will go to the line.
What an effort by Darius Carr. You want to talk about effort? He had 2 Storm defenders by him, and he still got the board. If I'm the Storm coach right now, I'm not pleased with the effort on the box outs. You give a team too many second chance opportunities, and ultimately they will convert somehow. This is a foul, but it could end up being a 3 or 2.
Carr's first one is no good. You know, Michael, I was in the gym before the game started today and thought I'd chuck the basketball up a little bit myself, put myself in the player's shoes. You know, I can see just with this atmosphere and the grandness of this gym, there's a lot of pressure on these guys to shoot these free throws.
I mean, you said it yourself when there's barely anyone in the gym. Imagine a Washington game with their student section here. It can get very rowdy.
You got hundreds and thousands of people watching it between both here in person and online. Kassan, deep 3. Victory Christian will pull within 4.
It's a much-needed 3 for Kason. And back what I said about taking care of the basketball, I mean, with these two teams of how they get down the court, sometimes you can get a little careless. You saw it with Tonk Goal. He threw the ball away a few times when he's getting the rebound on the fast break. You just got to take care of the basketball. You got to be patient. Sometimes that just is what it is. You can't always fly down the court and score at will. Sometimes you just have to be patient.
Patience is undoubtedly a virtue, especially when it comes to basketball.
Because the more you push the ball down the court, the more the other team realizes what you're doing, and the more they'll realize that they need to get back on defense. So the more you do it, ultimately at times you'll get balls stolen from you. Sometimes you got to hold on to the ball.
Indeed. Great Collegiate comes back. LJ Britt has it. There's Maddox, the future D1 player. Thomas, the Georgia Southern commit, backs him down, out to Britt. Back to Thomas, pitch and catch, 3-pointer, no good. Gold tried to get it. Bodies hit the deck, and nice pile down there will result in a jump ball, and we'll go back to Victory Christian.
Great Collegiate, good job hitting glass. And the Victory Storm team, the Victory Christian Storm team, they need the box out. They need to do a better job of boxing out. This is the bottom line with their boxing out. Is just got to get better at it.
Boxing out can be so essential, whether or not the player boxing out even gets the rebound himself.
Because you could definitely draw over the back fouls and you get fouls called. You know,
correct.
Boxing out works for plenty of reasons.
Definitely an underrated component of the game. Kassan steps in for 2. He's starting to find the groove. He's got 7. Nearly a travel by LJ Britt on the inbound. Thomas goes down the lane and a blocking foul. And the Victory Christian bench can't believe it. What'd you see there, Michael? Maybe a bit of an arm extension?
That's a very questionable call. I wouldn't complain if it went any other way. You know, Brennan Thomas, it's a very gutsy decision getting in front of him. When he drives to the basket, he's with a full head of steam. So, I mean, very questionable decision there. I mean, it could have gone either way.
And that's a tough one to call, as you mentioned, it going either way. Thomas thought about the alley-oop. Go get in the backcourt. Maddox, like a wide receiver, catches that one. But the player is moving. Thomas maybe with a bit of a bump. Turned over. Gall goes the other way. Will we get some showtime from him? And we will. A little rim hang for Legacy Solar Slam.
Tonk Goal with the finish at the other end. Good job by the Storm getting it out to him.
Thomas down the baseline, drops it off. Carr can't recover. It'll be a jump ball, and Great Collegiate will keep it. As McGraw will check back in for Maddox. As look at the young fella getting after it himself. Kassan will mop it up and take matters into his own hands.
You got to do what you got to do. You got to make sure that the playing conditions are right. And if it takes the player doing it, then the player will do it.
I'm thinking they're the guests here in Illinois. They're guests here in Torrey Gym. He's doing the work himself. Thomas can't get it to go, but he tips it back up and in as they extend their lead back out. It's a close one here.
You got to assume the Storm are holding for the final shot.
You would think. We'll see, though. Gets an open look, though, on the baseline. Little high floater off the glass. Pretty looking shot from Jalen Dorsey.
You got to shoot it high when you're going up against Braylon Thomas.
3 seconds. Now 2. Thomas at the buzzer. No good. And the putback will be waved off. Clock expired, and that's where we'll leave the first half. Even. 33 all.
Gavin, I feel like we've seen it all, and I feel like with these high-flying offenses, taking care of the ball has been essential. A lot of steals, a lot of turnovers have led to a lot of points and a lot of fouls. And you know, both of these teams have a lot of star players. You know, you talk about the Storm. You talk about Lorenzo Quezon had his big impact in the second half. Not so much in the first half, but the second half. And Braylon Thomas and Trayvon Maddox for Great Collegiate, what their big impact has been essential for the team.
We'll get some halftime break. We'll send down to the Upstring Auto Group studios momentarily, but first let's get a quick word for our great sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all your insurance needs, give Jake a call at the number on your screen or visit his office in Washington. Also by Sun Power and Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. All of our silver sponsors who help make this tournament possible include Sethq, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. Kep's Sports Bar and Grill is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Kep's, great atmosphere, great food. PJ Hair is another proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions, along with the city of East Peoria. How about another word for all of our other great sponsors of the Tournament of Champions?
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And we'll send it down to the Upstring Auto Group studio. Joey Wright and a good friend of the program, Danny Greaves, standing by. Joey and Danny, take it away.
Thanks, John, and welcome back to Upstring Tournament Central here as we work through the Thanksgiving holiday at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Happy holiday to all of our viewers out there. Hope you're enjoying a lot of food, a lot of basketball here on this holiday. Joey Wright and Danny Greaves now in Tournament Central. And Coach, coming off a Class 3A state championship here in Illinois last year. Redbirds looking good here in the early stages of the 2023-24 season, 1-1 here at the TOC. Let's start with basketball and then dive into, of course, what this tournament's all about. But on the hardwood, 1-1 start, what are you learning about a younger team this year?
Well, we know that we lost a lot, and it's hard to replace. but I think we're going to be pretty decent if we just keep our stuff together. I do know that our kids are working hard, and you better get us early because I think we'll be pretty good late.
For sure. You guys lost twice last year, both at this tournament, and then went on to have what I'd say is a pretty good season.
Well, we didn't lose an entire year, which is pretty good. 32-game run, actually 33 games in a row was kind of fun. There was really never any talk about it. We just tried to win the next game, and it's kind of the way it is right now.
Well, for your returners, what does last year's run do for you guys? And, of course, you guys were at the State Farm Center 2 years in a row, a runner-up in 21-22. What does that experience do, playing in some of those big games down the stretch? I've got to imagine it helps, even if you've got guys that didn't play last season, much. They kind of saw what it looked like and saw what it's all about.
Well, they all came along. We do have to replace some kids that really impacted success. Yeah. So kids that just came along for the ride a little bit and got to help us a little bit now have to impact the whole success. So that's a little bit different. But the experiences they've had the last 2 years with the venues that we played, you go to UIS in front of 5,500 people. I mean, pretty much everywhere we went was a sellout crowd. So our kids are used to being in front of a crowd and obviously used to playing some pretty good talent. But like I said, the 3 games over here is probably as good a talent as we're going to see all year. Sure. So, you play those kind of talents so you can have somebody expose your deficiencies, and obviously it happened real quick.
This is Metamora's, I believe, 3rd all-time appearance here at the
Correct.
Tournament of Champions. What does this tournament mean to you guys to compete in? Obviously, I know glioblastoma, a very personal cause for you. Right. You're holding a book there. Your father, Donald, a glioblastoma fighter. Just tell us a little bit about what this tournament and this cause means to you.
Well, you know what? I was very lucky. Coach Brown and I caught cancer at the same time, and he caught glio, and I had prostate cancer. And so we kind of talked our way through it each other, and then I found out that what kind he had, and I told him my dad had died of that, and he lasted about 179 days. And I said, if you want to know the journey, maybe I can help you through some of the hard spots. And that Coach Brown and I weren't real personal, real friends before that, but we got to know each other real well. And obviously I got to help him through his journey. And man, I'll tell you what, you talk about a tough journey, and I've never seen anybody so tough through it than Coach Brown. Imagine that.
What was that journey like, you guys kind of becoming closer? Of course, our viewers from around the country might not know Washington and Metamora don't like each other very much. And
no, we don't.
To kind of come together there, through that shared cause, what was that like for you guys?
Well, it was pretty special, and it still is. Yeah. The foundation that is doing the things they're doing, raising the money and, helping with everything they can. It's always good to be a part of it. And as you come over here and we bring our big crowd and, try to help raise money in a lot of different ways. And, it's always special to my heart, and I know it is to Washington's.
That book you're holding there kind of chronicles your father's journey through the glioblastoma fight, right?
Well, he found out on his birthday that he had it. And it kind of chronological, the day, 179 days of when he found out till the day that, he was an Irishman and he had an Irish wake. He was in a coma in his front room for 5 days, and all his friends got to come in and say goodbye. And so, it's tough. People go out different ways, and, we got a chance. Coach Eddie Matthews and myself had a chance to go visit with Coach just a couple of weeks before he passed, and that was probably one of the most special talks I've ever had with a coach. It was really nice.
On a lighter note, as we run up against it here, I think the second half's getting ready to get started in Torrey Gym, but your daughter, Nikki, battling cancer. Yes. I understand we've got some very positive news to share there.
There's no doubt. A couple weeks ago, she went through all her tests, and she's got 5 more weeks of chemo. Her last chemo will be in February 15th, I believe. But right now, she is cancer-free, and that's great. Yeah. So, we're blessed, and it just goes to show you that tough times don't last, but tough people do.
Terrific news to share. Absolutely thrilled
so
to hear that. Do want to throw in one note to our viewers as we get ready for the second half. kbstrong-fightingthefight.org is the website for the KB Strong Foundation. Lots of great information there on Kevin Brown and what the KB Strong Foundation is all about. Danny, appreciate the time. Looking forward to you guys playing tomorrow. We'll have that for you on ClutchSportsIL.com. Good luck this season. Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Back up to the booth, guys. Take it away.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium in Washington High School, ready for half number 2 of Gray Collegiate and Victory Christian. Alongside Michael Savoy, I'm Gavin Russell. As we'll get things kicked off here in half number 2 as the Storm of Victory Christian will inbound. Switching ends here as they'll move to the left and the War Eagles move to the right. Kassan will step up to start things out, no good. Quick shot for Victory Christian. McDuffie goes against Gull and he'll step out of bounds. Little reset here for you if you've just joined us. Again, we appreciate Danny Greaves hopping in the studio with Joey Wright. Always great to hear of Metamora's coach Danny Greaves. But the first half of this game, as you can see on the scoreboard, 33 all. Pretty even. Both teams made a couple runs, but again, really similar looking teams.
It's a game of runs, and it's a game of two teams that they don't know each other very well at all, obviously being from two different states, but they play very similarly.
Up and Maddox slams it home. That's a Legacy Solar slam as the D1 prospect Trevon Maddox brings down the hammer.
What a way to start the second half. That's the first bucket, and Trayvon Maddox getting started.
Lots of dunks today from the War Eagles. They like to play above the rim for sure. But back to kind of resetting this game. Very even first half, and maybe something you're looking for both teams to clean up going into half number 2.
Just the ball control. I mean, really, there's two teams that like to fly down the court, like we've said in the open, like we've seen so far. Just ball control will be a big factor. Taking care of the basketball will be pivotal for these two teams.
Foul on Gray Collegiate. As Kassan will go to the line to shoot 2 shots. And he's got 7 points, pretty spread out scoring. First one is off the rim. I believe leading all scoring is going to be coming from the War Eagles, although we don't have official stats for everybody. Braylon Thomas has 8. So a few players nearing the double figure mark. He's off on both foul shots. Britt has it down the lane, up in a tough layup.
We said this at the open, Gavin, a game of runs. War Eagles on a 4-0 run to start the second half.
4-point lead now. And Dino, tough shot in the lane, no good. Maddox, who had that dunk about a minute ago, hands it off to Thomas. Thomas pulls up from the block. No good. Gall gets it. He'll throw it head to Lanier. And it is tipped out of bounds. Thomas deflected the pass.
The War Eagles have been trying to exploit that mismatch with Braylon Thomas all night long, and sometimes it's worked, and sometimes the Storm have held their own.
They get it in. Lanier. Not the only great player in this tournament with the last name Lanier.
We saw one last night.
Up, no good. Gall tried to tip it away. Maddox comes down with it wearing those vibrant pink shoes, and it's going to be a foul on Jordan Lanier.
And those who are not familiar with the other Lanier, Jacob Lanier from Maumelle, Arkansas, high school in Arkansas in this tournament, he's got Division I offers too as a sophomore. A lot of good sophomores in this tournament.
I completely missed it, but Maumelle as a team was walking right in front of us down here on the concourse, so they're in the house. Up is Thomas.
Oh.
He tried to put goal on a poster, just missed off the back iron. Kassan out of control, blows a tire and out of bounds. Moving a little too fast, but holy cow.
Braylon Thomas, I mean, he's been doing it since the tournament started. He's been trying to put people on a poster since the opening tip of his first game. I mean, he's been jumping all over the gym.
What a highlight that would have been if he would have got it. Oh, so close. As Britt has it now. Leading by 4. Nearly stolen. Britt with a free throw line jumper. No friendly roll from the rim, but Thomas gets it. He's fouled and he slips at the end. Maybe a bit of a moist spot on the court.
And you'd be right, Gavin. They're fixing it now.
They'll wipe it up.
But Braylon Thomas, I mean, refuses to go down with the box out. He refuses to not have an opportunity to grab the basketball, and he's getting a lot of offensive rebounds. And with his offensive rebounds, he's getting a lot of second chance opportunities.
Rims out. Free throws have come at a premium this evening. I really like the way he plays, though, and I think Georgia Southern fans would be very encouraged to see what they're seeing today. Miss on the free throw, but it's Carr. Can't get the second effort. So no harm, no foul for Victory Christian. We'll come up 3-on-3. And Dino, 3 from the wing, is off. Britt brings it down. Britt surveys. Directs traffic. Finds the mismatch. Carr got a man to jump, and he goes up all the way around the rim and down around the world for 2.
Good shot fake by the big man. Carr takes one way, goes the other way. It's an easy 2.
Victory Christian without a point here in half number 2. Kassan will try to step back for 3. Got it. And timeouts, Victory Christian.
What a tough shot. Between the legs, crossover, step back 3. And Kassan proving why he's one of the players to watch out for this tournament.
Steve Fitzgerald, whom our own Joey Wright interviewed earlier today, halftime of the first game in our Upstream Auto Group studio. If you missed that, go back and re-watch it. But Fitzgerald, sometimes it looks like he just says to Kassan, I trust you, make a big play. And right there, he stepped back for a big 3.
Big players make big-time plays, and when they get the ball in their hands, sometimes, in a given situation, the coach is like, hey, we know you're good. Go make a bucket for us. And sometimes a bucket's the one thing the team needs to get momentum.
And KB Strong, get a good look at it right there. KB Strong, again, the reason we're playing this basketball, again, the tournament originally started as a way to bring high-level talent to Central Illinois, but now it's bigger than basketball. The KB Strong Foundation, named after late Washington boys basketball coach Kevin Brown. And this tournament is helping raise money and awareness for glioblastoma, a rare form of brain cancer. 3 on the wing is short, but all around this gymnasium, and as you'll hear about many times in our broadcasts, the need for the awareness and the need for donations to KB Strong as they help people in need suffering from this horrible disease. And just by watching this broadcast, you're doing your part, so thanks for tuning in. Make sure to spread the word. Kassan spreads the rock over for 3. Can't get it up and in, though. It's tipped around, volleyballed, and it'll go back to Great Collegiate.
Once again, Lorenzo Kassan making moves to the basket. He's penetrating to the basket. He kicks it out. He's been beginning to warm up with the dribble moves, and he's beginning to be the difference maker for the Storm team.
Here is Thomas. Gets screened from Carr. Goes up, just a little floater. Can't get it to go. Carr is fouled. Again, a mismatch down low. Definitely a size advantage for Great Collegiate. But I like Braylon Thomas a lot. He reminds me of a player local here to Peoria from Bradley University, a 5-year player for the Braves, Vashon Henry. Kind of that glue guy, do it all, plays above the rim. If you're a Bradley Braves fan, you undoubtedly know Henry from his time with the Braves. Came a long way in helping them win some Missouri Valley Conference championships, and very similar player in Braylon Thomas, so Georgia Southern will be getting a good one.
Just a man that gives 100%, 110% if you will, every time he sets on the court.
You need guys like that. You know, not that everybody's trying out there, but he's looking for every little thing.
When you do the little things right as a basketball player, big things will come for you.
And a foul going to go on Kassan, away from the ball. So shot clock resets again. 6-3 the scoring here in the third quarter in favor of Great Collegiate. Just one bucket for the Storm. Maddox gets it inbounds, gets it down to Carr, has the mismatch. Kassan guarding him, throws it up and in. Mouse in the house action right there and throws it in for 2.
Just mismatch there, and Great Collegiate once again exploiting that mismatch. And Carr with another easy bucket down low.
They'll keep going to it as long as the well keeps producing. And Dino has it. Face guarded by Thomas. And Dino makes a move. Hop step in, got him to pump fake, up and in. Wow.
You know, sometimes when you're downsized compared to some defensive players, sometimes you just have to pump fake up, and pump fakes can work very well for anyone.
Thomas, Maddox will get the board, and it's turned over. They're going to say he just tossed it out. He lost it out of his hands. So still a 3-point ball game and a touch under 3 minutes to go in the third.
Be interesting to see how the Storm plays this possession. We won't be surprised if Lorenzo Kassan does it himself.
Ball got tipped and up and in. Nice play there from Kassan, and it's a 1-point game. And it's going to be an offensive foul away from the ball, but we'll call it a charge. Give a shout out to Jody Brown State Farm.
They aren't even putting themselves in a situation where they don't want the mismatch. Kassan is actually wanting Carr down low. He's setting up with Carr on defense down low. The Storm really want that mismatch.
Definitely a coaching decision there. They've got it worked out in just a 1-point game. They're holding steady. And Dino takes it into the trees again and finishes. He may not have the size, but he's got the heart. And he's up to 9 points.
The 6-footed Dino going up against some of the bigger defenders on this great team, he still finishes.
Britt down to Thomas. Storm look to increase their lead. And Dino has it in the corner. Kassan thought about the 3, steps in, goes up, tough take, gets his own miss, up and in for 2 more. LJ Kassan.
He just keeps doing it himself. Great finish.
Now it's a 3-point ball game as the Storm are in front. Thomas moves it to Britt. War Eagles look for a response. Goes up, floats it in for 2, stops the bleeding a little bit.
This is just a great back and forth game. The Storm have came back, they took the lead, they had a 3-point lead, and the Great Collegiate War Eagles not backing down without a fight.
This is going to be one that goes down to the finish. So stay tuned. LJ Kassan gets bumped on the floor against Trevon Maddox. Maddox a bit disgruntled. Those are really tough calls to make, Michael, because there's a lot going on. You know, they're spinning, they're moving, they're trying to jump into the lane, and somebody's got to get the foul. That time the defender is the victim.
And we're at the point of the game where it's almost the end of the third quarter, and this game is tight. Everyone knows that they have a chance to win this game, so when fouls like that happen, they obviously are a little disgruntled, like you said.
LJ Kassan thought about stepping in for something, and Dino will get it back out. He'll dribble out near the logo, guarded by Thomas. Makes a move around the back, goes left hand, layup! What a finish from Andino!
Over the trees again, oh my goodness. Over Braylon Thomas, over Darius Carr. And once again, what a finish.
Nice by Britt to respond. How about Mike Andino? Three-pointer in the corner, no good. Thomas, nearly a steal. Andino jumps on it. Now there's a pile. And it'll be a jump ball on the floor as Carr grabbed it. Mike Andino, 6 foot is by no means small. But with the guys on the floor of 6'6", 6'8", 6'10", he certainly is one of the smaller players and just has no fear whatsoever.
Like you said, Gavin, 6 foot, not small at all, but when you're driving in against players that are around that 6'6", 6'7" range, it's definitely smaller. And the fact that he's been able to finish over the top of the likes of Braylon Thomas is 6'6", but when he jumps, it's like he's 8 foot tall. And the fact that he's able to finish is outstanding.
I don't know how he's doing it, but he's doing it somehow. Britt drives in, and it's going to be a blocking foul and 1 for LJ Britt.
You got to wonder if he didn't have his feet set, but I thought he did have his feet set. That was a very questionable call, but once again, they must have a better view than me from up here. So, and 1 it is.
Sometimes tough to evaluate Michael, but that's why we usually just leave it to what the guys in the zebra stripes say. It did look like it may have been a charge, but although we don't have every single camera angle, perhaps there's a little movement. Sometimes just a lean or a sway can be enough to get a block.
You just got to stand still when you take a charge.
2 seconds, and Dino throws it up the horn off the glass. And Mike Andino, who is a big part of the Storm staying in this ball game, find themselves trailing by 1 as Great Collegiate leads 47-46.
It's a game of runs, and when you're on a run like the Eagles have been on, and the Storm also, you know, it just creates good basketball.
Great basketball indeed. How about great sponsors? Starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all your insurance needs, give Jake a call at the number on your screen or visit his Washington office not too far from Torrey Gymnasium. Also by Sun Power by Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. All of our other silver sponsors, including SEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, Pat Sam's Country Financial, and more. Thanks to all of our silver sponsors. Kep's Sports Bar and Grill, the official pre- and post-game hangout of the TOC. Great food and a great atmosphere at Kep's. PJ Hair, another proud sponsor of the TOC, as well as a city not too far from here, the city of East Peoria. Fourth and final frame. Will we get a decision in regulation, or will we have to play extra time? We'll find out. Fasten those seat belts and buckle up. It's the fourth quarter. Michael Savoy, I'm Gavin Russell, here from Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium. And Dino looks to stay hot, and he does. Red hot in red 23. Mike Andino up to 14.
He's been the difference maker so far in the later half of this game for the Storm.
LJ Britt drives in on Andino. Good defense, but Britt a tougher shot.
Britt has answered back every time Andino has scored. It's pretty much been the Brendan Andino show so far for these teams.
Maybe not the guys you would have expected coming out of this one, but unlikely heroes and some really good players making a difference. Kassan taking it himself, tries to go over. Lanier gets it blocked. Maddox off of his hand, could not recover it.
Maddox needs to grab that ball with 2 hands. He needs to make sure he secures that ball. He tried to one-hand grab it, and it slipped out of his hands.
Tried to pin it to his back, but he couldn't get it. Kassan is going to get a screen from Gall. Makes a move. Kassan, 3. Easy shot. Smooth like butter.
That's a killer crossover from Kassan. It sets up a wide open 3, and you better bet that he's not going to miss any of those.
I think a lot of different skill sets are here at the TOC, and we can kind of give credit to different areas of the game. Kassan up there among the best ball handlers here at the KBM TOC. Maddox goes in, stripped away. Numbers for Victory Christian. Andino will try the three. Can't get it to go. Offensive board blocked away emphatically. Maddox will move it up. Big plays after big play for both sides.
This is what we expected, Gavin.
Thomas drops it down, up and fouled. And going to the line to shoot two will be Ellis Graham.
Graham taking it to the basket, getting fouled. That's what you like to see, getting the foul calls. And right now, the Eagles have no fouls given in the half, and the Storm have won. So really, you know, a clean game so far, which is very interesting because both these teams play really good defense. And sometimes when you play good aggressive defense, fouls will be called.
You can afford a few of those here and there. Sometimes you say, that's a good foul, and with the way these teams have struggled shooting the free throws, it's almost like, let's keep our foot on the gas pedal because make them make shots at the free throw line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been interesting how this game has played. We knew coming into this game that it was going to be a barn burner. Both these teams are going to score. Both these teams are going to get out. There's no shortage of star power. I thought coming in that it was going to be a very defensive game, like a lot of aggressive defense, and thus a lot of fouls. But so far, not really the case in terms of the fouls.
Not the highest scoring game we've seen. We saw games, points getting in the 70s and the 80s. Probably not going to get there. Kassan for three. No good. Tipped around. Andino will get it back. Tucker Fox with a good tip right there. Just a sophomore. A lot of guts to get in there and play like that. Andino, the floater off the back of the rim. Nearly a steal by Kassan. Then Andino picks it up. Over to Kassan. Thought about a three. Steps back. Lanier. Lots of movement. Andino, corner three, steps into it, no good. Little off balance. Wide open. Here comes Thomas. Up, and he'll lay it up this time. Not to be disappointed, though. Still got the two.
2 points is 2 points, and he's just glad to get the 2 points to go.
Easy three right there from Lanier as the Storm increase their lead. Three on the other end. Brittany matches it. Trading threes now here in Washington. 55s.
It's hard to come back with a run when all you have on the other team is another comeback shot. Just ties after ties.
Gall down low, had it taken away by Britt. Gives it off to McDuffie. Now Great Collegiate will try and restore their lead. Gets a screen. Gall helps out. Up, and Thomas! Two-hand flush. Legacy Solar Slam.
Lorenzo Kassan lost track of his man, and that's what happens. Braylon Thomas took advantage of what he saw, and he threw it down.
Kassan short. And a foul will be picked up on Fox. He's in some disbelief. How many dunks have we seen by Braylon Thomas today? Too many for me to count.
I mean, really, this tournament, he's probably got more in the first game than the second game, which is hard to believe because he's thrown out a lot in the second game, too.
I hope some Georgia Southern fans are watching because had that be my team I hold allegiance to in the college realm, I'd be pretty excited.
He's one of those players that he can do it all, and we've talked about his effort. He gives 110% every time he's on the court. He's not one to go back and celebrate after, you know, taking a shot, whether it goes in or not. He's one to attack the glass when he takes a shot, and, I mean, for any college player, that's very important. And if I'm Georgia Southern's coach, I'd be really ecstatic to have him on my team.
There's a reason he's headed there. As his group leads by 2. He gave it to him in a big way, the emphatic two-handed jam. Just like a eagle soaring off the court. I had to make that comparable at some point.
You just had to take advantage sometimes. You know, that slam came because Lorenzo Kassan lost track of his man. He's been guarding Braylon Thomas the whole game. He took an eye off of Thomas for a second, and Thomas took advantage, took a lob, and he threw it down.
We talked about some of these defenses we've seen. We've seen some complex zone, man coverage, as well as some full court pressure. We are starting to see more full court pressure, but both these teams like to play a little more traditional man-to-man defense, so you got to stay locked.
We've seen nothing but man-to-man so far.
Probably won't change at this point. Britt kicks it over. McGraw for three. Big time shots from Hunter McGraw. It's a 5-point game now.
It's a huge shot. Now it's a 2-possession game.
Let's see if the Storm have a response. Hassan looking for something. Kicks it over. Deep three off the back. Fox tried to go in for the board. Thomas comes out with it. Fox just hounding Thomas. Britt looks to make a move. Still guarded by Hassan. Drops it in. Mismatch. Up and no good. Fox, defensive stop. Here comes Hassan. Euro steps in. Up. No foul call. Some contact. They go the other direction. Here comes McGraw. Gives it off to Britt. Over to McDuffie. Everybody touching the ball for Great Collegiate.
Braylon Thomas wanted a lob there. I was so afraid that he was going to dunk it again. Man, just didn't see him.
Britt, little contact, offensive rebound, up from Graham, no good.
Hassan.
Stripped away, and it's going to be a foul on Hassan. Costly turnover as time starting to dwindle down. We haven't seen a bucket in a minute or so. I think at this point, if you're Victory Christian, Mike Andino is that spark plug you need to start sparking again.
And we talked about in the pregame about how important Lorenzo Cassan is, and he's been really important too, but it's been the Mike Andino show for them in terms of scoring points and coming back.
Britt drops it down, and Graham up and in with the dunk. The Legacy Solar Slam.
He's wide open on the block. You can do nothing but throw it down. A two-handed flush.
One of probably 10 dunks or more we've seen today, and a blocking foul on Graham. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch this one later, Michael, and just start counting dunks.
It's gotta be in the double digits, that's for sure. A lot of dunks from both teams.
I love dunks personally. Like I said, I wish I could dunk.
Same here, Gavin, same here.
But you know what? I'll be happy for the others that can. They do a pretty good job at it.
It creates a good show, that's for sure.
Lanier looks for the three. Got it. 1 point ball game timeout, Victory Christian.
That is huge for Victory Christian. And Lanier, cold-blooded, 1-possession game. It takes a 4-point play to make this a tie game, so yes, a 1-possession game.
This definitely has some intensity to it. We're glad you've joined us here on ClutchSportsOwl.com. Wherever you might be joining us from, Michael, I always stop and think we've probably got viewers from across the nation with us right now. Again, both these teams coming from well outside of Illinois. West Columbia, South Carolina for the War Eagles, and for Victory Christian, Lakeland, Florida. So a couple warmer towns than what we have here in Washington, but the basketball is more than just heating up, it's red hot.
These two teams, I mean, you got to make this in contention for the best game in the tournament to this point. We saw a good one last night between Maumelle and Alexander, but like you said before, Gavin, when we call these games, they seem to be a pretty good game.
Certainly seems to be. Might have to put us on the call for a couple extra if they keep turning out to be like this.
But I say that, but every game in this tournament's been amazing. And
in its own right.
Yeah.
These just have tended to be closer, but the individual performances we've seen, there's been too many good ones to even talk about. Thomas has to leap to get it. Some full court pressure. Lanier guards him in the backcourt. Gives a little bump, gets across in time. 4-point lead for the War Eagles. I believe they had a stat book correction at the timeout. 3-pointer on the way. McDuffie is short, gets his own board. Up and can't quite finish. Just rolls off the rim. Gall gets it, holding it, and it's going to be a foul. It's going to go on McDuffie.
McDuffie, you couldn't ask for a more open look than that. Just a clear missed shot.
And he was able to get the rebound as well. So he had 2 looks at it.
He just wasn't able to finish.
Ball definitely slippery. It's Roger Holzhauer of Teamworks. The big part of the TOC wipes the ball off right there. Gonna start calling Roger the ball boy now. Here's Andino. We'll move it around back to Gall. Gall's gonna try and drive in. Tough arcing shot and he'll get fouled. Graham doesn't like the foul call. Keeps his hand up in the air. Now, ever so crucial, you gotta make your free throws.
These free throws are the most important free throws to the game to this point. You gotta nail these free throws. This one works too because one makes it a 1-possession game. A 3-pointer, if you make one, could tie it, but 2 would be crucial.
Always want to make your free throws, but late game situations is so big. Short on the first one. Still a chance to cut it to 1 possession.
You gotta make this one. You're not out of the game if you miss it, obviously. It's still a 4-point game, but 1-possession game is pretty significant.
Second one is no good. 2 big misses at the line from Gall. Here's Britt. He's got 12. Lots of players spreading the wealth on both sides. He loses it himself. It's going to be a steal. Kassan gets it up, and he is blocked. No foul call. Head coach for Victory Christian, Steve Fitzgerald, cannot believe it.
He was irate on the sidelines, and I have to agree with him. I'm surprised that foul was not called.
Up, no good. Lanier gets it, but he can't hold on to it. Britt comes away with it. That would have been a big make by Kassan, and now a foul by Lanier. So 1 foul shy of the bonus, and Great Collegiate 2 fouls shy of the bonus. Shot clock still on as we're under a minute to play. 4-point ball game. Great Collegiate may be able to end it if they can make a bucket.
Don't be in such a hurry.
There'll be a foul on Victory Christian. As LJ Britt will go to the line for, not going to say put away free throws, but could go towards doing so. He can't make the first one.
I tell you what, I talked about ball control for these 2 teams being the key to the game, but also free throw shooting, because if the Eagles make 1, then it's definitely a 2-possession game.
Second one is good, so a little more breathing room as a 5-point lead and timeout from Great Collegiate as they'll talk things over. 30-second timeout. 2 different contrasting points here. Team with the lead, team trailing by a few. What's the message in each huddle, Michael?
So if I'm Great Collegiate, if I'm the Eagles, I know that Victory Christian's going to want to score really quick. So when I'm playing defense in this situation, I'm being smart. I'm playing good defense, but not aggressive defense to where you foul. Do not foul in your situation. You don't need to. You don't have to. It's a 2-possession game. If I'm Victory Christian, like I said, you're looking to score quick, and because it's a 2-possession game, you have to score quick to make it a 1-possession game. And when Great gets the ball, you got to foul.
And time is probably the biggest enemy right now for Victory Christian, who, again, both these teams tied at the half. Kassan is going to try and go quick. Drives down the lane. It's stripped out. Saves it. Thought about a 3 and a foul there from LJ Britt. That one looked a little inadvertent contact but now you definitely need to make your free throws.
There's a foul, not necessarily on him. He just was in the wrong place at the right time, or wrong time, excuse me.
And a full timeout from Steve Fitzgerald and the Storm. So now they're going to talk things up again. 31 seconds left in the ball game. You get a look right there at the Victory Christian Storm, and I know this isn't really much of a concern to either team at the moment, but nice looking uniform matchup, Michael. I'm a big fan of that shade of red, and the black numbers really pop out.
I'm a big fan of uniforms. I love the design Victory Christian has gone with. Obviously, the curvature on the title in front, the Victory curvature, that's a really nice touch. And obviously, the Gray Collegiate Academy War Eagles with the white uniforms with the gray numbers and lettering.
It would only make sense. Although I wonder if they, somewhere in their bag, have a all gray uniform. I feel like they should.
They definitely should. That would be a nice uniform to have. If they don't, then that's definitely a good idea for them.
A lot of different jersey styles that come through the TOC, and if you're into that sort of fashionable thing, a lot of nice jerseys to look at. Drop a play, get it back to Lanier. 30 seconds now, half a minute. Lanier goes up and can't make it. Thomas has it. Might try and pick up a steal. Shrugs him off as Britt. Fox trying to maybe foul. Gets it in. Lots of ball movement. Maddox has it now, and now he's fouled. And these two free throws right here could end things and give Gray Collegiate the victory.
Great job by Gray Collegiate in that situation. They force the miss, and they take care of the basketball. They don't throw the ball away. They don't make dumb passes, and they get the foul call. It's a good sequence for Gray Collegiate.
A game that's been pretty close throughout as Victory Christians just had trouble scoring down the stretch, and the first one from Maddox is good. This next one could and should be enough to put it away.
Makes it a 3-possession game.
He gets it. Nothing but net. 14 seconds. Andino will try to throw up something in the last minute. He'll get it up for an easy layup. Clock still going, and Victory Christian will call a timeout, playing until the end. Next game coming up here on this Thanksgiving Day at the Washington Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's going to be the Dale Pirates and the Hoover Buccaneers. So similar mascots, similarly great teams as the reigning state champion Dale, and I also believe Hoover. I believe it's two reigning state champions going at it with one another out of Oklahoma, and I believe Alabama, if I'm not mistaken, for Hoover, as they'll go at it. That should be a great one. Don't go anywhere.
That should be a great game. Two defending state champions meeting each other in a whole other different state. It should be a great game.
And Hoover got played a close one in their first matchups. They ultimately came out the victory. Dale playing, in a sense, a full road game in their first one against host Washington. Definitely a hostile environment. They picked up a big victory. Inbounds the ball and immediately fouled is McGraw, so he'll just keep trying to make free throws to eventually run the clock down and pick the victory up.
And these free throws, while there's 6.1 seconds remaining, these might not be the biggest free throws in the world. Just getting those through the net just creates more confidence for your team going forward.
Misses the first one. Still a 2-possession game. Still some breathing room, but an extra free throw or two never hurt anybody. Up and good, so still a 2-possession game, but it's a 6-point lead now. Into Andino, and he's bumped, so now he'll shoot free throws.
This is not the smartest decision they're following. I mean, it's a 2-possession game. If Andino scores, then they're still down.
And unfortunately, maybe perhaps if there was, say, 20 or 30 seconds left there would be a little more hope for Victory Christian, but 4 seconds with getting the ball in, taking the time to foul. I think time might expire before they can really get back to their desired score.
Right, and if you don't foul him, Dino, and he drives to the basket or shoots a three or whatnot, that takes another 1 or 2 seconds off the clock. So if he makes that shot, you're looking at a 2-second game.
Victory Christian out of timeouts. They try and miss on purpose. They'll chuck it down the floor, and Great Collegiate escapes with a 5-point victory.
Great game from Great Collegiate. Great game in general from both teams. Both teams showing that they're very high power. A lot of star power showing with Braylon Thomas and Lorenzo Cassan for both teams.
Great basketball here at the KBM TOC, and the War Eagles get the better of this fight as Victory Christian will walk away empty-handed in a narrow loss, but played a great game. I know we don't always just give out player of the game honors, but I'd be remiss without bringing up Braylon Thomas again.
Braylon Thomas, like we've said before, we've seen in the beginning of the game last game, we saw throughout the game in that first game, saw throughout the game in the second game. He jumps out of the gym, and when he gets up for dunks, he throws them down hard, and he plays 100%, 110% all the time. It's a fun player to watch.
Certainly is. The Georgia Southern commit Braylon Thomas, the man here in this game, did a lot of really good things. We got another great game coming up next as Dale will take on Hoover. But for now, let's get a quick word for all of our great sponsors in the TOC.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And now we'll send it down to the Uftring Auto Group studio. Joey Wright and Washington Athletic Director Herb Knobloch standing by. Joey and Herb, take it away.
And welcome to Uftring Tournament Central. 2 games down, 3 to go on this Thanksgiving holiday at Washington Community High School. Glad you're with us. Hope you're having a great holiday so far. Joey Wright and Washington Athletic Director Herb Knobloch in the house now. And Herb, you look at the Tournament of Champions year in and year out. Such a great event this year. No different. 16 years now, I think, at Washington and 18 overall. What has this tournament meant to the city of Washington and the school here?
It just brings so many people into our city and our school. It's one way to, promote our school. Come in and see it. We've done a lot of remodeling, a lot of updates, and it's made hosting a tournament much easier. I can remember, during the remodeling when Torrey Gym was not underneath the same roof as the rest of the building, that there was places where we would put teams where you check in, there's no heat, it was cold, and so it was quite the duct tape, putting the thing around it and just keeping the tournament. And now, especially with the city, everybody comes into town, and the one time that they really noticed, the city, the businesses, was the COVID year. Excuse me. And so they noticed the down where they didn't have as much business and things like that.
And you mentioned the COVID year, Herb. This event has weathered so many storms, it seems like. You go back 10 years ago, the tornado. 1 week or so later, the tournament goes on. Of course, Kevin Brown's passing in 2019 and COVID, and the event bounces back year in and year out. What do you think the secret is there, if secret's the right word? What keeps this event coming in and year out, no matter what's going on in the community?
The people that, really inner workings of the tournament. Eric Schimmelhorn, Sherry Thurston, myself, Roger Holtzauer, Jody Brown, those very inner workings of that tournament. Keep it together. We go find new people. And I brought that up at our Hall of Fame with our 2013 football team that was inducted. I said the one thing that that year they lost semifinals and, we had the tornado. We had, it takes over 300 volunteers, 300 people to work this tournament to make it run. And we lost a lot of people. There's a lot of people that didn't have houses. The tornado missed the school, and we were still able to have it. So little things like I called out to all the Middletown ADs, said, hey, we need some help. I need help at the table. I need announcers. I need clock keepers. I need help at the concessions. And, Metamora and us in football, we are, very, very competitive. And, when we get between the lines, it's game on. But outside the lines, just like Washington would do for them, what they did for us, their booster club came and ran our concessions for the 2013 Tournament of Champions. So the Middle Illini ADs, the Middle Illini schools just band together, and I remember telling them, make sure you wear your school colors because I want everybody to know where you're from and what you're doing. Sure. And when they came in and did that and we made that tournament run, it was unbelievable. It was magical that the Middle Illini was able to do that.
And Metamora boys basketball coach Danny Greaves, earlier we had him in the studio. He alluded to that kind of in his own battle with cancer and Coach Brown's battle at the same time. And I want to ask you about Coach Brown because so few folks on the Clutch Sports media staff ever met Kevin. We kind of came onto the scene, just missed him. But, of course, you worked closer with him than most. Could you kind of pinpoint maybe a Kevin Brown story or two? I know that's a tall order, but so many folks here at the tournament have plenty of great memories to share about Kevin Brown.
A big memory, and I said something to Eric Schimmelhorn about 2 weeks ago. Kevin and Sean, this was their vision, this kind of tournament. And we worked really hard, and it was getting to the point, there for many years, the crew or the people putting this tournament together was Jody Brown, Kevin Brown, Herb Knobloch, and Sherry Thurston. It was the four of us. And now we've got so much more going on. The big concessions, the hospitality, the officials, because of now having, the organization and being a 501(c)(3) charity, that's taken over. But I can remember, on Sunday, going down to Costco and filling my pickup full of food and concessions and coming back and forth. I mean, it was a wing and a prayer. And he was willing to work tireless hours to keep this tournament going. Yes, we got the teams. Yes, we got everything. Sean got that. But it was actually working and getting the tournament off. And I said this to Eric Schimmelhorn about 2 weeks ago. I go, I know he's gone. And, we were almost at the end of not having the tournament anymore. About a year before Kevin passed away, we talked about going to an 18 tournament. We were out of money. Yeah. There was no money in the coffers. We kept going to the same people. But right now, unfortunately, because of, the unfortunate passing of him, actually threw this tournament to where it is today, and that was his vision. Yeah. A national basketball tournament. Live streaming all over the United States. Yeah. Big-time sponsors and it's a charity, and the school's coming. Yeah. That was his vision. Right here was his vision of this tournament. And it happened, bad, good, but that's the reason it happened, because it's cancer research, it's a charity, and everybody really grabbed into it. And this is what he always wanted, these kind of teams, these kind of crowds. I mean, Tuesday night and Wednesday night, we've had them before. They were a little bit like that, but we've never had the crowds until the last 2 years that we've ever had at this tournament.
It's a lot of fun to be a part of. 22 teams and 31 games this season. We're working toward the halfway point. Herb, we've got to get back to the gym. I think they're getting ready to play, but appreciate the time, and hopefully we can catch up as the tournament continues. We'll go back to the booth, guys, and get ready for Game 4. Happy Thanksgiving to our viewers at home.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Thank you, Joey Wright, down there in the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. We're back for a big-time matchup here in the Washington Invitational. It's the the Hoover Buccaneers against the Dale Pirates. A swashbuckling battle here inside Torrey Gymnasium. I'm Jonathan Michael alongside Jeff Little. Should be a really good game, Jeff. Two of the most highly heralded teams going into this tournament, both with big wins yesterday. It really should, as Hoover, they took down Burbank St. Lawrence 65-58. Yesterday they got a really good effort from their Oklahoma commit, or Hoover I should say, got a really good effort from Salim London. Mix up these teams because they're just so similar in terms of their mascots and everything. Salim London at 26 for Hoover yesterday. And also Dale, they beat the tournament host Washington Panthers 51-31. They got a big effort from the Oklahoma commit, Dayton Forsyth. He got 17 on 7 of 11 shooting, and really not much of a doubt between that Dale and Washington game. They jumped ahead early on and led 24-15 at the half, ran away with it in the second half. Could be a big game, lots of size on the court between these two teams, and we saw a great game also just before us between Victory Christian and Gray Collegiate Academy. I think we're going to see a pretty similar game in terms of talent here.
So, yeah, I agree. I mean, I think this is going to be one of those games where you're going to see some high flying, you're going to see some really athletic plays, some things that we don't normally see maybe in area high school basketball.
Certainly, that's one of the most exciting parts of TOC. You get to see just teams that you normally obviously wouldn't see here on Central Illinois. Lots of talent here in the area, but lots of talent all around the country as well. Dale coming in from Dale, Oklahoma. They brought a pretty good fan section so far this tournament. Had a pretty rowdy crowd last night. It looks like a lot of them are staying for the entire week. You may as well. I mean, why come back for one game?
Why drive to from Oklahoma for one game? You're right.
This may be one of the best ones that they'll get all week long, though, as Hoover as well. A couple of their fans have made the trip. They come from Hoover, Alabama. We're getting ready to get things going here, and the tip is away. The Pirates control it. Dale is in their black and red. Hoover is in the white with orange trim. Hoover got to watch for them down low is big number 55, Dwayne Brown. Here's On the drive, that was Dayton Forsythe. Right on cue, the Oklahoma commit gets the first bucket of the game.
Long three, ends up with a long rebound. Second chance opportunity gives them a first lead.
Here's Hoover on the other end. They're starting five. Looks like this. It's Jarrett Fairley, Elijah Thomas, Seneca Robinson, Salim London, and Dwayne Brown. Dale's starting five is Easton Edmondson, alongside Levi Kelly, Deacon Jones, Dayton Forsythe, and Trayden Chambers. Hoover works the ball around. Lots of work on the shot clock after the offensive board. Foul and the bucket. They're going to wave it off.
Ooh.
I don't know about that one. I thought Jarrett Fairley got the bucket there for Hoover, but the foul is going to go on the floor.
Either the whistle was a little late or it should have counted because he definitely got that thing off. I thought the foul was on the way up.
Now that one, yes, whistle at a blocking foul, so 2 fouls early here for Dale. Now that one will definitely send Fairley to the line. And yesterday, Fairley had 20 points. He lived at the line with 7 of 10 free throw shooting.
You know, we said on Tuesday night, you know, these are the kinds of teams that you want to play early in the season, gauge yourself. You know, maybe you have some rotation. You have some kids out there. They get a chance to see top-notch competition that they might not see night in and night out. So, you know, this is a good stepping stone for coaches early in the season, see what their teams are made of.
Certainly, there's not much to lose playing in these tournaments. You know, all these losses, again, it's not like the NCAA tournament where you're seeded based off of your resume. Obviously, you have win and loss. That's certainly a big part of it. But as a deep three here from Forsythe, there's off the mark. But, you know, certainly you're not going to be too mad about, you know, losing to a strong tournament or a strong team at this tournament. If you win against one, that'll make you feel even better. Deep
Absolutely.
three there by Seneca Robinson. It's hit right iron. Here's Easton Edmondson, the shifty point guard. He's calls the shots for this Dale team. That one for the mid-range near the free throw line, up and good.
Both teams kind of start out here with strong man-to-man defense and just some dribble penetration and a smart decision. He doesn't try to take it to the basket where there's big bodies around. At the rim, pulls up, shoots that free throw line jumper.
There's a three ball on the other end from Hoover, no good. That was London. Here's Dale the other way on the fast break. It's Forsythe running it, kicking it to Denton Forsythe. Then the brotherly connection, not quite there. Now here's Dayton again. Floater in the lane, not quite again. It'll stay with Dale.
Again, those help situations, dribble penetration, people have to rotate to help unstop the ball. Now all of a sudden when the shot goes up, you're just not able to get back and check out.
It's been a lot of good drives to the hoop by a couple of teams today. What a cut from Forsythe. Edmondson just couldn't quite thread the needle. Pass just a little bit too far in front.
That out-of-bounds play is setting up something else. That was a good look. You thought the shooter was coming over top the double screen, and they run that backdoor cut along the baseline.
So Dale go back on defense now. It's Hoover's got a small lead here in the early going. Now on the drive here is Salim London driving in, shooting. Ball hung on the rim forever and decided not to drop.
Hoover's had a couple balls roll around and not quite go down. Those will probably start falling here soon.
Rim's not quite in the holiday spirit. There's been a couple times that they've. Now that one is good. Down low, Trayden Chambers, the 6'6 junior, getting Dale's first field goal on the board. Now here's London, top of the key, kicks it over to Fairley on the wing, sizes up Forsythe, kicks down low to the big fella, Dwayne Brown, working on Denton Forsythe, up and
That's
good.
A nice post move.
Now it looks like Hoover head coach Scott Ware is going to call a timeout. Talk some things over as the Buccaneers lead the Pirates 5-4 here in the first quarter. Or rather 6-4 is scoreboard. A little slow at updating, but again, glad you're with us here on your Thanksgiving. Jonathan Michael here alongside Jeff Little in the booth for Clutch Sports Media. Production of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions Jeff, I know you've been here in the booth a couple times already, but I'm sure you're pretty familiar with this tournament and everything
Absolutely.
like that. What have you seen so far for the first 2.5 days or so of action?
Well, I mean, I think you just see top-notch competition. You see kids. I mean, like you said, there are some incredibly talented kids in the Peoria, Central Illinois area at every level, 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A, whatever. But, you get into this situation and you see, hey, I may be a really good player here, but there are kids all over that, whether it's their system or whether it's the way their skills, they're awfully talented as well. So, I think, like we said, this is a good opportunity for teams to see where they're at. Nice pull-up move.
That's Dayton Forsyth right there. The Oklahoma commit will be headed down to play for Porter Moser with the Sooners. They'll say in Satan Norman.
I think he would be I could see him playing for Coach Moser. He's the kind of player that they like. Hoover going with the high-low here.
And Dwayne Brown, the big fella, puts it right up and in. Not much resistance there by Dale in the paint.
I think they got the score corrected during that timeout.
Yep. So
Dale's got an 8-5 lead here.
They'll kick it outside. Here's Denton Forsyth. Whistle blows as Ware looks for a little bit of an explanation from the Zebras. It'll be Edmondson here to inbound. They'll kick it down low. Here's Deacon Jones, the right-hand hook. Or left-hand hook, I should say. Not quite there. Buccaneers the other way. Here's Robinson. Getting over to Caleb Williams in the game now. And no, that's not the Caleb Williams. That's the quarterback for USC. Pretty common name, though, is Brown working the post. What a move. Can't quite finish, though. And nice board from Denton Forsyth. He'll kick it over to his brother Dayton. Now Edmondson sees an opportunity at the free throw line. Takes it no good. Rebound by another big fella, Jackson Sheffield of Hoover. They're bringing a very big lineup on the floor and a charge. Charge brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm.
When you're the person with the basketball, we always kind of talk about pull up at the free throw line. Make your decision at the free throw line. You can shoot a 15-foot jump shot and be wide open. When you take it to the basket too deep, sometimes you draw that situation right there where you pick up a foul and pick up a charge.
At the Thanksgiving banquet that was provided earlier today, Jody Brown herself talked about memories of her late husband, Kevin, who this tournament's memorialized after, and she said, do the things like the hustle plays, take a charge. And Dale just did that there. Here's Hoover on the other end. London's three is off. Forward, here's Sheffield kicking it back out. We're really interested to see what Hoover can do with two fellas over at 6'9". There's a blocking foul there on Edmondson. He was close to drawing the charge, and their head coach, Jeff Edmondson, can't believe it.
Close call, but I think that's a right call. He kind of slid in there as that he had turned the corner and left his feet. You get up underneath him, but you got to give him room to come down.
Edmondson, a quiet night scoring yesterday, just 2 points as Brown goes up and gets fouled. Edmondson still found ways to impact the game, just running the offense smoothly. Brown yesterday, he had 8 points on 2 of 2 shooting from the field, went 4 of 5 from the free throw line, and he'll get another chance here. That one much too strong. He'll try number 2. That one also off the back iron as well. Here comes Dale the other way as Deacon Jones will head back to the scorer's table, ready to check in for the Pirates. Feed down low, nice job. Looking for Chambers, it'll stay with Hoover. And Dale are not afraid at all of getting into the paint despite the 2'6'9" fellas, Jackson Sheffield, Dwayne Brown.
Forsyth does such a good job here early of making good decisions with the ball. He made a great pass for a basket earlier. Good back screen right there. Forsyth goes up high and gets it. Here he's got the big guy on him, so they'll clear out, and this will kind of be a one-on-one if he gives him too much room.
Now here's Jones with it, back to Forsyth.
switch back on defense.
Smaller defender on him now, and Forsyth is going to shoot 3. Fairly got him on the arm as he went up, and that will give Forsyth a chance to double the Dale lead.
You just cannot foul that. I mean, I know he may make it. You challenge it, but you got to give him room to come down. You certainly can't hit him.
First one just bounces off the rim.
It's amazing. Sometimes you put those good shooters inside the arc on the free throw line, and it becomes harder.
No kidding. There's a couple of shooters I can think of that you'd think they'd be great at shooting free throws, and they just...
It's too close.
Yeah, it's just too close for him, exactly. Here's Forsyth again. That one is good. Rebounds from the miss and knocks down 2. So Dale is doubling up Hoover here in the early going. Both teams looking to stay undefeated in the Washington Invitational portion. It's one of 4 little sub-tournaments here in the TOC. Sheffield had it stripped. It'll stay with Hoover. But I gotta fear the winner of this game might be looking pretty good to potentially play for that Washington Invitational Championship on Saturday evening. Here's Fairley turning, finds London. He turns, spins for the mid-range. What a shot for Salim London.
Nice spin move, and again, under control and taking the open shot instead of forcing it to the rim. That's key.
That's a big bucket for Hoover to keep Dale at an arm's length right now. Denton Forsyth kicks over to his brother. I figure that those two guys are pretty close on the court as Forsyth elevates for a 3. And Sheffield grabs the board, but I'm sure a lot of these Dale players are pretty close. Just a school of under 200 as London gets another floater to go. He's got 4 straight.
Cuts that lead to 1 point, 10-9 here.
How about the enrollment difference which is between these two schools as nice feed down low to Trayden Chambers. Good ball movement from Dale. But Hoover's got an enrollment, Jeff, of 2,766. Dale's enrollment just 198.
I saw that. They may have classes with 190, a PE class or something with 198 kids in it.
No kidding. Don't call it David against Goliath, though. This Dale team can hang with just about anybody.
They are not intimidated at all by the size or the athleticism or anything. I mean, and then they're matching it. I don't mean that they are just playing. They're smart. They've got a lot of good spacing. They're well coached. I mean, you can see what they're doing. And Hoover, athletically, a couple times as they've helped, they help with their back turn. They just rotate straight to the ball, and that kid makes a good cut to the basket. And they've gotten probably 4 or 6 points off little backdoor dribble penetration and drop-offs.
That's exactly right. As Brown will check out for Hoover. Riley Fry, a 5'11 junior, will come in. So Hoover now going a little bit smaller as Brown gets a rest. 5.1 to go. Another chance for an inbound, maybe a couple dribbles. They get it into Dayton Forsyth. That's the ball.
That's in his range, that's for
That's
sure.
what you want, and he got it. Dayton Forsyth just before the horn. And Dale puts together a strong first quarter of action. They lead 15-9. Pirates very impressive here in the first half of action. Hoover should still give them a fight later on.
Absolutely. I mean, they have got things. They're playing well under control. And on the defensive end, even though they're being outsized, especially when Hoover went with the 2 big guys, they're smart. They're packing it in. They're looking to help and doing a great job. And a good first quarter for the Dale Pirates.
Great first 8 minutes of action. Don't go anywhere. Well, let's take a quick break to thank all of our great sponsors for tonight's broadcast. Starting with Jake Weston State Farm right here in Washington for all of your insurance needs. Give Jake from State Farm a call at 309-444-4441 or at jakewestoninsurance.com. Also, SunPower by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And all of our silver sponsors, we'd like to thank SEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown, Jimmy Johns, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. And also by Keps, the official pre- and post-game stout of the Tournament of Champions. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand for a discount. Caps great atmosphere and great food. And also by PJ Hair. I want to thank them for their support of the Tournament of Champions, and also by the city of East Peoria supporting all the players, coaches, and fans at this great tournament. Happy Thanksgiving to you all back at home, wherever you're tuning in, whether that's in Dale, Oklahoma, in Hoover, Alabama, or anywhere in between. Hope you're enjoying your holiday. Maybe you're just waiting for that turkey to come out of the oven. Maybe you just ate it. How about you, Jeff? I ate it a little bit earlier today at the tournament banquet.
We put the turkeys on the smoker about 6:30 this morning and ate at lunchtime. So we're good. Turkey sandwiches tonight when I get home.
Sounds pretty good to me. I was still asleep at 6:30 this morning. Late night, early morning. That's the life of broadcasting the TOC. A lot of fun though. As Dale's got some energy on their side, as the floater's no good from Hoover. Forsyth's looking to push. What a pass to the corner to a cutting Levi Kelly. Now here's Easton Edmondson. Back to Kelly in the corner. His shot up and good. Got knocked down as he shot it. Didn't matter.
You just noted, I mean, it's just the spacing that they have, the way they push the ball against a team that's bigger and more athletic. Here they're putting some pressure on the half court.
And a charge from Dayton Forsyth. Everything going Dale's way right now. Now this band of boys from Oklahoma is really impressive. Forsyth, I just slid in at the perfect time, got set. Great awareness. That's a Jody Brown State Farm charge. As Dale doubling up Hoover. Great kick. I'd like to see how Hoover tries to adjust defensively. Again, that spacing giving him a lot of problems.
Well, then Dale's quick enough. They are able to turn the corner and get some dribble penetration. So with that spacing, that is a great left-handed move by Forsyth.
Showing off the acrobatics. Dayton Forsyth has got 8. The response from Hoover, they needed that one. Jarrett Fairley, he knocks down his second 3-ball of the tournament.
And that could be key. I mean, if they can start hitting a few shots from the perimeter, that's going to force Dale out on the perimeter to guard them, and that may open things up inside.
I think that's good complementary basketball that Hoover can play as Edmondson turns in the lane. Shoots no good. Brown pulls in the board, and now Hoover looks to push. Nice no-look pass to Salim London, who crashes to the floor. He's a bit shaken up. He'll shoot 2, and thankfully he's all good.
Kind of hit pretty hard there on his back as he tried to shoot that reverse layup. See how it affects these couple of free throws.
Yeah, it's always tough to shoot free throws after crashing hard to the floor. You probably, again, now there's any really analytics to support that claim, or kind of hard to quantify it, but usually it is a lot tougher to kind of just reset, kind of calm yourself back down. Misses the first one. His second of 2 from the stripe is up and good. So 4 straight for Hoover, who needed them after Dale was starting to build some momentum. Dale bringing in quite the long winning streak into this one. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's at least 40 games right now. State champions at last year in Oklahoma. I believe the year before as well. Unbeaten to start this season. Here's Hoover the other way, run out in transition. Fairly with Edmondson on him, kicks it over. Now here's London, top of the key. 3-ball is no good. Probably a spot that he wanted it. Just couldn't quite get it to go.
Again, I think that last possession by Dale, that's one of the first turnovers that I think they've had this game. I mean, and just a good defensive play. Drive along the baseline and player gets double teamed down there and get their hands on the pass and get a steal.
Nice pass from Edmondson down low, swatted by Brown. Forsyth drops it back off to his brother Denton I should say, and there's Denton to finish it off. He's got 5, Dayton has 8.
That's a tough shot, tougher shot than most people think that it is, because you pull up and shoot that off the baseline, you got nothing in the background for that depth perception like you do from in front. But again, the right decision. You're not taking the ball at Brown and having to shoot over a 6'9" guy. Nice move inside, tips out.
Now here's London off the offensive rebound and no good. Edmondson the board. He'll try and push. Edmondson looks so composed out in the court as all times. As Forsythe, he got fouled on a 3 by Fairley. That's, I believe, the second time that Fairley has done that to Forsythe.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you close out on that shooter, you can't run at him. You've got to run past him. I think that one, there wasn't quite as much contact as the first time.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, he's a smart player. When he gets some contact, he's going to make sure they see it.
And Forsythe makes his first this time around. Last night at the line, Forsythe went 7 for 11. He's just a physical player. He's always seemed to have the ball in his hands and not afraid to get fouled, get to the line.
Well, for 6'2", he's got great quickness. He gets up off the floor. You know, the shooting touch from long range that we've seen. He's going to be a good player at the next level.
He really is, and it'll be better for any Sooners fans out there considering it'll be easy to root for in-state product.
Oh, sure.
I believe his top-rated player in the entire state is Brown. A little surprised by the Ruby hat. Couldn't quite get it to go. He still has it. 3 Pirates jump aboard his ship, and he finishes. Count the bucket.
Stayed with it. He missed the first 2, missed the first, tipped the second, got it, put it down. He's probably fortunate that he didn't get it stolen or get tied up as he put it down to gather himself that third time, but then he drew the foul. Notice there were 3 Dale Pirates around him as he was doing. That's tough chance to get in with that many bodies around you.
And Dale doesn't quite have the size that Hoover does. At 6'9", their biggest player is Trayden Chambers at 6'6", at least height-wise.
Nice pass by Forsythe off the chest of his teammate.
Almost taken away there by Dale, but London finishes it off, and the Buccaneers get a bit of momentum. They trail, I believe, 27-16 now.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to check that score.
And now this is the first game of this tournament we've had a scoreboard discrepancy. It's 25-18. Dale with the lead right now. That's all right. I mean, it's Thanksgiving. Maybe those guys on the scorer's table, maybe a bit checked out, maybe a bit tired, but
yeah, I mean,
it's all good.
It's hard when it's 2 teams that you aren't used to seeing. That and like you said, we've got a Pirates and a Buccaneers up there, and you're just seeing it. It's almost be better if they put black and white up there, so yeah. Points go for the black team, points go for the white team.
Oh, no kidding. I knew when I woke up today, was looking at the matchups. I was like, hey, we got Pirates and the Buccaneers. Yeah. Probably one of the best mascot matchups of the entire tournament. Unfortunately, no live mascots made the trip. That would have been quite the sight as well. Maybe we could have got some halftime entertainment between the two.
Would have been the good Capital One commercial, right? With the
that would be a great one right there. Maybe we'll try and do that arrange that for next year's TOC. Get the next get all the best mascots around and get them all dressed up. Have a little media day with them.
Oh, that'd be good.
That would be. Nothing's too far out of the range of possibilities at Clutch Sports. So we'll see if we can get that to work.
Get Sean and Roger on that.
I'm sure Sean Powell, the tournament director, would like that. And I'm sure Hoover likes that swat from Dwayne Brown. Here they go, 3-on-1. And Seneca Robinson finishes off with a floater. Hoover's made this a 5-point game.
Little bit of pressure here by Hoover has kind of sped Dale up a little bit. And then that last shot was the one I've been talking about. They haven't really taken a lot, or they're trying to shoot the ball over Brown inside, which isn't a great option.
Confident shot there from Denton Forsythe. When you focus on one, you forget about the other, and you got to keep track of both at the same time. Both of the Forsythe brothers putting on a great game. Here's a deep ball from Elijah Thomas. First time he called his name, and he gets the response.
Good inside out. Gets you a great look at a 3.
Forsythe driving in on Austin Dudley into the game for Hoover. A little upset with the foul call there as
block shot's going to be a possession, I believe. I think they called a tie-up jump ball. Dale will maintain possession here.
Edmondson, they'll get ready, set some screens,
Inbound.
and right pass down low. And Jet Higdon couldn't quite finish.
Great out of bounds play, a lot of motion, and everybody comes to the strong side where the shooters are, and all of a sudden, London, his three, good.
Rattles in, Salim London had a massive game last night. He's starting to put together a nice one here. He's got 10 of of Hoover's 26. London bringing a little bit of pressure. And Forsythe drives in. He got fouled there by London on the hold. That'll just be Hoover's third team foul.
Calling it out of bounds. And coach would like free throws out of that. He thought it was shooting, and
they got him on the ground. Edmondson looking for Higdon. Now it goes to Forsythe. Higdon's wide open for the finish this time. Gets it to go.
just smart. I mean, it's just smart basketball. They draw the defense to him, and he's Forsythe smart enough and has court vision and awareness to get the ball to him.
Here's London over to Dudley. Brown, he can shoot the deep ball. He'll try it here off the back iron.
I would think Dale would prefer that he take those.
Forsythe
tries to draw the foul like his brother has a couple times, didn't get the call.
Not much contact there as he drives in this time. He'll go to the hoop. Who's got the ball? It'll go out of bounds and go over to Hoover, who can make it a one-score game with you're under 2 minutes left to play here in quarter number 2.
Yeah, that possession right there was great dribble penetration, and Hoover rotates, and then the ball handler sees the shooter in the corner. He's got the post player. They rotate to the ball and the post player. The shooter's wide open in the corner. I mean, it's just good basketball. And they're able to execute against a team that maybe is more athletic than them, but they don't care.
It's more so about spacing and just the intangibles, ball movement, things like that. Doesn't matter how big you are. If you can do those little things like Dale has been doing, you can win a lot of basketball games. They've won 40 straight.
Well, there's a possession right there where they get the ball inside of Brown. That probably is going to be 2 points in 90% of his games. He puts it on the floor, and here comes Dale flying across from the weak side to double into post.
Great shot there from Elijah Thomas. Step back three, nothing but nylon, and this is a 1 point game all of a sudden after Hoover was down by 11 just not too long ago.
We definitely expected this kind of game. Forsythe turns a corner, gets it inside. Again, I think the post player needs to take a step to that pass there, and it won't get tipped away.
Robinson took the screen from Sheffield. Now to go back to him. He'll slow things down a bit. Now 60 ticks left. Turnover by Hoover. Here comes Dale the other way. Here is Higdon on the fast break. Clutches and shoots, gets it to go. Higdon's got 4. Easy bucket for Dale. Now Hoover at the other end. Dudley, a 3-ball. We're all knotted up at 32. This is exactly what we were expecting, Jeff. We knew it wouldn't be a big blowout in this one. Seeing some great action here today on Thanksgiving at the Tournament of Champions.
Dale sort of got off to a little bit of a lead, but Hoover has responded and tied this thing up.
11-point deficit. Erased, and Higdon is blocked again. That's the second time he's done so today. Higdon in the right spot. They just could use extra shot fake or two.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, the problem is you shot fake one in the air, and the second one's there waiting. I mean,
Indeed. Not many teams can say they have 2 big 6'9" centers. There's Forsythe working on Brown, matching with the 2 stars. And turning it over is Dale. Other way, here comes Robinson. He's got some trailers, then finishes. Hoover gets the lead right before the half. And Edmondson at the horn, just a bit short. How about the Hoover Buccaneers? First quarter belonged all to Dale. Hoover comes back and takes the halftime lead, 34-32. This is some high-level basketball and a great response from the Buccaneers. Playing some a lot better defense. It looks like they kind of know what's coming a little bit more now from Dale.
Well, I think Dale cooled off a little bit from the perimeter, and like I said, a couple of opportunities that they got in early kind of got deflected or stolen away. So Hoover turning up the defensive pressure probably made as much of an impact there, and they converted on the offensive end. They were patient, looked to get it inside, but at the same time, they made some outside shots that got them back in it.
Yeah, they've played well down in the paint, played well around the perimeter, as has Dale. It's been a really fun game to watch here on your Thanksgiving evening from Washington, Illinois, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We're going to step aside for a quick word from all of our great sponsors of the TOC and come back. We'll have action from the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central right after this.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Hit thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And I want to thank all of those great sponsors of the TOC. Gavin Russell down at the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. A special guest, Gavin, take it away.
Welcome back inside the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me, Brian Tibbs. Brian, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
Brian, I know we've talked in the past couple tournaments, and I think the best thing about this tournament is it's one great tournament, but there's so many different people that help make it possible and a lot of different facets of it. So tell our audience about what your part is and what you do with that role.
Yeah, so one of the fun ways that I get to be part of this tournament is to engage the community and get kids here, get families here. So one of the things that we've done over the last 3 or 4 months are these the Washington Community Bank's clinics, youth clinics. So our players, and we had, I think, 8 or 9 satellite clinics this year. So 455 kids got to attend a clinic this year. And when they attend the clinic, they get the gray T-shirt, and then they get to come into the tournament for free. So really trying to get people here and to come out and get to see this high-level basketball.
And you get the community involved that way. You mentioned those satellite tournaments. Explain, how many different cities got involved with that and how that's just continuing to grow.
Yeah, I think we had 6 satellite communities involved: Streeter, El Paso, Morton,
Edwardsville even was on there.
Yeah, we had one at Ball Hog Academy, Mid-Pro Academy, Notre Dame, and Morton. So all of those communities hosted clinics for their kids. And I guess the best part about all of that is all that money raised goes ultimately to the KB Strong Foundation, which is
indeed, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. But it's also a great opportunity for the players, the current high school players, to get involved. I know some of the Washington players are out here helping the kindergarten through 8th grade kids. That's a great experience for them too.
Yeah, we had 199 kids from Washington and surrounding communities participate in 2 clinics we did in August. So great numbers there. And then we had 65 kids that got to go to the clinic on Wednesday of this week that the Maumelle Hornets from Arkansas conducted for us. So huge thank you to the Maumelle Maumelle Hornets for helping us out with that clinic. They did a great job, and our kids really had a good time. So.
Indeed, and also the ball boy and ball girl experience, that's something else kind of separate. I know we've seen several roaming around. I think, don't they get to stick with the team, kind of just engage with that team all week, which is a really cool experience?
Yeah, another thing we came up with was this ball boy experience where the players get to be assigned to a team. Awesome. They get to be at the end of the bench, go to the locker room, just be with that team. So pretty fun. So all of the games that team plays, that's they're their ball boy. They clean up the bench, get them water, get in the high five line.
Yeah.
It's really cool. Just a fun way to get kids involved and excited about basketball.
Something they're going to remember forever, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you don't
Yeah.
forget something like that when you got 6'10" Division I prospect,
Yep.
shaking your hand. That's pretty cool. Maybe somebody out there watching like, hey, I'd love to get involved with that. Even if they don't live in Washington, they live in a surrounding community. How can they get involved next year?
Yeah, so we put the information out a couple months in advance, and we take signups by we let them request what team they want to be with, and whoever requests the team first, if it's available, they get that team. So, we have some kids from surrounding communities involved this year for the first time. Really exciting that some of these satellite clinics and all these things from surrounding communities. So it's just really exciting that we're able to kind of expand our footprint a little bit here in Central Illinois.
Indeed, and along with that, as you mentioned, it goes to supporting that KB Strong Foundation. Everybody that comes in here had a different experience with Kevin Brown, and some knew him better than others. But I think one thing that we continue to talk about is how great he was with the community. Just talk about your experience with Kevin and how you want to continue to carry that on.
Yeah, I think Coach would be proud of what this team has built. There's many people under Coach Schermerhorn's leadership where what this tournament has turned into. And very, very quickly, when people come in, they realize this is way more than basketball. Way more than the basketball's great, but this is an avenue to talk about the KB Strong, talk about glioblastoma, have those conversations, and ultimately raise a little money to put a little bit of glimmer of hope, hopefully someday, in people that are impacted by that disease.
And it's a horrible disease. We've even talked, I believe our own Charlie Schermerhorn talked with Matt and Sandy who, have been affected by this disease. So many have been affected, There's more people I think we realize. Even I know there's a couple other teachers even here in Washington that got affected with that.
Yeah. I mean, it impacts way more people. Kind of awkward or kind of weird that it is impacting so many people in this area. But, yeah, we've really been impacted here in Washington, and just anything we can do to provide some hope is what we're after. So.
And of course, you're involved in that ball boy, ball girl experience, but you're running around doing all sorts of things. I even saw you were standing by. You're feeding the players over here some Thanksgiving food. Talk about what this experience has been like today.
Yeah, a few years ago, a team told us that they had to eat at the gas station because they couldn't find a restaurant that was open on Thanksgiving night. Most even the restaurants that are 24 hours a day a lot of times aren't open. So we got together and we came up with a meal last year. We smoked some pork and just kind of like really just a grassroots thing. We wanted everybody to have just a great experience here. So a friend of mine from Bethany Community Church said, hey, I want to help. I want to do that. Reached out to him, and now they are feeding all the teams here. So huge thank you to Bethany Community Church for being a part of that. They smoked brisket, they smoked pork, and they smoked some turkey. So really just a fun thing, and the teams are hanging out. So it's just a fun Thanksgiving day here.
That sounds like some good eating to me, especially traveling on the road. You play a basketball game, and then you're probably hungry afterwards. So a lot goes into the tournament. A big thanks to everybody out there helping with it. And Brian Tibbs, you do a great job. So thank you, Brian, for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We're going to send him back up to the booth now. It's Dale and Hoover. Second half coming up. John, take it away.
Done.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Hit thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Second half of action right on cue between Dale and Hoover here in the Washington Invitational part of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. As it'll be Hoover basketball to start. Jonathan Michael, Jeff Little here in the booth with you. Glad you're tuning in with us on Thanksgiving. And how about, my word, looks like Levi Kelly trying to sell the call right away.
Levi's got to be careful because he's got 3 and didn't get much of an opportunity in the first half because he got those fouls, got a couple of them right there on that first possession and picked up 3. So he's got to be careful of getting that 4th one here.
Probably pretty glad that the refs aren't calling things too close here in this tournament. Again, they know that all the fans watching here and at home, they came to watch the players, not the refs. Here comes Dale the other way on a turnover.
That's a great play by Dale. 23 comes from the weak side. They ran the same out of bounds play, 4 low, and they throw it inside to Brown, but he drops back with a little bit of a lob, and he just came flying from the corner to make the play.
At 23 is Deacon Jones, who was nominated to the all-hair team of the tournament earlier today. That one up and good. Levi Kelly gets his first bucket of the game for Dale as they tie it right back up.
Well, and now we talked about the second quarter being all Hoover, but that would have been the time when Kelly would have been on the bench.
Indeed. Got away. Big bucket there as here's Jet Higdon to check in now for Dale as
he picks up his 3rd inside, and that's a tough draw to try to guard Brown inside, to be the one matched up. You're getting a lot of help, but you're going to be the one banging bodies.
That's Trayden Chambers. He's got 3, and Levi Kelly has 3 as well. Deep ball from Elijah Thomas is off the mark. Brown kicks it back out. Thomas again, still no good. Brown gets it right back. Can't teach size. We'll try again a 3rd time.
Well, and that's probably where Dale will miss Chambers, maybe on the boards as much as anything. London had to change ball position, got his rebound up and in.
3 offensive boards for Hoover, leads to a bucket, and I think the odds are if you're going to get 4 chances, you'll probably get a score on one of them, especially if you're a team like Hoover. Forsythe, the other end, a mid-range J.
Well, bad teams shoot 25%, so if you get 1 out of 4.
That's true, but good teams also rebound well as well. As Fairley lays it in for Hoover, and we're going to get a foul on Fairley here. That's his 3rd.
Yeah, he got those 2 fouls guarding Forsythe on the perimeter in the first half.
Yep.
And now he picks one up, guarding him up the court on the ball. Coach is going to leave him in now, but I think he's going to switch off and put someone else on Dayton Forsythe.
Yep, they got Fairley now on Easton Edmondson. He's got the ball now. Nice cut down low to Forsythe at the finish. This gym is rocking thanks to Dayton Forsythe, his legacy solar slam.
I tell you, that's a great backdoor cut. The defensive player turns his head, and Forsythe's just smart enough to go, I'm gonna cut back door, and I tell you, that shows his athleticism, a 6'2" kid in the lane in traffic.
Boy, anytime you see a player like Forsythe cut the baseline, you know something special is about to happen. We've seen a lot of those types of dunks here in this tournament. Lots of play above the rim. And everyone on the Dale side of the floor just shot up in celebration. We're all knotted up. 3rd quarter of action. Fairley driving in on Kelly, who's got 3 fouls. He had to play conservative there.
Absolutely. I mean, he had to be careful, and he was.
I think they'll probably give up that bucket to sacrifice Kelly being able to stay in the game.
Absolutely.
Dale hasn't had a problem getting the ball in the hoop today, as here's Edmondson working on Fairley. Kicks it out. Here's Kelly.
We haven't had to mention the shot clock here because both teams.
No. As Forsythe lays it up and in, he's got 20, exactly half of Dale's points. And you're right, we haven't had a shot clock violation yet.
I don't even think we've been close to a shot clock violation yet.
And plays like that from Salim London will help that cause. He puts Hoover back in front. So it's just been trading buckets here in the 3rd quarter. Hoover maintaining a 2-point lead. Now Forsythe for the lead. He got it to go. He's eating up. 23 now for the Oklahoma commit.
Tell you, when you're quick enough to go by your guy, he's got to give you room, and you can shoot like that. That's going to be a tough matchup.
You got to guard Forsythe every foot of the floor because his range is limitless. Other end, Thomas's three is no good. Chance now for Dale to get 2 in a row. It's Forsythe. Oh my word, he got it again! Dayton Forsythe is white hot, ladies and gentlemen.
That's from the volleyball attack line for you. London hangs in the lane.
Now here's Kelly with the board. He'll run the floor for the Pirates. Forsythe again, a heat check. Oh my word. Now there's down low, Kelly and one. Dale's going nuts right now.
Wow. Tell you, you're seeing a one player kind of take over and then his teammates feed off of that. Great offensive rebound off the miss. Rotate to the guy on the left side block, right side wide open layup, 3-point play opportunity.
How about these fans from Dale too? They're bringing Oklahoma to Central Illinois, and this probably feels like a home game for the Pirates right now, as Kelly can't quite finish off the 3-point play. But
so if you assume there's 198 in the school, I would bet this might be most of the town of Dale, Oklahoma.
No.
I'm not sure, and I apologize if I'm wrong.
We'll do some research. We'll get on our research department to see what the population of Dale, Oklahoma is. Big three here from Robinson is off, and now Dale will push it back up the floor again. Forsythe won't go with the three. He'll kick it back out. Kelly from way out. No good. Flying in for the board was Deacon Jones. Bounced off of him, and it'll be Hoover basketball.
Keegan Jones, he's the one that made the steal on the out-of-bounds play earlier. There he just comes flying in. Almost gets an offensive rebound there.
Dale has a ton of energy right now.
See Dale making a little bit of a switch. They've been man-to-man the whole game. They've seen some 2-3 zone, but they're really extending this.
Jones comes up to help now, falls back down. Hoover will set things up. Robinson wants to screen, but it's taken away by, no, it's not. Hoover gets it right back. Dayton Forsythe with some active
Shot clock
hands.
at 5. Here we go. Shot clock's at 5. I don't know if they realize it.
They have no idea. There's 1 second left to shoot, and Hoover had no clue. And Jeff Edmondson in the Dale sideline are going crazy.
Well, I think the tip ball, I think maybe Hoover thought it restarted the clock, but there was no possession. It was just a tip loose ball that Hoover went in the backcourt and got. Shot clock never reset. So Dale with a chance to add to this 6-point lead.
The lead is only 6. Hoover still in this game. They just need to get some momentum. Shoots at Forsythe upstairs. He can't be stopped. 28 for Dayton.
Inside and outside. I tell you, it's a good player, a smart player, smart teammates that know to look for him.
Hoover needs to find an answer for him. Can they get one with London? No. But they get the board. Now here's Sheffield up top with the slam. A Legacy Solar slam gets Hoover back within 6, and he got fouled too.
Absolutely. Get a chance to turn this into a 3-point play.
More importantly, make it a 5-point game.
Dale already has Chambers, their starting big man on the bench with 3 fouls. His replacement in the game, Jed Higdon's picked up his second. Again, they've got tough matchups. Oh, the bank is open today on Thanksgiving.
Man. On the free throw line, no less. As Edmondson brings it up. This has been a wild third quarter, one of the most fun ones of the entire tournament so far. Edmondson runs into a wall, namely Sheffield. Kicks it back out. Nice feed down low to Higdon. It's took away. Nice hands from Sheffield, the big fella.
Absolutely. Did a great job showing on the ball screen.
Now Fairley, a tough look, but the trailer is also no good. Higdon tried to maybe still a call just slightly, but here comes Dale the other way. Forsythe will slow it down. They've been playing fast. This really benefited them. Forsythe for 3 again, he's fouled. And Austin Dudley from Hoover says, what can I do? I don't know if Forsythe, this is the 3rd time shooting 3 free throws from the line.
He got fouled. There was contact.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, he's one of those perimeter shooters of a Seth Curry type that, when that defensive player runs in front, the arm goes out, the leg goes out, you get some contact and you go down, and they make the call.
Yeah, certainly is. Forsyth is now on the threshold of 30. And there it is. We're in the third quarter, so Forsyth may be putting together a highest scoring output of this entire tournament so far. And make it 31. Dale's lead is now 8.
He's nowhere close to being done yet either. I'm just telling you.
Well, the tournament record is 51. That was set by Kenneth Lewis from Booker T. Washington from Houston, Texas last year. That was quite the performance, although they kind of knew he was closing on the record and gave him the ball late. Give the ball to Jarrett Fairley. He'll give you a 3 ball as Fairley now up to 11 and Hoover back to within arm's reach.
Well, you see the situation where Dale switched to that 2-3 zone just to kind of force those perimeter shots, and if Hoover can make them, they'll get themselves right back in the game.
Edmondson feeds a low to Higdon, gets fouled by Sheffield. Good shot fake there. That's Sheffield's first foul of the game and Hoover's 4th of the quarter.
Edmondson does a great job, dribble, penetrates the lane, draws the help, makes the pass down to the block.
Edmondson, not a big scorer, but just a great floor general for Dale as Dwayne Brown comes back in. As they switch out centers, Hoover does. As Seneca Robinson comes in as well, excuse me.
Well, like you said, Dale on a 40-plus game win streak here, and that kind of success just breeds more success. You expect things, you know what it is that makes you successful. You can tell by the way their kids play.
And I was covering the Bradley Braves for the past couple seasons, including this year as well. Fairley's floater is off the mark, Forsyth the board, but talking to Brian Wardle this season in the Braves, they're 5-0 to start the year, and as he said, a thing that they're expecting to do, especially in close games, is they're just expecting to win. That's been really big for Bradley, who's won a number of close games this year. And same for Dale as Forsyth gets another one. He's got as much as his jersey number, 33 now.
Well, there was a situation where Hoover was trying to run a second guy to double him, and he just dribbled away from it and got all the way to the rim.
Forsyth is shifty. He's got strength, size, shooting ability. And a 3 at the horn is no good. Jeff Edmondson is so fired up right now for the Dale Pirates. Loves what he's seeing. And they lead 56-48, but something tells me Hoover probably isn't done. Don't go anywhere. This 4th quarter is going to be full of fireworks. And while we have a quick break, I want to thank all of our great sponsors of this fantastic tournament, starting with Jake Wesson State Farm right here in Washington. For all your insurance needs, auto, home, life, Jake from State Farm is your guy. 309-444-4441. Pretty easy phone number to remember. Or visit him online at jakewessoninsurance.com. Also SunPower by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. And a multitude of silver sponsors like SEFQ Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for the support of the KBM TOC. And also right here in town in Washington, Illinois, Keps, the official sports bar and grill of the TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament. You have your ticket, you get a discount. Keps, great atmosphere, great food as well. And also by PJ Hayer, I want to thank them for their support of the KBM TOC. And also as well by the city of East Peoria playing a big part in this tournament as well. East Peoria just on the road here from Washington, Illinois, about 20 minutes east of Peoria. Right in the heart of Illinois. Illinois is a big basketball state, big basketball city, Peoria is, but Dale and Hoover, they live some basketball as well. This has not disappointed. As Dale the other way, start the 4th. Nice ball moving outside. 3 ball from Dayton Forsyth. Just off the mark.
Again, you see Hoover running that double team right at him. Denton Forsyth almost got a clean steal there. A little bit of body contact draws the foul.
Then you got London on the leg. He's limping just slightly, so Dale didn't like that call, but there was a bit of it there. That's Denton Forsyth is first.
See that Dale stays in that 2-3 zone. Inside out, London at the free throw line, drops off.
Fairley tried to get to his tee, but London is there to clean it up. Puts it back in, so Lee London's got 16 for Hoover. Now here comes a little bit of a full court press, man-to-man, here's Deacon Jones.
My guess is that's kind of that's the kind of pressure that you can run and jump double off of that a little bit, but they're just trying to.
Nice feed down low. Outside, here's Jones, and he threw the arm out. That'll be an offensive foul on Dale.
You know, the one thing about all of the kids from Dale, all of the kids that are on the perimeter can catch it and put it on the floor without traveling. They put it on the floor under control. They know where teammates are going to go when there's help and that kind of thing. It's such good basketball to watch.
I attribute that to just great coaching. I'm sure Jeff Edmondson, he's got quite the system going down there at Dale, and his players do a good job of just executing. It really comes down to that as well. Forsyth driving in. He's triple T'ing down low and not being able to finish. That was Traden Chambers around the rim and out. Now Fairley, acrobatic finish. He'll head to the line.
Another great pass by Forsyth inside. Chambers just missed. Again, Chambers is a player that's been in and out, been in some foul trouble, been sitting down most of the third quarter. Got a great look there, rolled around, just didn't go in. Hoover rebounds, pushes it up the floor quickly.
First one misses from Jarrett Fairley, 6'2" junior. Lots of juniors on this Hoover team. The only seniors are Elijah Thomas and Trace Cunningham, so they'll be set up really well next year. So they have London, Fairley, Brown, all those guys are juniors. There's Levi Kelly, he's also a junior as well. And being fouled is Kelly. He'll head to the line there. Dale's also a fairly young team. They have Forsyth and Deacon Jones are seniors, but good amount of juniors, good amount of sophomores. These are just arguably dynasties, both programs are. Passing the tradition down is Kelly Six is first. They'll make it 5 points for him.
Well, as a coach, sometimes you like to have all seniors out there, but at the same time, when you have players from all of your classes that are out there contributing, they can step into roles when they're juniors, step into a different role when they're seniors, and you're kind of just changing the names on the clipboard.
Probably helps you sleep a little bit better in the offseason as well. And there's a bucket for London as Levi Kelly just can't believe it. Oh, it will be, that foul will go on Kelly, so that's his fourth. I see his frustration now.
Absolutely. I don't think it was on him. I think it was on Chambers, maybe, but either way, it was going to be a bad decision for the Dale Pirates.
That's 4 now on Kelly, and looks like Easton Edmondson will check back in. London drops in the free throw. He's approaching 20 points tonight. And we talked about Dale a lot, Jeff, but Hoover is still right in this game, only down 6 minutes left to play.
Well, that's a lot of time, but I think you're going to see Dale really, not milk the shot clock, but they're so efficient offensively, they can take the shot clock down before they look to score. When you got a player like this and Forsyth out there, here's Edmondson bringing it up.
Nice feed down low, but a bit too hot for Traden Chambers to handle. That came after a backcourt foul from Elijah Thomas. And Dale's already committed 4 fouls in this quarter, Jeff, so Hoover's going to be shooting free throws the rest of the way out.
All factors that could play into a close game.
Maybe That's the advantage that Hoover needs right now. Fairly sizing up Edmondson before he goes back to Robinson. Shot there from Salim London. He's putting together a nice game.
Hoover's kind of got an answer here for this 2-3 zone the last couple possessions. They've got somebody at the high post, somebody at the low post, and that somebody at the high post is London, and he could shoot that little 15-foot jumper.
That ball will stay with Dale after it was batted around by multiple players. See if Dale goes back to that different defense they showed earlier in the game. Worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
In that second quarter, or that third quarter, I should say. Forsythe lays it up and in. 35 now for him, and that'll give them some breathing room.
Get a 6'2" guard posted up on the weak side off the out-of-bounds play, and he's smart enough, again, shot fake and shoot the reverse so it can't get blocked.
Barely a three front iron, but right there is Elijah Thomas. Nice job following the shot. Now here comes a press from Hoover. Up ahead, risky pass, and the Buccaneers take it away. Other end, London kicking barely for the lead. No good. Look who's right there. It's Thomas. He ties it up at 60 apiece. Great hustle from the senior guard. Here goes Dayton Forsythe finishing. Edmondson wanted a foul. Was some contact, but he won't get it. Hoover slowing things down now. Energy ratcheting up in this gym.
Got a timeout here.
Scott Ware from Hoover wants to talk things over. He sensed that Dale may have been just trying to get a little bit of momentum. The crowd's getting loud. Maybe that just to talk things over again. You can't take those back to Alabama with you.
No.
So they have 3 timeouts remaining. Dale has 4.
Well, in most teams, I'm sure maybe Coach is talking about, they probably have 3 or 4 sets that they can run against a 2-3 zone. I wouldn't be shocked to see Dale come out of this and maybe play a different defense, not be in the 2-3 zone. But if they are, I'm sure that Hoover's setting up some kind of set. Maybe they can get, that elbow jump shot that they've gotten. Maybe they can go inside out, knock down a 3, and take the lead back.
At fairly 3 would have been massive for Hoover, but again, they're just right in this game. Jeff, I'm looking at Dale's huddle right now, and I can see why he's been so successful each year. It looks like they've brought the entire JV team as well.
Absolutely.
There's about 15 players that are standing up. Obviously, the 5 on the floor as well.
Well, you got the varsity and the white warm-ups, and I'm guessing you're right that that's the JV and the red.
Look at all these, their team picture in the program right now. There's close to 30 boys in that picture, and there's 198 kids in the entire school.
That's a testament to the town, to the school. When you get 30 kids in a school of 198 that want to be a part of your program, want to be on your basketball team, and I know schools that are struggling to fill a freshman roster or your sophomore roster. So, that's just a testament to the way the town probably supports and reacts to this team.
Here's Brown working down low, tips it back up. Third chance is no good, but there's going to be a foul here on the Pirates, so Hoover will be shooting free throws the rest of the way out. They're bringing Jet Higdon in. That's Chambers. He just picked up his 4th for the Pirates.
Yeah, that could be a factor down the stretch. We still got half of this 4th quarter to go.
And who knows, maybe potentially overtime as well.
Oh, absolutely.
If it got to that point, could be advantage Hoover, but...
Well, Levi Kelly's on the bench there as well with his 4th foul, too. So at some point, you're going to see both those guys back. I'm sure Coach Edmondson will kind of make that decision as to win, and maybe the way the game dictates will be.
And Brown airballs the second free throw. Don't see that too often. Normally sure-handed from the line, but maybe just tired legs there. And Dale holds a 1-point lead again. Chambers, they'd be on the bench. Maybe not going to lose him so much on the offensive side, but defensively at 6'6", that's a big presence in the paint they're going to miss as Forsythe, he's been living in the paint as well, and he'll head to the line.
Well, and that's just get the ball in bounds to Forsythe, and he takes it the length of the court. And I know it's easy for people sitting there saying, hey, they got to rotate, they got to help. They're trying to help. They're trying to get there and stop the ball. I mean, it's not like they don't know what they're trying to do.
Yeah, Hoover, they learned their Dayton Forsyth lesson earlier, and they're still trying to solve it. That's just the problems that he poses. And he goes 1 of 2 at the line. Hoover his point total up to 36.
Well, they've slowed him down a little bit, but I would expect an outburst here in the last 3:45.
Yeah, that stretch back in the third quarter, that was one of the best stretches of any one player that I've ever seen. Brown down low, wide open, finishes, down and back up at 63.
Nice assist there, and a steal on the inbounds.
Thomas can't quite finish. Forsyth there with the board. He rips it back away from some feisty Buccaneers. He drives in, thought about the floater, but feeds to Higdon. He's swatted by Dwayne Brown. The big fella is back and making an impact.
And you see Dale's gone back to that man-to-man. Here they go, trying to get it inside.
And Brown just bullies him in the paint. Higdon trying to get a charge. Again, he's playing with 2 fouls. As Easton Edmondson trying to get clarification from the referee. But Dwayne Brown, 2 straight buckets plus the steal. And now Hoover's in the driver's seat.
I'm watching Forsyth go to the bench here a little bit. He's got a little bit of a pained look on his face. I don't know whether he got hit on one of those drives to the basket or something, but you know, for a player like him that's going to have the ball here in these last 3 minutes a lot, that could be a factor for Dale.
This has been a game that rivals a state championship game, very high level basketball. I mean, this is what a treat that we get to watch. Probably one of the best teams in Alabama versus one of the best teams in Oklahoma, if not the best in either state, regardless of class. I love to see in Oklahoma, obviously I'm sure there's different class systems there, but you know, I'm sure in most states, you know, the team in the largest class would probably beat the team in the smallest one. I think Dale could beat just about any team in the state of Oklahoma. And let's get a head coach there. Scott Ware now, and there's Jeff Edmondson from Dale, the architect of this great program. And Scott Ware of Hoover. Great shots there from our camera operators. Oh, back and forth there. Joey right there at the sticks. Running a great show. We got a great game on our hands. Knew coming into the game that this could be the game of the tournament. And a lot still left to be decided here in this 3 minutes and 3 seconds left. But this is going to be an absolute dandy of a finish. Hoover's bringing in a press. Pass ball, guy who you want the ball in your hands is Forsyth.
They make him give it up by trapping him in the backcourt. He gets it ahead to his senior running mate here, and I would imagine the ball is going to go back to his hands here at some point.
It's Deacon Jones driving baseline. He turns it over. Here comes Hoover. Now what you want there from the Pirates.
A nice job of kind of baiting him to take the baseline and then try to throw that weak side corner pass. Here's the man-to-man. I would look for them to go right back inside to the big fella. Pull up.
But Fairley finishes it off on his own. He's got a nice floater game, and the Hoover leads now 4. Dale led by as much as 11. Forsyth tried to sell a call, didn't get it. He'll drive in. Free throw line, Jay, no good. He gets his own miss. Now he'll slow things down as we approach 2 minutes left to go. Dale is going to need Forsyth here, and a foul on Seneca Robinson. That is his second and Hoover's 4th.
Well, you can tell what Hoover's trying to do. I mean, when Forsyth has the ball anywhere, full court, length of the court, scoring area, they're running a second defender at him. They'll leave somebody open to force him to give it up. The problem is that sometimes that second defender acts as a screener and gets in the way, and he goes around both of them. Here it is again. You see the trap.
Forsyth beats it. His floater high off the glass and no good. Who's got it? It's going back to Hoover.
Brown changed that shot just a little bit. Made him shoot a little higher on the glass. Ball tipped out of bounds, goes over to Hoover. The 2 guys with 4 fouls. Back in here for Dale for the last 151.
That's a great point. About to go to high off the glass as Dale nearly comes away with a turnover. There's going to be a backcourt violation as London's foot was in the backcourt there for a second. So Dale
London was in the front court, and when he jumped up, caught it, landed with 1 foot in the back court. Yep.
That's a tough break there for Hoover, but a nice call there by the referees.
I think that's the right call, man. That's a tough call, but I think it's right. And maybe should have used a timeout there to kind of regain their composure. Here's a double team, making Forsyth give it up.
Hires Deacon Jones on the drive. He loses it, kicks it out of bounds. That's Hoover basketball. Dale just playing a little bit too fast now. It has some turnovers on back-to-back possessions.
For all the good things Deacon's done the last 2 possessions for Dale down here on the half court, he's come down. Oh, almost a turnover. Nice save.
As London drives in, spins, and Brown gets the ball. And they'll call a foul there on Dale. Looks like that's Levi Kelly, and if so, his night's over.
I feel for Levi. I've coached players like that just seem that every time the whistle blows, they're around it, and they're the guys that get the call.
So Levi Kelly is done for the night. He put up 6 for Dale. He's a very physical player. He left it all out there. You say that about him for sure.
And I would guess that he's probably a player that when he plays his normal number of minutes ends up with a lot more than 6. Nice stroke, good player.
Indeed, and even 6 points, again, you're facing a very tough Hoover team, so I think he'll put up a lot of much higher point totals. Brown goes 2 of 2 from the line. That's big for Hoover.
Pretty sure this is Hoover's biggest lead, isn't it? 6 point.
I believe it is. So Dale really needs some buckets here. I think they may go to Forsyth. He's got it. Floater is off the mark. Brown pushes it back to London. Dale wants the jump ball. They're going to get called for a foul, and that may have been Trayden Chambers. And that's his fifth, so he's done for the night.
Those guys came in, and I think it was the 3:45 mark when they came back in the game and played a couple of minutes here in the fourth quarter. And then again, kind of a tough play, a loose ball on the rebound, and you're just trying to go after the ball there. That's really not no intent to foul there, but they make the call.
And as Kenny Rogers said, you need to know when to hold them, know when to fold them. I don't blame Jeff Edmondson's decision to put both of them back in.
I think you had to get those 2 guys back in the game. I can tell that they're key players for Dale.
Yeah, this is only at least our second time being able to see both teams, at least here in person, as here comes Forsyth. Now they trail by 8. Forsyth can light it up in a hurry. Here's Hayden down low, and the pass is taken away by Dwayne Brown. He's been an MVP for Hoover in the second half.
Done a nice job, and I tell you, Hoover's made their free throws here. As Dale's had to foul, like you said, they were in the bonus situation early, and they've stepped up and they've made them.
Asking me a foul, I believe, on Edmondson, and that'll send Hoover to the line. Dale's win streak that spanned back to 2021 is in jeopardy right now. Is the first free throw from Robinson is off. If he misses this one, you figure that Dale, they can go down, get a quick bucket and turn over, and 8 points in 45 seconds. I'm sure it's been done before.
Well, they've got their 3 timeouts left.
They do.
Even with the 9-point lead, you're probably looking at 3-point opportunities.
They're going to probably need to go from deep. Forsyth goes over to Deacon Jones. He dribbles in. He'll shoot at the elbow. And shot no good, but how about Dayton Forsyth there? Or Dayton on the rebound. Tipped back out. Here's Forsyth again. He's going to need to get a shot up here soon. And the ball is pushed out by Robinson. Need a quick bucket here if you're Dale. They'll get it in. Higdon.
Had to inbound to a non-shooter. That's going to force more time
Brown
off the
around
clock.
The perimeter. 3 ball from Forsyth. No good. Hoover will get the rebound, and they will take the win. Dale's 40-plus game win streak has come to an end at the hands of the Hoover Buccaneers out of Alabama. What a second half from Salim London, Jarrett Fairley, Dwayne Brown, and the rest of the Buccaneers. A 72-63 win. What a contest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everything we could have asked for and exactly what we expected. 2 great teams, well coached, hard-fought victory. Dale's foul trouble and kind of running out of gas a little bit, probably down the stretch there. But, wow, what a game.
Dayton Forsyth puts up 36 for the Dale Pirates, but how about for Hoover? Salim London with 23, Dwayne Brown with 14. Many good plays, great rebounds, great steals as well. He filled up the stat sheet. Elijah Thomas added 10. Fairley had quite a bit as well. And the Hoover Buccaneers are 2-0 here at the TOC. Dale suffers their first loss of the season, the first one in quite a long time, but bright futures ahead for both of these teams. They'll be in action tomorrow here on Clutch Sports Media. Dale will take on St. Louis at 11 a.m. And then Hoover will face the tournament host Washington at 8:15. I think that one may be a sold-out gym.
You made the comment about, both teams, this being like a state championship type game. I know no coach is into moral victories, but you go in the locker room and you talk about the things you did wrong. Even in a winning situation, there are things that Hoover needs to clean up. Dale can go in and talk about some things that they need to clean up. And I tell you what, I think this is a kind of game that makes you better later in the season when you get into that whatever level they call them in their state, or regional, sectional type, super sectional games here in Illinois. These kind of experiences are the things that may help you win those games.
And it certainly helps facing a good team like that, because given how dominant both these teams are, really your opponent, whether you're Dale or Hoover, is going to be one of those only teams that's going to expose all of those weaknesses, because they're also so good as well. But again, great game between the Dale Pirates and the Hoover Buccaneers. They're going to be very fun teams to watch tomorrow, on Saturday, and during the rest of the season. We'll take a step aside for a quick word from our sponsors. Starting with Jake Weston State Farm here in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, give Jake a call at 309-444-4441 or at jakewestinsurance.com. Sun powered by Legacy Solar. They're a proud supporter of the TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. All of our silver sponsors as well, you see them posted up on your screen. And by Kep's Sports Bar and Grill right here in Washington, the official pre- and post-game stop of the Tournament of Champions. By PJ Hare, supporting all the players, coaches, and fans, and everybody involved with the TOC. And also by the city of East Peoria as well. Gavin Russell down there in the Upton Auto Group Tournament Central. Wrap things up here, send it down to Gavin. What do you got for us?
Welcome back to the Upstring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me is Marcellus Somerville. Marcellus, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Gavin.
It's a pleasure to be in here with you, and you're coming to take in some games today. You mentioned that your son Lathan played for Tony Irons, the coach of the Vashon Wolverines, and great basketball otherwise.
Yeah, really good basketball. Great tradition down there, and obviously came to support and excited to see his team play. His first game.
Indeed, and for Lathan, and your son was with Richwoods now. That's kind of a big thing here in Central Illinois. There's going to be some good teams in Central Illinois, but Richwoods might be among the best. What are you thinking?
I think they still have some polishing to do, but at the same time, I think the synergy around basketball, high school basketball, you can say is back in terms of, Metamora being strong, Richwoods being strong, Manual being strong, and just a global, I would say a Central Illinois feel of it just being a, fun experience and something to look forward.
Basketball.
That's right. Excited about it.
Indeed, and you never got to play in this tournament, but I'm sure you've come by a few times, watched some games. What just makes this special? From your vantage point, you've played in a lot of high-profile games in your time as a player. Just talk about what this tournament's all about.
I think the mission and what their backing is really huge. And then once you get to the basketball side of it, giving fans in Central Illinois the opportunity to watch high-level athletes play the game. Just looking at the tradition of how many NBA players have come through here is pretty phenomenal. But just, giving guys an opportunity to watch high-quality basketball, guys and gals, is nice to have, especially during the holidays.
And how rare is it for Peoria to get treated to a bunch of Division I talent? Because you can travel around the country, go to your Chicagos, to your bigger metro areas, but to have right here in Central Illinois dozens of Division I and collegiate athletes, that's pretty rare.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, but at the same time, I think holiday times, the tradition is there. It's proof right here in front of us, and so just when you see that, I think it's attractive. It's attractive to high school teams to be able to compete against high-level athletes and teams. So
Sure. And kind of catching people up, we're going to have a national audience right now because we just had Dale play and we had Hoover play. So we got people watching from all across the country. Tell our audience a little bit about what your experience with Central Illinois basketball, playing in college here in Peoria. Just talk a little about that.
I mean, I was very fortunate to have a great coach, honestly. He took us everywhere. We went to Arkansas during the holidays. We went to where'd you go? Little Rock. We went to Chicago. I mean, at one point we were ranked top 25 in the country. After beating Provine, I think it was, down in the Coca-Cola Classic in St. Louis. So, I mean, you're just talking about Manuel was great at the time, just playing high-level basketball. And then collegiately, I mean, my last year playing was pretty sweet. I just text with those guys today and told them Happy Thanksgiving. So to be able to shout out to the Sweet 16 team and just, we keep that bond and that love with one another. When you win at a high level, it's amazing how you just keep that bond and that bond.
Forever. That's a forever thing. And I personally got to say I love watching Bradley basketball. They're always they're off the hot start right now. I got to say, they'd love to repeat that effort. I'm sure you wouldn't mind that either. But, Bradley basketball has become a tradition in this area. And we're even getting guys, we saw from Metamora, the Zobrist kid, several others that even could be playing. It could be a pipeline for Peoria.
That's what it was when I was there, right? We had, I want to say, 5 to 6 athletes from Central Illinois area. Even Chicago. So it's going to take athletes committing to Bradley University. So if you're listening, that's what it's going to take, honestly, to get those fans in the stands and just get that vibe back in terms of a vibrant city centered around our local athletes.
Absolutely. Well, Coach Wardle's doing a great job over at
He's doing
Bradley.
an amazing job.
Yeah, he certainly is. And they're off to a fast start. So anybody thinking about Bradley, Central Illinois is the place to be for basketball. Marcellus, we won't keep you too much longer. I know you probably want to get out there and find your seat for the game, so I appreciate you coming on. We'll sub you out here. Michael Savoy, would you so join us in the studio? We'll get Michael in here for you. But appreciate you so much for coming on with us for a little bit. I don't want to take your time too much longer.
Absolutely. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you so much. Marcellus Somerville and Michael Savoy will jump in here for a few minutes as we're here in the Upstream Auto Group studio. Michael, thanks for getting a little impromptu jump in. That was Marcellus Somerville, again, former Bradley basketball player. His son Lathan's going to be playing at Richwoods, and I think it just speaks testament to all the people, whether they've played in this tournament or not, whether they even have players or no players in this tournament. People are still coming out to watch this.
It's a great tournament, and we've seen a lot of Division I prospects already. A lot of sophomores, actually, believe it or not. There's a lot of seniors, obviously, with committed Division I schools, but we've already seen a lot of sophomores. It's actually kind of interesting to see how many underclassmen are getting looks at other colleges here in this tournament.
Indeed, and I talked to Sean Powell earlier. If you're not familiar with Mr. Powell, he is a big reason we get a lot of this talent that comes in here, this Division I talent. Great connections, able to reach out to teams, scheduling even years in advance before these teams even show up here. He was telling me this is the time you really want these guys, when they're really starting to develop their skill, when they're first getting their most notice. Not only are these guys sophomores, they're Division I caliber sophomores, which a lot of guys can't claim until they get to their later stages in high school.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's able to schedule this up years in advance is actually kind of impressive. I mean, this tournament year in and year out, we've seen a lot of NBA talent come through here. Zion Williamson, for example, Tyler Hero, all these other Division I talents, and into the NBA, all the pros. I mean, this tournament, you can't miss out on any talent in this tournament.
No, certainly cannot. We've had great games today, and I think the next one, again, we've already seen a couple barn burners. I know we were on the call for the Victory Christian and Great Collegiate. If you like dunks, scroll back on your YouTube or on the website, go back to a couple games ago now, was it? And we'll rewatch that game because there were way too many dunks for me to count. But we got another really good one coming up. It's St. Louis Vashon, who was in this tournament a couple of years ago. They're going to take on Maumelle, who's out of Arkansas. Couple of really good teams. Vashon getting their first look in the tournament.
Yeah, Vashon, I've taken a good look into them. They're the same team that we've covered before when they're really high flying. They like to get down the court. They like to dunk the ball. They like to be on the court, pass the ball up ahead. Good offensive team.
Surely are. And Maumelle, while they weren't able to pick up the victory last night as they played in a tight game with Alexander, we saw that they have guys that can get it done, including Jacob Lanier, who's one of those star-studded sophomores.
Yeah, we saw Maumelle play, and they're one of those teams, once again, just like St. Louis Vashon, where they can get out ahead. They can get some buckets out in a hurry. They can get buckets in a snap of a finger almost. They like to pass the ball up ahead. Jacob Lanier, like you said, good overall player, good overall sophomore, getting a lot of Division I looks.
Indeed, and then this last game will be featuring Alexander, who has Braden Liu, and Braden Liu may have thrown down some of the biggest highlights of the tournament last night. I was able to clip one of them up. We were on the call for that one as well, and I had to go through and I had to just make a highlight of Braden Liu throwing down the dunk. He got the block on one end, ran down the other, and then just slammed it home with two hands. He jumped nearly from the free throw line. I mean, that's a special sort of player.
Boy, is he impressive or what? I mean, Braden Liu, you said the block and then go down the other end and finish coast to coast. He does it on both ends of the court, and he just plays with 110% all the time. I mean, he's the player that doesn't take any plays off, and yeah.
Indeed. Well, we got a great one coming up at St. Louis, Vashon, and Maumelle. It's for Michael Savoy. We had Marcel Somerville in here earlier. Thank you so much, Marcellus, for joining us. Michael Savoy, Gavin Russell. We're going to send it back up for the next game. Fellas, take it away in the booth.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uffring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UffringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back to the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School, home of the Panthers and the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Joey Wright, Jim Lynch, and Jeff Littleton with you here. Happy Thanksgiving. And a dandy of a game here, game 4 of 5 on this holiday. The Maumelle Hornets, the Vashon Wolverines, ready to go from Maumelle, Arkansas, and St. Louis, Missouri. You hear Vashon fired up and ready to go. The Hornets just the same. Jim, we'll start with you. The matchup to watch is going to be Nicholas Randall, the All-American junior from St. Louis, Vashon, and for Maumelle, Jacob Lanier, the sophomore shooting guard. Going to be a fun matchup to watch all night long.
Oh, absolutely. I think you're going to see both teams and both players really step up and lead their teams, just like we saw in the last game. I think, good players have a way of making their teammates better as well. So, I think we should expect to see that here in this game.
It would help if we brought your mic up there.
I appreciate it. I love games like these, is where we have postseason vibes, right? In November, and again, it's a Thanksgiving holiday. Again, a little smaller crowd than we've had the last couple of days, but these two teams are amped up, ready to get after each other, and with two marquee players ready to attack on a beautiful Thanksgiving night, I think we're going to have a fantastic game here between two very storied programs right here at the TOC. You can't get better on a Thanksgiving game.
No, you can't. And Jeff, it's funny we talk about the crowd. I was talking with Herb Knobloch earlier, Washington's athletic director. At least anecdotally, this seems like one of the livelier Thanksgivings we've had here in years past. A smaller crowd, but by no means lacking energy here at Torrey tonight.
Well, the Dale crowd brought it in the last game, and we've got a similar atmosphere so far for this one. But Vashon seems to have a lot of fans here and expecting a good game.
For Vashon, mentioned Nicholas Randall. Now, All-American was just a turn of phrase, but he's certainly got that kind of talent. Offers on the table: Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, and Louisville. among others. Can't go down the whole list, don't have time, but a 6'8 junior power forward. Jim, how do you slow that down? How do you slow down that blend of size, speed, ability that Randall has?
You got to get in his way. I mean, more than anything, you've got to square up and try to get him in foul trouble as early as possible. It's going to be difficult with that kind of athleticism, but you can't be fearful. If you shy away from him, he's going to eat you up early. And if you can get him into foul trouble early, you might have some success down. It's a 32-minute game. But if you can get him into foul trouble, you might get lucky, but that's got to happen early.
Well, I think that's one of those things, too, where you're talking about, slowing him down. You want to make him work for everything he gets. Right. No easy baskets. Make him work. Maybe it wears him down for the fourth quarter, so those shots now hit the front of the rim instead of going in and that kind of thing. So, whether it's foul trouble, whether it's just the effort, maybe it's making him work harder on the defensive end, maybe making him come out and guard you or something like that. There's all kinds of ways that you can attack those kinds of players. But they're good players for a reason. They know they've been attacked in just about every way.
And we used to talk about, how fouls come into play. It's different this year, and it's certainly different in Illinois. I don't know how the rules have changed in other states, but 5 fouls immediately play a role in terms of putting you in what we used to call double bonus. That on that 5th foul, they're shooting 2 free throws, and that clock is stopped on that. And so that changes things. So where you would almost do a hack-a-shack mentality, that changes things a little bit now.
Sure does.
Ready to go. Nicholas Randall in the circle for Vashon and winning the tip-off over Malik McGuire. We're underway in Washington. Glad you're with us, whether you're watching in Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, or anywhere in the country. Happy Thanksgiving. Wolverines work it down low and a foul. And going to the line, Jordan Richard, the 6'5 senior. Now, guys, looking, of course, at Maumelle, we talk a lot about what the Wolverines have in Nicholas Randall, but Jacob Lanier, 6'6 sophomore shooting guard. Now, he's not the tallest player on Maumelle's roster, but certainly a guy we could see battle against his fellow future Division I player in Randall.
Again, at only a sophomore as well, and he's got 2 more years, and he's going to develop incredibly well. And to be on this showcase stage right now, I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to do. Matched up. I don't know if he'll play man-to-man tonight against Randall, but that's a matchup we're all looking forward to seeing right here. And right there you see the athleticism right away from number 24, Randall.
Wolverines got a free throw there last time. Both teams miss. And now the Hornets back the other way, and Lanier, by the way, attached to the likes of Arkansas, North Carolina, and more. A drive and a foul.
They get a ball out of bounds.
Go ahead, out of bounds. So we settle in.
Good rotation by Vashon there to kind of force the turnover.
And here's Vashon on possession number 3. Christian Williams now down to Richard. Richard hit a free throw earlier, all the way out top to Trey Williams, and some space for Christian Williams. 2 Williams on the floor right now, Trey and Christian. And a rebound. And a score for Andre Aaron Jr. And it's the Wolverines by 3 here, just north of a minute gone by in the first.
Surprised to see that Aaron Jr. is only 6'2". The way he attacked that rim looked much bigger.
I tell you, Vashon has traveled well. Both benches making some noise, too. Good energy here inside Torrey Gym right now. A foul will set Maumelle up with an inbound. Darren Fleming, the 6'1 senior, will inbound.
I tell you, Vashon's defense is making it tough to complete a pass on the half court. Really getting after it on man-to-man defense on that.
Maumelle ready to inbound. Darren Fleming will pull the trigger on this possession. And we're back to it. Vashon not letting him have anything easy on the inbound pass. It goes into Jacob Lanier. Lucky number 13, Lanier. We'll keep an eye on him all night long. First time he's held the ball for the Hornets. And he's unable to connect with his teammate, Macalon Rochelle, on the handoff there.
And you know the defense is going to be tough when a dribble handoff isn't successful.
Yeah, that's about as easy of a...
I mean, it's, Vashon's coming in hot.
Well, you can't complete the point wing pass. Right. You can't throw an inbound pass.
Vashon, a storied program from just down south in St. Louis, Missouri. 3 off, rebound loose. Wolverines will bring it in. This is Vashon's third appearance in the TOC. They've not lost. They're a perfect 5-0 entering play tonight. Their their first game of the tournament. Maumelle in its second game this season, this year.
Turnover against the 2-3 zone there for Vashon. Maumelle will have a chance here to maybe tie it with a 3.
Bubba Johnson has the ball in hand, runs into a double team, has to pick it up, and he gives to Rochelle. And Rochelle looking, scanning, free throw, off the mark. And a second chance, it's cleaned up by Malik McGuire, 6'7", who's been in on a lot of touches. The junior has been so far, and it's loose. And Maumelle quickly ahead. They've got some answers for this smothering Vashon defense. That 3's short. And the rebound loose, the Wolverines will bring it in. Feed ahead, some space down low for Binion. Binion lost it. And Maumelle now will cross the timeline, looking to take the lead.
Yeah, I think we're seeing Maumelle starting to settle a little bit here.
Yep.
I think they're a little shell-shocked right out of the gate by Vashon's, I will say, enthusiasm off the tip, and right now they settle a little bit.
Absolutely.
Deep three on the way, and count that one. Vashon getting some momentum on the offensive end. It's Christian Williams.
That'll be key to get some outside shooting against that 2-3 zone. That'll open things up.
3-and-D approach for Vashon right now. That's their first 3-point field goal tonight. 6 points coming on a free throw, a 2 and a 3.
You mentioned earlier, if you can't complete the dribble handoff, the second easiest play is to screen the ball. And if you can't do that because they're doing such a great job of showing, the defender, the defender on the ball screen showing so hard that it just defeats the ball screen. They're doing a great job on both of those plays.
They did. They had a heck of a mismatch right there on a simple pick and roll, and they didn't get the ball inside, and they have to be able to see that. And if they can't see it, it could be a long night offensively for Maumelle.
It's been a defensive struggle so far. If you're just joining us, Vashon holding Maumelle to 2 points so far, although the Wolverines held to just 6. We'll see if that changes here. 3 passed up, it's kicked out, and a corner drive now. And a foul on the field goal from Derek Lewis. He'll go to, not Derek Lewis, Monsieur Binion will go to the line.
Good move. I mean, that's a situation where you talk about somebody who beats the defender but doesn't try to get all the way to the rim. Pulls up and takes the open 6-8 foot jump shot and gets fouled by the defender from behind.
Binion, one of a handful of seniors on what you could call a relatively young Vashon team. And the first one up and in for Binion. Binion joined by Naquiron Kern and Jordan Richard as seniors on the roster. Andre Aaron as well. But you look up and down the list for Vashon, you see a lot of freshmen, a lot of sophomores for Tony Iron's team. Michael Shook is the head coach for Maumelle. Here's Maumelle now, trailing by 6. And a foul on the way up. And Jeff, is that the downside to playing such a physical brand of defense? You might foul a little more than normal?
You're going to foul, but you probably have confidence in bringing kids off the bench. When somebody's get a couple, you'll bring somebody else in that's going to play just as hard on defense. And it's one of those things I always felt like as a coach, you knew the officials weren't going to call everything. They can't call everything. And so to keep the game flowing, there's going to be some calls that are going to not be made. Your players have to be ready to respond to that.
And I think we've seen this week that they're letting them play a little bit, and I think that's good.
Thankfully, yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Especially early in the season.
Wow,
what a take.
And Lanier all the way to the rack and 1. The sophomore can do it all. And count that one, and he'll go to the line.
Strong take, great length on the finish. Very impressive finish right there.
Jacob Lanier, top 30 player in the class of 2026, and for good reason.
Absolutely, you can see it there. I mean, that's not the kind of play you see in the preliminary sophomore game, that's for sure.
not a lot of sophomores who are doing that right now.
6'6", but look at that wingspan. We don't have it in front of us, but you can see long arms. He's going to be a problem all night long. Still waiting for our first Legacy Solar Slam this game, but I've got a feeling we might have a few coming as that's out of bounds.
If the over-under's 1, I'll take the over.
Jim, does that favor an offense like Maumelle here, playing a physical defense against Vashon? The new rule change we have this year where 5 fouls in a quarter instantly puts you in the double bonus?
It can, but in an 8-minute quarter, it seems to go so fast sometimes that as soon as you think, all right, well, here it is, or you're going to get, here they are getting hit with their 3rd foul, I think. But it seems to be that, as we've watched this week, that as soon as they get their 5th foul, quarter's over, and we're resetting. So I've only counted a handful of times that I thought, oh boy, this is really going to hurt the team, because I do think teams can adjust, certainly at the high school level. All right, we've got to pull back, we've got to pull back, our aggressiveness now that we've gotten into bonus and keep the team from scoring with the clock stopped.
Lanier has 2/3, and now a little more than that, of the Hornets' points. He's got 5, team's got 7, and 3:21 left here for the quarter. 3 fouls. That could go in a couple of possessions. Although, Jeff, we do have the shot clock to speed things up a little bit. You get a few more possessions.
Yeah, and I don't see the shot clock. Well, Vashon's defense could maybe create a shot clock violation, but the shots have been going up. We haven't had to worry about the getting down below.
Here's Vashon. We've seen them play along the perimeter. Here's a deep 2 that falls. Count that one for Christian Williams, the junior, having a nice start to his game.
And again, seeing Vashon attack the seams, those open areas of a 2-3 zone are going to continue to come and play.
So many times you hear people say pass the ball against the zone. Right. You've got to dribble against the zone. You've got to hit those seams, those gaps, create the rotation. Just like there, you get the help. Get a great basket, great drive to the basket.
Another and one opportunity. And again, the aggressiveness of Vashon will work against them and
for him,
at the same time.
They're already at 4 fouls now for the quarter, 2:43 to play. Bonus looking likely for Maumelle. We'll see if they get there. They will send Jonathan Frost to the line, the junior. And we'll see what Frost can put forth here at the line. Shot clock, a 35-second shot clock at the TOC. And you see that in a lot of tournaments in Illinois this season and last season. First year the teams in Illinois could use the shot clock. And Jeff, talking with coaches, it wasn't so much an offensive adjustment, they had to make, but it was on the defensive side.
Sure.
Vashon's going to go quick here, 7 seconds into the shot clock, a 3 off, and a deep 3 here to follow that up, and that's almost good, but not quite, from Williams. But if you can play good defense for 20 seconds, all of a sudden you start making the offense have to adjust and adapt.
Yeah, I would always ask some of my players that had gone on to the college level and say, hey, how does the shot clock change the game for you? And they said, you get a quick shot, take the good shot when you get it, and, when it gets down to this, we know what set we're getting into. So, I think, once high school coaches start to play more into those situations, you're going to see similar things from them.
So that's the second foul we've seen on number 13, Lanier. And I don't know if it's part of his shot, but they keep pointing at the foot. So I don't know if he's kicking his foot out and there's contact with his foot from the Vashon players. But the referee is always pointing down, and I believe it's on the landing. They're not letting him land cleanly, which is causing the shooting foul, and is now put Maumelle shooting 2 on every foul here for the next 2.
We saw that in the previous game tonight with Dale, and the Forsyth kid. He did a great job. He goes straight up, and those defenders come flying at him to try to close out, and they don't go by him on a side, but they go to him, and he doesn't have room to come down. So then there's contact and a foul.
There's a pass thrown away by Vashon, and Jacob Lanier using that wingspan and those long legs to his advantage. That's 2 times he's been fouled on a shot, and he had the and one earlier on a layup.
Right.
Maumelle's kind of switched from the 2-3 to a 1-3-1 zone, and that length that you talked about make it really hard. 5-second violation. There's that defensive pressure from Vashon.
And I love what Coach Irons is doing here. Like, I don't care that we're in bonus. Keep the pressure up. We get a foul, we get a foul. But let's keep going after him here.
Here's a floater, won't go. Loose ball, corralled by Maumelle, and the Hornets can reset things here. Just under 2 minutes to play in the quarter. 2-point ball game. Here's Lanier, deep 2, just off, a little bit short.
You can tell why he's such a good player. That is a nice looking shot.
Vashon Good defense, but they go quick on offense, looking for a lane. It's lost and turned over, and here's Lanier. One-on-one, Lanier, a drive, and a foul. And Jacob Lanier, for the 4th time tonight, by my count, will go to the line for free throws.
And again, Jim, I think you talked about this. For a kid that's just a sophomore and a shooter, you see him take the ball to the basket, and they're good decisions to take the ball. It's not like he's forcing things. He's making great decisions with the basketball. For such a young player, he's only going to get that much better as he gets stronger.
Exactly. As you look at his frame, he has not put on the muscle that he's going to get yet. Not even through high school, and then of course at the collegiate level. And again, at 6'6", he may not be done growing.
Yep.
Plenty of room. Still some years in high school to continue to grow. Making an impact is Lanier tonight. Lanier leading all scorers. Here's a deep three for Vashon early in the shot clock. Off the mark. Rebound. Look at that fight for the rebound. Lanier's going to clear it, and he's fouled again. Not on a shot that time. Just what we've seen from Vashon all game long, though, trying to make things difficult for the offense, and that is foul.
That's definitely not the kind of foul that you want. I mean, you're 3/4 court from the basket, wrapping around from behind.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's almost a lazy foul. Aggressive, but he's in front of you.
And you're putting Lanier at the line.
Yeah.
I mean, if I don't know how the other boys are from the free throw line, but this is not the young man you want to keep putting at the line all night.
Has 7 points now against just 1 foul, and make that 8 as he pushes the Hornets lead to 5 points, 15-10.
Wow, you said that without even checking a scouting report. That's good.
Lanier at the line, looking for point number 9 tonight. He's got plenty of time to make a college decision. That's off the mark, but as I said earlier, interest from plenty of schools, including Arkansas in his home state. North Carolina's in on him. Duke as well. LSU, Florida State, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, just as per the program, and I'm sure plenty more that wouldn't fit. They didn't have space.
That's not a bad lineup.
Yeah.
Not a bad lineup at all.
Timeout called here with 1:11 left in the first quarter. Want to thank everyone tuning in tonight around the country, whether you're in St. Louis or Maumelle or in central Illinois or wherever else you've decided to join us on ClutchSportsIL.com tonight. A pleasure to have you on board, and a happy Thanksgiving. And we're in a good one here in the early stages. Joey Wright, Jeff Little, and Jim Lynch. Not a bad way to spend Thanksgiving night, guys.
Absolutely not.
I'll tell you, it's been a great day. I was spoiled having family in town, had a great meal, and I get to come here and watch 2 great basketball games. I mean, it's about as great as Thanksgiving gets.
Absolutely.
Game number 4 of 5 today, 8 tomorrow, I believe 8 on Saturday, at least 7. And we had 4 on Tuesday and 7 yesterday. We're right around the midway point of the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And guys, what I like about this year's schedule as we get back to the action, there are games to look forward to up and down all 5 days. Maybe the most balanced schedule we've had here in my time involved with the tournament.
Again, another switch by Maumelle here. A little bit of a 3-2 zone.
Wolverines looking. They go down to the corner. Here's Trey Williams. Williams down to Randall, who's back in the game, and a jump ball. And that arrow will favor. It will go to Maumelle.
I will say this, and they're only down 5, so it's not a panic situation at all in the first quarter. But Vashon's got to figure out a way to get Nicholas Randall more involved in this game offensively.
Well, I think, too, teams sometimes that play with that kind of intensity on the defensive end try to play with the same intensity on the offensive end, and that may not be to your strength.
Randall a steal, 3 on the way, off. Another fight for the rebound. Vashon has it, and they get it to Williams. Williams puts up a floater. Won't go. Williams gets it back, and a whistle, and
we've got an injury, number 3 down there.
And
Darren Fleming is that?
And he'll hobble over to the training room under his own power. Don't want to speculate, but yeah, perhaps just a hard fall there for Darren Fleming.
He was grabbing his wrist immediately. I hope he's okay.
Wrist or finger, something there.
Yeah.
Folks at home saw him duck into that training room. Great facility they've got right behind the wall at Torrey Gym. Shot clock is off. Wolverines can hold for the last possession if they want it. Here's Jimmy McKinney Jr. And Randall is on the floor. Did not play a good portion of the first quarter, but he's at the free throw line now. Wolverines put it in motion. Wolverines looking, losing it under the basket. Richard. And the Wolverines can inbound here just south of 6 seconds left.
See him try to attack that with a high-low, or attack low first. Try to get it down on the baseline. I'm sure they're going to roll Randall down to try to get him involved in the game, get him the ball around the rim.
Williams will send this one in motion.
I could see some type, well.
And they kick it out. 3 on the way from Williams. Count it at the buzzer. Christian Williams for 3. And we've got a great game here after a quarter. 15-13 favoring the Hornets.
Yeah, for a game where Randall hasn't scored in the first quarter and you're down 2, I would say Vashon goes, okay, we'll take that because we know he's going to score.
8 minutes down. The next 24 should be pretty good as we thank our sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm. His office just around the square here in Washington. His information on the screen, by phone, or online at jakewestoninsurance.com. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank SEFCU, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBMTOC. Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBMTOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Caps great food, great atmosphere. PJ Hare, a proud supporter of everybody here at the Tournament of Champions. PJ Hare proud to support everybody in the gym tonight and the neighboring city of East Peoria, where so many teams stay or pass through during their time here in Washington. Great businesses, great restaurants in East Peoria, as with Washington as well. 15-13, Maumelle leads Vashon. After a quarter, I'm Joey Wright, Jim Lynch, and Jeff Little alongside. And Jeff, about all you could ask for there in the first quarter. We had plenty of offense, plenty of defense, a lot of storylines to talk about. 2 great players on the floor, 10 great players on the floor. It's going to be a fun rest of the game here.
Well, I think you're seeing a little bit of a chess match by the coaches here, and the switching defenses of Maumelle, I think it just kind of has kept Vashon from getting into any kind of rhythm on the offensive end. And by no means do I mean that they haven't played good defense. They have, but they've switched defenses, which I think has caused Vashon to maybe be looking for shots that aren't there.
Back underway here in quarter number 2. Jim, would you expect Vashon to continue playing along the perimeter? I think there's the answer.
Yeah, I think they will. I don't see Coach Irons changing much of his game plan. We didn't see it change much at all in the first quarter. But I do believe they've got to get that ball to Randall. They checked him off a couple of times when I felt like he was open in the lane. You can't live like that.
Maumelle looking and finding Jonathan Frost, or Elijah Newell, pardon me. And Vashon able to force a turnover.
I don't know if the hesitation against the Maumelle speed in that zone, that they're not looking to get the ball into Randall, but I
don't know. Sometimes you expect a big kid to go get some rebounds and get his own, but still, I think you got to get him the ball.
Nice pass there from Randall down low. Williams can't finish, and the Hornets will clear it. And an interception. Look out! And a floater there, a mid-range jumper, stopping about 6 feet out was Williams and couldn't knock it down.
Right play, except maybe should have used the glass. I mean, it pulled up with 2 defenders in front of him. That's a great play on defense. Like kind of a soft pass, offensive player running away from the ball, and he knifes in and gets it. Just missed the shot on the other end.
Hornets did a nice job of getting back in transition despite the turnover. Another one there. Again, it's Randall who comes away with it. Randall shovels ahead. Feed to Williams in the corner. And now Williams a deep 3 on a pass from Williams. It's off the mark. And an offensive rebound. And how about Randall going to work?
Jeff, you said it. Sometimes he's just got to go get his own. And
You're not going to pass it to me, I'll go get it.
Yep. That certainly was the case.
All knotted up here at 15. See what the Hornets do to respond.
Well, and sometimes those are the effort plays that kind of fuel the defensive end of the court.
And I will say this, McGuire and Rochelle have done a wonderful job rebounding against Randall. But that time, Randall was not going to have it any other way.
No.
Randall was open for the rebound. Williams drives, a little contact, and 2 free throws on the way for number 2.
Christian Williams, I think, has done a wonderful job, not only on the perimeter, but mixing it up a little bit, trying to attack there. And there was another opportunity to get to the hoop. That was one of the softer fouls we've seen called this week, but hey, he's going to line and shooting too, nonetheless.
Well, I think that attack was off of almost transition, kind of secondary transition, and the defense isn't quite rotated back, and you can get all the way to the rim.
Christian Williams, maybe a quiet 9 points for him so far. He can become the first Vashon scorer to double digits with another make here.
But albeit it's still early, we're only 2 minutes into the second quarter, but I get the sense that Christian Williams is a high IQ player here for Vashon, which is why he's the first double-digit player, as you mentioned.
10 points for Williams. And guys, Williams is a player that's not afraid to take that deep 3. We've seen a couple of times tonight. He's not on the line. He's 3 or 4 steps behind it.
We'll see if he gets out to that volleyball line. We've seen a couple of those this week.
I tell you, the teams they bring into the TOC year in and year out, you see some things you're not going to see just your regular season games. A lot of talent here this year, and a fast break opportunity, transition opportunity, I should say. How about Randall playing above the rim on that make from Trey Williams? He was ready.
If that one was coming off, it was going right back in.
Maumelle now trailing by 3. Down to the corner, and we'll see what the Hornets can do here. Bubba Johnson controlling, Johnson giving, driving is Rochelle, and a foul, and they will call a block there, and Rochelle to the line.
Good position, just kind of leaning back there. You get that. You got to get there early enough to be straight up.
He was there, and but I think his upper body, as you suggested, Jeff, was just moving a little too much on that. But I will say this, almost 3 minutes into this quarter, and that's the first Vashon foul.
So as you said, teams make the adjustment when they see how the game's being called, and they haven't ratcheted down the pressure at all.
I mean, that's not at all.
Guys, we talked all football season about how halftime adjustments maybe a little bit overrated, but I think it's maybe a little easier to adjust at halftime when you've got a smaller team, and basketball maybe lends itself a bit better to in-game adjustments. I know we're not quite to halftime yet, but what can you adjust in the middle of a game? What are some of those things you look at and maybe are easiest to tweak?
Well, I think adjustment-wise, the things that you have on your scouting report that, hey, this kid can't get it here, and they're getting it in a spot at the elbow or on the block or whatever. Remember what we said we wanted to do. It may not really be anything different than what you were trying to do, but you just emphasize it. Hey, that's what we were talking about.
Get back to basics in some sense. Lanier has it for Maumelle. We'll see what he can do. Lanier going to be a player to watch the next couple of years of his high school career. Instead of give, and a shot just off, a little bit south of the sweet spot there, and the Wolverines get back in transition. Wolverines. How about that move down low? Wouldn't go. Lanier is fouled.
That's one of those unfortunate fouls. Good positioning there for number 13, I believe. Was that McCaskill who that got called on?
Yeah.
But he was just positioned. He was in a good place, just a little too much contact, and not much you can do about it but take it. And
well, and we talked about Lanier being a little bit slight of frame in his sophomore year. That's a way you can wear down a player like him. I mean, you don't like to foul, but you did. So
Johnson over to Fleming. Good to see Darren Fleming back in the game. Took a shot earlier, went to the training room, but he's back off on the 3 there. But an offensive rebound. Fleming goes to work and knocks it in. Welcome back to the game, Darren Fleming.
Good offensive rebound inside. Drop-off pass in the lane.
And good patience with the ball in the lane.
Second chance opportunity. The coaches hate those.
Wolverines looking for an opportunity. There's Williams. Passes up the volleyball line 3 instead of corner 3. Too strong. And a rebound. No, still loose. Randall has it. Randall spinning, and he's fouled. And that is what makes Nicholas Randall such a tough player to defend.
I tell you, you had several guys down there giving him a little Thanksgiving love. And I think he knew he was going to get the foul. I think he wanted the end one, maybe more. But he's going to get a couple of shots.
Yeah, you see Coach Shook, he's wanting to travel, but, you know, I mean, he's got people hanging on him in there. And ball's loose. He makes a good spin move. And I think he's mad that we didn't get the defensive rebound.
Randall to the line. Mentioned he started, did not play much of the first quarter. He's back in now and has 3 points. Randall is only a junior, so he's got a little time to grow from that 6'8" frame that he's already amassed. Top 100 player in the 2025 national recruiting class. Illinois in on him, Missouri as well, Tennessee, Louisville, and more. Kansas State, Mississippi, St. Louis, his hometown school, and VCU.
You can see by those 2 free throws, he's a young man that can shoot the basketball too. He's not just a post player.
Right. And guys, that seems to be the formula now. You can't just do one thing well. Even if you're a 6'8", 7-footer, what have you, you got to be able to step outside and knock it in.
If you can't shoot from the outside, you're going to have a tough time getting looks. You know, certainly at the highest levels.
Got to be able to do it all. And these 2 players, Nicholas Randall and Jacob Lanier, proving today they can. Randall has a couple of steals on the defensive end for Vashon. He's played the passing lanes well.
I think the important part is, you know, you may be 6'8" and a dominant inside player at this level. Good move kind of late.
As we see there, yeah.
But at the same time, 6'8" won't be the biggest guy at the next level.
No.
And you know, and they will be maybe more athletic than you at 6'8". So you know, you've got to make.
And certainly not the biggest guy here this week.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, we've seen a couple at 6'10", 6'9".
We got a foul there on Maumelle. I mean, officials have done a better job in the last couple of years on that scramble loose ball. There used to be kids, if you were first on the floor, you would absolutely get pummeled sometimes.
We've seen fumble scrums less physical in the fall than what happens on a basketball court.
But they've done a better job. They've cleaned that up, like I said, over the last couple of years, I feel like. And they'll get that guy for that play right there, kind of coming in over top.
That's off. Randall the rebound. Kicked, and another fight for it. Vashon's going to win that battle. Down low, almost. And a foul. Cutting to the basket there with authority was Andre Aaron Jr.
The crowd boos the foul. They wanted to dunk.
They wanted to dunk. Smart play by Maumelle there. And I will say this about Vashon. I thought they were being a little bit more selfish in the first quarter, just as they're all kind of feeling their way into the TOC. You know, returning back this year. Now they're giving that ball up very generously, and we can see some good results out of it.
Count the first free throw for Aaron. And Aaron is on the board now with 3 points. Field goal earlier. And Vashon, just like that, I believe that's the Wolverines' largest lead tonight, 6 points and 7 points on the second free throw.
And as we've seen this week, 7 points is not a safe lead.
Especially with 3:06 left to play in the first half.
Right.
By the way, a note for our viewers, stay tuned at halftime. Gavin Russell down in our Upper Tournament Central studio show. Had Marcella Somerville between games. Curious to see who he can find for halftime. But a lot of great interviews so far down in Upper Tournament Central this week. Excited for another one here soon. And another game still to play after this. So a busy night to end our Thanksgiving holiday here in Washington. Glad you're with us. Maumelle looking. Maumelle has it now. Ball in the hand of Joseph Mason down low. And how about that from Malicon Rochelle?
No, good.
Yeah. Rochelle turned around, all of a sudden he had a ball in his hand and he went right up with it. Had no clue the pass was coming until it landed in his hand.
3 on the way, a deep 3, and nothing but net for Jimmy McKinney Jr.
A freshman here for Vashon. Coach Irons has to be excited at the pipeline that he has on the bench. I mean, they're just a talented group here because, again, as you mentioned earlier, they have 2 or 3 seniors but he is loaded for the future, and a lot of them playing tonight.
That is the case, Jim, with both of these rosters. We have a timeout on the floor. Maumelle only has, it would be remiss if we didn't mention, 2 seniors, and those are Elijah Newell and Darren Fleming, who have played decent minutes tonight. But you look up and down Maumelle's roster, 3 sophomores in one column, 5 sophomores in another.
Incredible.
And then all juniors in the 4th column to go along with 2 in the other 2 columns. I'm making our viewers do a lot of math there to add up exactly how many of what class there are. But you look, 6 juniors and 8 sophomores on this Maumelle roster, and Vashon has a very young roster too.
Yeah, I mean, both coaches have to be extremely happy with the well being very, very deep.
Perhaps these teams angling for invites next year too, because these same stars will be on the floor. Might as well bring them back.
Without a doubt, I would think both these teams, Coach Shook and Coach Irons, would absolutely want to have these teams back, and I would think the TOC would as well.
Yeah, I would imagine Sean Powell probably has them on speed dial.
He knows where to find them. Vashon's here for the 3rd time. Maumelle making its TOC debut. And in trouble now, the Hornets, and dribbling out of it, Jonathan Frost. And out of bounds there, knocked off of, who touched it last there, guys?
I thought Vashon, yeah.
I think Coach Irons.
Yeah, he was right in front of him. Tony Irons, Michael Shook doing great jobs with these programs here. Maumelle inbounding. Shot clock down to 12. Here's Lanier. Jacob Lanier looking, pulls up a 2 that goes from the free throw line. Jacob Lanier knocks it down. 10 points for Lanier.
Wow.
Down to the corner and a drive. And the Wolverines forced to get it out to Williams. Williams to a cutting teammate. That's off the mark. Unable to knock that one in, Andre Aaron would have brought the house down. Instead, it's Maumelle basketball.
I like that sequence from Vashon. You saw them kind of set a little flare screen to get it on the wing and quickly attack on the dribble. I thought they might get it inside. If it goes to the weak side corner, and a chance to throw that one down just off the iron.
So Lanier will bring it up for Maumelle here. Got about 3 shot clocks left. One of them wasted there for the Hornets. Wolverines in transition. 3 off. It's loose, and Lanier pulls it in for the Hornets, and a whistle and a carry there. Double dribble.
Kind of speeding up a little bit fast. Had a little bit of a break opportunity, but
I think they had numbers there. It would have been interesting to see how that unfolded, but got to take care of that ball first.
Game starting to speed up there as both teams get up and down the floor. And almost an and one there, but 2 free throws on the way for Randall, who has now 6 points. Could make it 8 with 2 makes.
Again, getting him more involved in this game only benefits Vashon. And again, he can't do that every play because he's big frame, but it'll wear and tear on him. And they've got a few more games this weekend.
Maumelle in game 2, played Alexander yesterday. Vashon in its first game here at the TOC. Both these teams in action as the week continues. Second free throw off the mark for Randall. And Maumelle looking, scanning, finding Lanier. Lanier, with 25 seconds left on the shot clock, all the way across the floor. And Lanier gets it back, and he's going to take a 3 himself. Pump fake didn't work, and a Vashon rebound. Up we go, 43 seconds left, and a nice adjustment, and count that one. Nice adjustment, middle of the shot for Joseph Mason.
Kind of stripped from behind, and then it pulls up and getting a chance for a 3-point play here. I was just thinking to myself, Vashon's such a tenacious man-to-man defensive team. I thought, what kind of zone defense? And you saw in that last sequence, they immediately out of the missed free throw into a 1-2-2 kind of half-court trap. That would scare a lot of high school ball handlers.
You mentioned that last column with those juniors, but very impressed with McGuire, Mason, Rochelle tonight in terms of just the grunt work that they do on the boards, the blocking out, that strip, and getting the and one right there for number 23, Joseph Mason, I believe. see if you can complete the three-point play here. But that's the kind of the mortar in between the bricks right now that Maumelle needs.
Mason at the line, can't knock that one down, but Mason, Rochelle heating up. Malik McGuire's been in on a few plays too. Maumelle has a lot of height and they use it well. Shot and game clock separated by 3 seconds or so. Shot clock down to 19 as Randall lays it in, and it's off for Maumelle now. They need a bucket here to end the first half.
There you see Vashon looking for Randall in that high post a little bit, and he's being really effective, patient with the ball.
Mason as it's down to 5. Mason out to Newell. Newell looking for Lanier. Lanier for 3, contact. The buzzer sounds, but 3 free throws on the way, as we've seen so often tonight for Jacob Lanier.
You can see the look Coach Irons was giving when that foul was made. I don't want to be the recipient of that look.
And the worst part is it's right before half. So that may be the first thing addressed when they go in.
I think that's going to carry in the locker room.
Lanier has an easy opportunity to beat the buzzer with a 3 here. Got the first. And whereas Vashon probably, I don't want to say probably, but whereas Vashon felt like they could have appealed those first 2 calls on the shots, that was clear. There was plenty of contact on that shot. And Lanier had the first 2 off on the third, so it'll be 2 free throws for Lanier. That'll take us to halftime. Lanier has 12 points. It's a 5-point game going into the halftime locker room. Vashon by 5, 31-26.
Yeah, I mean, this is still anyone's game. I mean, I know Maumelle probably will come out here in the second half and have some talk about, hey, here, how do we want to handle that pressure? We're going to use some backdoor cuts. Are we going to use some no-look passes, that kind of thing? I mean, they'll address what didn't go right, and I think you'll see them come out here in the second half and be able to play to that kind of against that kind of pressure better.
They have to be able to handle that pressure if they're going to be successful. Their offense is still. They haven't been able to really get into any kind of set offense whatsoever. And they, second quarter, for the most part, until really the last minute and a half, they took Randall out of it altogether. And he needs to be intimately involved in the success of this team. Vashon's done a great job.
Randall with 9 points. Lanier leads all scorers with 12. We'll take a quick break, and we'll go back to Offering Tournament Central. Let's thank our sponsors first.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Offering Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UfteringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And we'll go down to Offering Tournament Central with the Wolverines ahead of the Hornets, 31-26 at halftime. Gavin Russell sitting down with former Washington standout Devin Vanderheit. Devin, take it away.
Welcome back to the Offering Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me is Devin Vanderheit. Devin, thanks for joining us.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Devin, you're playing at Lewis University, of course, a Washington High School alum. You've been around this tournament quite a bit, so always cool to hear, former players, current college players' perspective on things. But you've been able to take in some great games. Just some thoughts on this year's tournament so far.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, they were saying how this is like one of the best talent they had in a long time, and I mean, from what I've seen, it's great talent, and then that's the main reason why this is such a big tournament. They bring in such great talent. Watching Washington the home team, and it's great how it just grows every year. It's awesome.
Honestly, and I think you look at the last couple of days, the environment, like just the amount of people coming out and just how loud it's been, no matter who's playing. I feel like this has been bigger crowds than we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, usually, sometimes on the Thanksgiving, like on the Thanksgiving days, like the crowds are kind of dead. But from this the Dale game, it was actually a decent crowd, and yeah, that shows that it just keeps growing, and it's good. It just keeps growing.
Yeah, and you playing, you're a bit of a big man yourself. You got some good height. They got a really good big man on Hoover, Dwayne Brown. What'd you notice out of him? Because he's got a lot of D1 offers. He's a really good up-and-coming player.
Yeah, Washington plays them tomorrow, so I was kind of looking at more of his weaknesses than his strengths, but
right.
And passing over the information. But I think he's a good body. Moves pretty well for his body, but. Yeah, I'm
not going to ask you to detail your scouting report out here, but he's certainly going to give Washington a handful. Washington, though, looking pretty good. They were able to get that first win against St. Lawrence, pretty convincing fashion. I know they fell last night, but things definitely starting to get going, and Washington's got a pretty good dynamic this year.
Yeah, no matter what, even the talent level Washington has, it's not always the highest. I mean, we never have the highest talent, but we compete over here at Washington, and that's why we win, and hopefully they can get another win tomorrow. I know they fell to Dale last night, but that's a great team, so hopefully we can compete against Hoover tomorrow and get a win.
Certainly, it's going to be a packed house over here at Torrey Gymnasium. Now, you played in this tournament several seasons. Somebody that played in this tournament, just describe what it's all about, the level of competition you're facing, because I don't think even just watching it can do justice to how competitive it really is out there.
Yeah, it's always a great way to start your season. I mean, when this is our first 4 games that we play at Washington, and it's basically the 4 best games you'll play. It's the best competition, but I mean it tests everybody's competitive level. It tests everybody like at the beginning of the season, gives them things to look at, like what they're doing wrong, what they're doing well. So it's such a great test for even other teams, not just Washington, even other teams, and starting the season off with TOC.
Indeed, it's not just your skills, but also a lot of that mental toughness, just coming out here to play against those guys.
Yeah, for sure, because some of these teams, I remember a player from Dale was talking to my brother during the game, and he was like, we're not used to crowds like this. So, I mean, for other teams to experience that atmosphere, I mean, it's good, and it definitely, like you said, tests your mental toughness, and yeah.
It's really competitive basketball. Just standing down on the sidelines, it's like just watching how fast it is. Now, I'm not much of a basketball player myself, but I'm like, I don't even want to be out there. These guys are the real deal for sure. But, of course, this tournament's a lot bigger than basketball, and you, of course, knew Kevin Brown. He's touched his community in so many ways, touched your family. We always talk about him, because we want to continually remind people how much bigger this is in basketball. Talk about your experience with Kevin and just what he meant to you.
Yeah, Coach Brown, I mean, every single time, like when I think of this tournament, like a lot of outsiders think of it as like the competition and the NBA players, but I think of Coach Brown. I mean, what he did for this community and what he did for his players and the people around him was amazing. And I'm glad this tournament keeps growing, because his awareness keeps growing as well, and his name keeps growing, and that's what I want. That's really what I want.
Certainly, and Jody Brown, of course, is out here every single day. Even giving up her Thanksgiving to come out here and be able to, was selling T-shirts to people from Oklahoma. A lot of the Dale players and parents and fans coming out to support KB Strong. Why would you encourage people to just spread a little awareness, or even just donate a little money or something? It can go a long way.
Because it's like I just said, it's bigger than basketball, really. So being able to buy that KB Strong shirt, I mean, it spreads not even just the money, but showing, advertising it, and being like, hey, who's KB? And then Jody will be more than welcome to talk about it. And that's the main thing why I love this tournament so much. And I mean, that's it.
It's pretty special. You can go check out more KB Strong on the website, TOC. We'll talk about it the rest of the week. One last thing, you're headed back to play Lewis University.
Yes,
what you looking for with the Flyers this year?
I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, we started off, we're 1-2 right now, but it's still early. Yeah. We're still playing together, a lot of new guys. So I mean, you know how it goes. I mean, we just trying to get all together and then finish strong when it comes to the end of the season.
Certainly. Well, Devin Vanderheit, Lewis basketball, Washington alum, thank you for your time. Appreciate it a lot. We're going to send it back to the game as Vashon continuing on the trail. We'll get back to the booth now.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back to the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School. Great stuff there in Uftring Tournament Central. Gavin Russell and Devin Vanderheit. Welcome back to the booth. I'm Joey Wright, Jeff Little, and Jim Lynch alongside. It's been a great game so far. 31-26 our score going into the third quarter. Jim, we'll start with you. Your thoughts on a game that has the Vashon Wolverines ahead by just a little bit.
I tell you, I've loved the play from both sides, but what I particularly love is the intensity on defense from Vashon. It's something that, certainly for the first quarter, we saw great defense. Sure, we saw a lot of fouls. They were able to manage that through the second quarter. But again, Maumelle is not going quietly. I think they've responded well, and very, very impressed with the play from number 13, Jacob Lanier from Maumelle.
And Jeff, that's been the battle to watch. Jacob Lanier and Nicholas Randall, the Hornets and Wolverines standouts respectively, both named the tournament's Dandy Dozen. Neither are seniors, both have plenty of Power 5 offers, and for good reason.
Well, and you can see, I think you probably, if you've watched the game, say, well, Lanier's been more of a factor. He's had the ball more. He's been to the free throw line a lot and that kind of thing. But Randall has definitely been a factor. He became more of a factor late in the first quarter, more in the second quarter, and you can see why he's in that Dandy Dozen.
Back underway here in the second half. Going to be a good one. Thanks for spending your Thanksgiving night with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. A whistle, and what's the conversation here, guys?
I think maybe they haven't
maybe the clock is down to 7:51. Something at the scoreboard, but we're getting ready to get back underway. See if that impacts Maumelle's first possession here. They need a bucket, a foul, and a charge.
Got the charge call.
That's a Jody Brown State Farm charge, and that's not how Maumelle wanted to come out of the locker room.
How many big 6'8" kids would take a charge? And that's the deal you talked about is basketball IQ.
Absolutely.
That is a basketball IQ play. Doesn't try to block the shot, stays down, takes the charge, turnover, we get the ball.
I tell you, the more you see him play, the more you fall in love with him.
Down low, off Randall, couldn't get anything to go there. All of the visiting teams at the Tournament of Champions this year attended a luncheon this morning at the Countryside Banquet Facility in Washington. Handful of speakers, including Jody Brown, the wife of late Washington Panthers boys basketball coach Kevin Brown, for whom the tournament is now named. And she implored all the players, urged them, take a charge, dive after a loose ball. It's what Kevin Brown would have wanted. It's how he coached his players. And we've seen a lot of that grit and tenacity, I feel like especially in this game. That's kind of the brand this game's taken on. Down low Randall, and a foul before the shot.
And they counted. I thought it
was on the ground.
He did count it. He did count it.
So that's an and one for Randall.
Wow.
We got a little NBA continuation on that one.
I'll go back to a story about Coach Brown. From walking through the gym when I was coaching on the girls' side and they would be practicing, I think his players looked forward to the game because the game was easier than practice. I would think Vashon's practices may be as brutal as anything, and I don't mean from a dirty standpoint. I just mean The intensity that they,
absolutely.
you know, and up and down the lineup, I would bet. You know, the kids that we haven't even seen yet are going to go out and play hard in practice.
Right.
And, you know, it makes the game easier when you practice that way.
I think most teams would love to emulate that, but not all of them are able to do it.
You don't have the depth.
Yep.
It's been great hearing this week so many stories about Coach Brown and that toughness, and I can say I would have wanted to play for Kevin Brown, but those practices, I don't know. I don't know. I would have had to have been in pretty good shape, I think, because they sound like they were pretty intense.
As a junior high coach, I sure would have loved to watch those practices.
Sure.
Practicing them, oh, let's go back to watching.
And you know what? Kevin was the kind of coach that he invited the junior high coaches in to watch his practice. He invited them to ask him questions, talk to his player. You know, he loved that. He wanted to teach the game.
And that's building a culture. I mean, that's what you want from your community. You want them to buy in at the youngest level.
Finger roll, count that for Maumelle. Bubba Johnson. We heard a story down in Tournament Central yesterday. I believe one coach took his entire team to watch a Washington practice and see how they did it. And a corner three on the way for Vashon. Count that, and the Wolverines continue. Jordan Richard knocks it down. It's a 9-point lead. Go ahead, Jim.
A little bit of the 1-2-2 kind of three-quarter court press, just kind of slowing things down here for Maumelle. You know, making them take time off that shot clock. I think that's another factor where the shot clock kind of comes into play. If you can force somebody to take 6-8 seconds to get it up the court, now you got less time on the offensive end. A blocking foul there.
Yep. And that's going to go against Christian Williams, who's played a nice game, has 10 points so far, his second foul.
I'm very impressed with the way Christian Williams plays.
Seems like every time you look away and then look back, he's not there anymore. He moves so well.
Yeah.
He's got 2 fouls, 2 team fouls. No, pardon me, 1 team foul against Vashon, 2 against the Hornets. And if you're just joining us, if this is the first time you've watched a TOC game this year, a rule change in effect in Illinois this year. Now, the 1-and-1 bonus, a thing of the past. If you get 5 fouls in a given quarter, you're in the double bonus. That's something we've talked a lot about this evening. Second free throw, count it. Both good for Rochelle, the junior.
Those buckets were much needed because, again, that 9-point, you're starting to get that separation. You have to be careful.
And those
Vashon
points
was starting to get a little momentum.
And those points you get with the shot or with the clock off are so key when you're coming from behind.
Right.
9 points, the largest lead tonight. It's not been double digits at any point. 3 on the way for Trey Williams. Doesn't go, and unable to keep it in. Rochelle, despite a good dive. Not Rochelle, pardon me, Randall.
I'll tell you, Nicholas Randall has that ball getting ready to throw it back at me. I'm running.
I wouldn't want to be on the other end of that.
He had that ball cocked
Get
back
your hands ready.
Yeah.
We only have his height, 6'8", but he's well built for his frame. That's not a skinny 6'8".
And again, we talk about him only being a junior. He's got another year to build that frame and perhaps even grow more.
And look at him snag that rebound with one hand. Williams running the offense. Slips past what would have been contact. And here's Williams down low, almost an alley-oop. Second chance, no. A third chance, and count that one for Dario McCaskill. Back to 9.
Again, it's that magic number. You do not want it to get to 11. 10, 11, that's where you start getting a little bit nervous. And here, they turn the ball over and could be trouble.
You know, as a coach, sometimes when you switch defenses, it sounds simple to do maybe to some people. Hey, switch defenses a lot. But you know what? Sometimes your kids don't know you switch defense. If one kid doesn't know you switch, it messes the whole thing up. They just switch from a 1-2-2 to a 2-2-1, three-quarter court press, create a turnover, make the 3. It's a 12-point lead, force them Maumelle with the timeout.
Christian Williams with the 3. A little emphasis going into this timeout for Vashon. It's a called timeout for Maumelle. Jim, do you think a good timeout here to try and stem the tide before it gets out of hand?
Absolutely. As we're seeing, even in their half-court setup right now, they're shadowing Randall almost full-time. And again, you take Randall out of this, Maumelle seems a little bit lost. one of the wheels on the shopping cart is shaking a little more than the others. So they've got to figure out a way either to get Randall involved more in the offense or get the other guys to step up. So yes, I think this timeout is necessary for Coach Shook to sit down, settle the guys down, and get them back to playing, their style of basketball. Like, what is Hornet basketball? Get back to it and just settle down.
Well, as you said in the first half, Jim, I mean, Vashon's defensive intensity has taken Lanier. I mean, I haven't seen them run a set on offense yet. I mean, they've gotten good possessions, but I mean, I haven't seen a flow to their offense. Right. Every pass is contested. Every rebound is contested. There's just nothing easy there. So, I mean, that's got to be the emphasis here. It's one possession at a time, get stops on the defensive end, and we'll get ourselves back in this.
Christian Williams leads all scorers with 13. Lanier and Randall tied with 12. And credit to Nicholas Randall. As I mentioned, did not play a good portion of the first quarter, was on the sidelines, and he's come back in and has played very well. 12 points. Tipped up into the air.
Back to the 1-2-2. Pass, one-handed pass gets tipped.
Good strip.
It's loose. Lanier can't hold on to it. Dives after it. Can't catch up with it. Out of bounds.
That shows a little bit of his character there as well. He kind of fumbles and loses a ball, but he's diving out the door to try to save it.
Absolutely.
I mean, what would a college coach not like about a kid like that?
I would venture that there are plenty of college coaches watching our stream right now, doing a little scouting remotely, and I would bet there will be a lot of college coaches here tomorrow and Saturday to take a look at these kids in person, especially, as you said, Lanier. He's going to be high on a lot of coaches' lists.
There's everything to love about that young man.
Well, and he's handled himself, very well out there. I mean, for a team that has just, physically trying to wear him down, he's not getting frustrated. He's not doing anything.
Almost. Randall tried to slam it home, couldn't catch up with it. And these next 3 minutes and 54 seconds will be key for Lanier and Maumelle.
Absolutely.
See how they handle themselves under pressure against a good Vashon team. From a coaching standpoint, Jeff, you learn a lot about your team in a tournament like this.
But I just go back on that play right there. Quick, I love the way Randall attacked the hoop right there on the putback. Got the foul, didn't get the dunk. The place would have been brought down to the floor. But gets to the hoop, gets the foul, continues to build a little bit of a lead here. He did get the ball stripped from him before. Again, sometimes I wonder why big boys like to put the ball on the floor before they go up with it. Just go up.
That dribbling seems fun. I guess. They see the little guys do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to try this.
Guards get all the attention, don't they?
Hey, no wonder Randall and Lanier have been among the best free throw shooters we've seen in this one because they shoot so many of them. I've seen Lanier get fouled on. What strikes me about Lanier is he's been fouled on a number of jumpers. Did have an and one earlier. Down to the, how about that?
Yeah, they're going to get called.
And that's goaltending there from Randall. Just a little too high there. It was on the way down, they say, and Randall gives the Hornets 2 points. But that's a tough adjustment to make when you're already above the rim.
He certainly didn't agree with it, but he only has one stripe on either side of his uniform, not enough to make the call.
They don't let you play and officiate.
No.
Many have tried.
By the way, guys, something to keep an eye on. Our director, Jonathan Michael, telling me they believe the scoreboard is off by 2 points. They believe it should be 44 to 30. So we'll keep an eye on that if it becomes close. As a 3 there on the way, knocks it down, and the Wolverines are ahead by 15.
Christian Williams has really got things going up from the perimeter here.
Oh, it's a big 3 on the far corner. Number 3, Darren Fleming with that hit.
And how about Fleming coming in from you don't want to speculate, but it looked like he fell on his wrist earlier, stepped out for a minute, and he's come back in and hit a couple of big baskets. It's a great training room they have here at Washington Community High School, right behind the opposite baseline.
Kyle Gennard, I don't know that Kyle's in there tonight, but somebody from his staff, they do a great job for the Washington athletes and for all the athletes here in the tournament. He's ready to take care of anything.
Down low, here's Randall.
That's a great move.
Randall a little bit short, fighting for his own rebound, but it's brought in by Maumelle, and they push ahead. Bubba Johnson. Bubba kicks it out. 3 from Lanier, and it falls.
You know, that's something there that he hasn't had many clean looks. And when you haven't had many, it's hard to make it.
Right.
And he just stepped in and stroked that so cleanly. That's a fine young man.
Lanier brought it up the sideline and passed it and gets it back. And let's see, drives, looks for space, and a charge. A Jody Brown State Farm charge. Go ahead, Jim.
No, I was just going to say that number 5 is it Dano McCaskill is doing a phenomenal job on just shadowing Lanier the whole time. Just Dario, is that how you say it? Dario McCaskill. Dario McCaskill just doing an excellent job giving Lanier a very difficult second half outside of that long 3.
Well, again, there's Randall trying to clean up inside, doesn't get it to go, but gets shoved from behind and draws a foul. He'll get 2 free throws, and being a good free throw shooter, these easily could be 2 more points.
But I love how frustrated he gets by not getting the and one or the putback.
Yeah.
His level, his self-expectations are so high.
I shouldn't miss.
Yeah.
Free throw falls for who else?
And
Randall.
I suspect that starts with Coach Irish. You know, have a high level of self-worth, self-expectation. I think this whole team probably has that.
Yeah.
Randall at the line looking for his second free throw and got it. 11-point game.
Well, one of the things I mentioned when I was in Tuesday was talking about player confidence, coach confidence in players, player confidence in each other.
Right.
You know, knowing that, hey, I missed a shot, but you know what, my teammates are going to pick me up on the defensive end or whatever. You know, this is a game that moves so fast, you can't be hanging your head for 2 or 3 possessions, and then, you know, knowing that your teammates are there for you, key.
Johnson fighting to the block, has to give it up. Don't look now, but Maumelle offensively has started to wake up the last few times down the floor, despite a turnover the last time on the charge. They turn it over this time. Wolverines get back, stepping through, nice move. Unable to finish at the rim was Aaron. Still loose down there, and will stay with Vashon.
Definitely, Vashon intensity is still, you know, here we are under a minute, we have a minute and a half left in the 3rd quarter. Their intensity has not changed defensively.
Well, we've talked about it on the defensive end, but how about on the offensive glass? I mean, they just crash the glass. And Randall's out of the game.
Right.
I mean, these are the 5 small guys going to the glass.
Second chance opportunities for Vashon. I'd love to know in comparison to Maumelle.
Here's Williams, has to give it up. They get it out top.
Look at that, unselfish.
Yep. Nice rebound.
Yeah.
That's a big rebound there from McGuire, which we talked about earlier, that group of juniors that just does a lot of dirty work for the Hornets. Very impressed with that group.
Lanier and the Hornets need this, a block, and they'll be able to reset. That's only the 2nd foul of the quarter against Vashon. Speculated early they might run into foul trouble as this game progresses, but not so here in the 3rd. That's only 2. Jeff, what would you draw up here for Maumelle? And would you go 2 for 1? You got plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, I mean, being down 11, going 2 for 1 might not be a bad situation right here. If you can get it, it's got to be a good look, I think. I don't know that I'd force a bad shot to go 2 for 1. That's a good shot by a good shooter.
Lanier can't knock it down. Offensive rebound. And how about that drawing contact? 2 free throws on the way for Elijah Newell, one of just 2 seniors on Maumelle's roster.
Again,
smart play there, yeah.
High IQ play from Newell Jr., getting your defender off his feet and just saying, hey, I'm going to get myself to the line.
That little hesitation is what allowed him to draw contact and get to the line.
And I might make it. I might get 3 out of it.
And scoring with the clock stopped is exactly what Maumelle wants right now.
unfortunately for the Hornets, they were 0.3 of a second away from getting a 2-for-1, but the shot clock is off now, 34 7/10 of a second. Jeff, would you hold on to it here if you're Vashon and slow it down?
I think I might try to get it inside to Randall. I think that's what you're going to see. Maybe not necessarily that, but I do think you see him holding it for the last shot.
Randall has 16 points, leads all scorers. Lanier has 15 for Maumelle. Going to be fun to watch those two duke it out for that title in the fourth. 3, short, offensive rebound, and a foul, and one for the Wolverines. Dorian McCaskill, the sophomore, steps up.
Maybe a little earlier than they wanted, but you want to take that shot. You don't want to wait till 1 second where you want to have a chance to have an offensive rebound like that.
And again, that came off of a second opportunity. Again, second chance, offensive rebound. Vashon attacks the glass constantly, and I love it. Offensively, defensively.
First time we've called Dorian McCaskill's name. He can't knock that in, and Maumelle could cut it back to 10 or 9 here with the last possession. Lanier double teamed, in trouble, has to give it up, can't get it back. Vashon driving, and the buzzer will sound before a layup that won't count for Jimmy McKinney Jr. And that's the third 12-point lead for Vashon, 8 to play.
Yeah, 11 seconds, and they almost get Maumelle's got the ball and got the ball in their shooter's hands. They double him, make him give it up, and get the turnover and almost get another basket out of it.
Gives us an opportunity to pause before the final frame and thank our sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm. Here in Washington, his information on the screen. Jake, a proud supporter of the TOC, by phone or online at jakewestoninsurance.com. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank SEFQ Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. Keps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. PJ Hare, proud to support everybody here at the Tournament of Champions. And the city of East Peoria, which neighbors Washington. A lot of great businesses and restaurants there. East Peoria, stop in while you're in town for the TOC. Gavin Russell, East Peoria's finest, helping us out in Upring Tournament Central and in the booth and behind the scenes all week long. There's Tony Irons. Actually, there's the back of a few Vashon Wolverines, but Tony Irons was behind him, and you see him there breaking huddle, going over some last-second adjustments with his team here as we enter the fourth quarter. Shall we right? In the booth with you, Jim Lynch and Jeff Little on hand. A lot of fans in the stands here. Jeff, what do you think that huddle was all about for Vashon here? Up 12, got to be a pleasant conversation, I would think.
You know what I noticed? As soon as that quarter was over, one of the assistant coaches grabbed a player and was talking to him about how he needs to position himself around on the perimeter to catch that return pass from the inside out. And you know what? They've got, you can be the head coach, but when you've got assistant coaches that notice that kind of thing and can address it immediately for a player, makes all the difference in the world.
Down low, almost a two-handed slam. Instead, 2 free throws for Nicholas Randall.
He's had a few tonight.
Yeah. It was almost a Legacy Solar slam. Instead, 2 free throws.
And what I love, he called for that ball out at the three-point line. They weren't getting much success getting the ball to him in the lane. So he called for it out far. Great spin move, quick spin move, attacked the hoop, almost got the dunk. Instead, gets a couple of free throws. I love that move.
And a lot of junior big men would travel. Yeah. And that's drag that pivot foot before it gets on the ground. And he didn't.
Kept his footing and drove to the rim. Unable to hit either at the line, but the Wolverines still ahead by 12. And it caught my eye earlier. I think one of you guys pointed it out to me, actually, but in a timeout huddle earlier for Vashon, they had their main huddle, and 2 assistants, it looked like they were playing a pickup game. They were going at it and kind of simulating some things with each other there. Different mechanics. Wolverines looking and turning it over. Hornets need this. Could trim it back to a single-digit game with a 3. Fancy pass, almost a turnover, and a kick ball, a travel. Unable to hold on to that one, Elijah Newell.
You've gotten 3 stops down on the defensive end. You got the 2 missed free throws and a couple of turnovers, and you've gotten no points out of it.
Right. You can't have that down by 12. And again, on the Vashon side, attacking the hoop there, maybe set up your offense and work it through a couple times rather than, again, one pass and go after it.
There's a Legacy Solar slam, two-handed flush, Nicholas Randall.
And that's a situation where they got lucky.
Right.
Lanier hoists that one at the rim. 2 free throws for his trouble. And that was, you're exactly right, Jim. Right place, right time for Randall.
And not to take away from Randall on that, but again, as a coach, I would just say, hey, kick it out. Work the offense. We got 35 seconds. It's Thanksgiving. We're out of town.
Yeah.
None of us have hot dates tonight. Let's finish this game.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it pays to be in the right place at the right time.
Right, absolutely. And I'll take that dunk any night.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it again.
We might. Randall gives instead here to Trey Williams. And Vashon, if it can take care of business here in the last 6:30, is going to stay undefeated in the TOC, but not so fast. Maumelle, an interception. Hornets need something offensively, stepping through and scoring. How about that? Macelon Rochelle steps through.
A nice play by the 6'5" junior as well. Great play on the defensive end. Another steal.
Lanier's in on that one. Rochelle spinning, has to give it up. And the Hornets will slow it down, reset the offense.
Smart move to slow things down right here and catch your breath.
Lanier in motion. Here's a 3. Rochelle off. Go ahead.
You want to play fast, but you've got to be under control.
There's a spin. Almost tipped in. Instead, no. 1-on-2. Everybody's got to get back. Not if Rochelle has anything to say about it. Off the block and too strong. And 24 cleans up the miss from 24. And a deep 3 on the way in transition. Off the mark.
Another second chance opportunity.
Trey Williams there, and McCaskill gets it. And now Williams.
Randall inside on the block. Good move.
Mid-range. Won't go, still loose. Finally, the Hornets rebound it.
A turnaround jumper is something we haven't seen yet out
That
of
was
Randall,
smooth.
and I like it. Yeah.
That was.
It's just been so hard for the Hornets to set up any offense against this Vashon defense tonight. It's loose and unable to fling that one up. Lanier couldn't get anything going. Now the Wolverines get back, and it's out of bounds. It'll stay home.
That's maybe the one shot I think I've seen Lanier force. You know, and then he's got Randall on him. Maybe he thought he could take the big guy, but Randall did a nice job defensively, stayed down, moved his feet, changed the shot, made him shoot over it.
And I think that 6'8" frame doing that turnaround, I think we're going to see some of that athleticism that will be able to benefit him against 6'9", 6'10".
Yep.
As he sees bigger frames, not only this week,
Jimmy
but at the
McKinney.
next level. That's a nice shot.
Jimmy McKinney's now got a pair of 3s, 6 points for him. And almost, but not quite for Mason. Wolverines get out and run with it. It's loose, and Trey Williams brings it in, resets the offense. Here's another 3, heat check, just short. And now Vashon will run the offense. Or pardon me, Maumelle will run the offense.
Notice Maumelle's kind of taken the ball out of Lanier's hands a little more as far as bringing it up, which may be smart.
And Lanier left that one short. Hornets a little out of sorts offensively. Spinning Williams. Williams all the way to the basket and the foul.
It's a nice move by Trey Williams. Maybe a little out of control on the initial approach, but I thought he settled himself and maybe a little bailout on the foul. He was fouled, but
right. The strength that it takes to make that shot, to get in there and change ball position in the air.
That would have broke both ankles and probably would end up in traction, but that's okay. That's why I'm up here at the table with you gentlemen.
It's a lot easier from up here.
At the line, Trey Williams. Williams has 2 points. Up next on ClutchSportsIL.com, same stream, you don't have to go anywhere. We'll go down to the studio and come back for Heritage Christian's first game of the week, and Alexander, who Maumelle played yesterday. Looking forward to that. Cougars and the Warriors coming up for you. Putting a bow on a great Thanksgiving Day here in Washington. Wolverines in control of this one, and guys, it is evident to me they're in no hurry.
Yeah. No. I think we've seen that transition now. I suspect Coach Iron said out of the gate, keep after it, first half of the quarter, attack, attack, attack. Now they're pulling back a little bit.
Still time for Maumelle, but Vashon has earned its 15-point lead. It'll take an epic rally for the Hornets here down the stretch. 3 fouls for Lanier, who has 15 points. Second among all scorers. Randall has 18, pardon me. Randall, a handoff, a give. Trey Williams, finger roll.
Great move by Trey Williams.
Silky finish there for Trey Williams. Full timeout called by Maumelle. 4 points now for Trey Williams. Christian Williams looking good. Has 13.
Not sure what Coach Irons was saying to one of his players there, but he, in the process of coaching them, he pumped them up at the same time, and I thought, boy, that is a coach that these boys
And you know what?
respect.
He didn't have anything directly. I mean, maybe he screened a guy off to get Trey Williams to the basket, but he did. It wasn't like he had an assist. It wasn't like he made the basket. That's what a good coach does. He notices those little things that, hey, you just did that for your teammate.
Right.
A couple of fans there hanging out, enjoying the TOC. Front row seat down on the basket to the left of us.
I got a story about the next game. So my nephew's brother-in-law and his family are up from Woodstock, Georgia for Thanksgiving. Enjoyed the meal with them today. And they started looking at the program when I got home on Tuesday, and they said, hey, Alexander's here. I go, yeah, what about it? And they go, that's who beat us last year in the state semifinals. We lost by 2 points.
Oh, man.
They went on to win the state championship, beat the other team by 20. We think if we would have won that game at Etowah High School, we could have won the state championship. We want to go watch Alexander tomorrow. Uncle Jeff, I said, all right, let's go. So we're sticking around to watch the next game because they want to watch their rival that knocked them out of the state playoffs last year.
Fantastic.
Small world, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and you get it here in Washington, Illinois.
Such a great tournament year in and year out. 22 teams this year, 7 local teams, 15 from around the country. 2 of those, St. Lawrence out of Burbank, Illinois, and Vashon not from all that far away.
Oh,
here's
boy.
Lanier a drive, and he has it stripped away.
I know he missed it, but that showed a little bit more strength than you might think out of that frame.
I did not see that coming, but I like it. I like it.
A little bit of a scrum down there. Officials do a good job of getting in and separating the players here with 3:04 left. And Maumelle will make a substitution here, as will Vashon. 3:04 left. And guys, you just want to keep your emotions in check here down the stretch and live to play another day.
It's been a good game, and I mean,
Without
and you don't want the game to be remembered for something like that.
And again, it's Thanksgiving. Let's be honest. There are moments of fighting at Thanksgiving. You know, family, it gets emotional. Later in the day, later in the game.
Sure.
I'm sure they'll clean it up.
Certain
in the
conversations you cannot have with the family.
And they knew they shouldn't approach whatever they approached.
That's right.
They'll clean it up in the handshake line.
Yeah, ate a little too much food there. A little food coma. What's your guys' go-to in the Thanksgiving dinner line? I like the mashed potatoes personally.
We got a good sweet potato casserole that's pretty good.
There
too.
you go.
I'm a stuffing guy. I like the stuffing, and but again, looking at the size of me, I'll take everything. I didn't get this big by being picky.
By the looks of my plate, I did.
I tell you, they had a terrific banquet this morning. I alluded to it earlier at the Countryside Banquet Hall here in Washington. Invited all the teams from out of town who can't get home to Thanksgiving with their families, in for a meal, and that was a lot of fun.
And Christy does such a great job down at Countryside, and it's such a, it is such a testament to. She's just one of the people in this community that make this tournament as successful as it's been.
Derek Lewis enters the scoring for Maumelle.
Not just the sponsors that you guys have mentioned, but the volunteers and everybody that makes this thing work. Yeah, we owe them a big thanks.
I meant to ask Herb Knobloch earlier in the studio before we ran out of time, roughly how many individuals it takes to put this tournament on.
Wow.
I mean, it is a number I believe is in the hundreds, and I'll have to square that up. But it takes a village, and quite literally, it takes a village to put this thing on. And everyone in Washington, I mean, you can tell just talking to people about this tournament, their eyes light up with pride. As there's a block from Lanier. Oh, they'll call a foul. Going to be a good one up next. Heritage Christian and Alexander. Heritage Christian from Northridge, California. Alexander from Douglasville, Georgia, as we mentioned just a moment ago.
Boy, neither of those teams traveled far.
Yeah.
But again, what a testament to this tournament for getting the best talent from around the country. When you say that they're coming from out of the area, they're really coming from out of the area.
Looking at this is a game in the Off-Ring Auto Group National Classic. Ray Ribbon Showdown has the North Tampa Christian School Titans, who we've seen twice already. From just north of Tampa, as the name implies, Wesley Chapel, Florida. Thayer, Missouri is here. They've looked good. We will see Kenosha, Wisconsin, and Grafton, Wisconsin, a little more local. Evansville, Indiana is here on hand at the TOC. We'll see those teams on Saturday.
Jimmy McKinney Jr., the freshman for Vashon, just checked out. And I tell you, I like the look of that young man as well. I mean, that's going to be a kid that will be on a lot of those lists of schools that we've mentioned for some of the other players.
He's going to have a big radar moving forward.
Yep.
Maumelle, just 2 seniors, 8 sophomores, and 6 juniors, pardon me. 8 sophomores, 6 juniors for Maumelle. Handful of seniors for Vashon, a lot of freshmen. 2 freshmen, I suppose, but a number of sophomores and juniors. 2 young rosters going to be teams to watch in their respective areas this season. Vashon can't catch up with that. Randall, it's out of bounds.
Nice floater there from Elijah Newell over the defender. Pulls up in the lane. Soft touch.
Number 24, Nicholas Randall, will check out of the game, and what a game he had.
Yeah.
Randall will retire with 18 points to lead all scorers in this one.
And did he score in the first quarter? Maybe 2?
I think he had 2 or 3 points, but not many. It really was the second and third quarter for Randall that allowed him to pull away in that regard. And as Lanier is not on the floor, it should be Randall that leads all scorers, but an and 1 there as we say that for Derek Lewis, who has come in and played some nice minutes for the Hornets late in this one with the game pretty well squared up.
I noticed Coach Irons has kind of, brought in probably a second group of 5, maybe a third, some guys that haven't been in, but you haven't noticed a drop-off in the intensity. They're still guarding them hard. They're still, that's a program. That's a testament to a program when your kids that come off the bench play the same way.
Tipped around and up and over. Count that one for Nasir Binion, who we called earlier, and gets back into the scoring there. And Vashon, 50 seconds away from a comfortable win to open up the TOC and improve to 6-0 at this tournament all time. 3 on the way, won't go for Lewis.
Not a bad record here at the TOC. Not easy to do.
Not easy by any means. Even Washington.
Second chance opportunity.
Yep.
Got that one. Even Washington, the host of this tournament, 35 and 30.
While, right?
Yeah, it's just above 500. If you can get out of this tournament above 500, you're in good shape. Off the mark. 15 seconds. Alley-oop, almost. Now they're just having some fun down there. Binion can't finish, despite the whistle.
I think they got to travel before the pass.
Yeah. I like that. Powell, the freshman, trying to get the ball. I think that was him who was trying to send the ball up for the alley-oop, but you like the freshman's given a chance.
Yep.
3 seconds left in this one. Deep three, and Lewis at the buzzer knocks it down. Derek Lewis, how about that? A quick 7 points, despite only playing the last few minutes. Unfortunately, that three only cuts it to 15. 66-51, Vashon over Maumelle in game 4 of 5 on this Thanksgiving holiday at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Jim Lynch, Jeff Little, I apologize. Your final thoughts on this one here as we wrap it up and prepare to go down to Tournament Central?
I think both very talented teams. I just think the intensity from Vashon really kind of just ground down Maumelle into a W for the for Vashon. I think it just came down to that.
I think that intensity, they were able to withstand it a little bit. They got to the free throw line and kept themselves in the game in that first quarter, second quarter. Kind of toward the end of the quarter got away, but again, like I've said before, these are the kinds of games, that's a learning experience for that team, and Maumelle will learn from that, become better for that.
It's crazy. You look at this tournament, I believe some 6 defending state champions in the field this year. Metamora lost twice at this tournament last year, didn't lose again, went on to win the state championship here in Illinois' Class 3A division. I go back to J.D. Davison's team a few years ago, a number of lopsided losses, and then they went undefeated down in Alabama and won their class. Yep. Never know how it might turn out.
You just have to use, failure is kind of how you look at it sometimes.
Right.
If you think a loss is a failure, it is. But if you learn something from it, if you learn how to approach
what you do, it's what you do with the failure.
What do you take away from it?
Yep. Wins and lessons, and again, if you can truly look at the loss as a lesson, then I think you're already moving in the right direction.
A good win for Vashon, 66-51 over Maumelle. They're sweeping the floor. We've got some time before our final game of the evening, Alexander and Heritage Christian. We'll take a quick break to thank our sponsors and then go down to a locally inspired Upspring Tournament Central hit with Gavin Russell. Back after this word from our sponsors.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upspring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpspringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Thanks again to all of our great sponsors here, the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. We'll go down to Gavin Russell in Tournament Central presented by Upspring. He's got a couple of local basketball standouts. Gavin, take it away.
Group Tournament Central, I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me, Dietrich Richardson. Thanks for joining us for a little bit.
Yes, sir.
you're enjoying some great basketball out here, but of course you're a pretty good basketball player yourself. So, we love to get the perspective of the players too, because I can talk about the basketball I want, but it's better to hear it from you a little bit. So you're a junior over at Maumelle High School in Peoria. You guys are looking for a pretty good season this year. Talk about Maumelle and what looking forward to this season.
Yeah, just being a leader and winning. So make it.
Who's some like key guys that we can watch on the team this year?
Jarrell Traps, DJ Finley, Darren McClendon.
Yeah. And then, as far as coaching goes over there, I know Manuel's had some great coaches over the years, but talk about your coach right now and just what the coaching staff's putting you guys through.
Coach Marvin Jordan. He played at Niagara. He's a good mentor for me. He teaches me a lot about just being a point guard and being a team leader. So that's what I do most.
Sure, and you've got to learn from a lot of really good players. You've been with that Manuel community for the last couple of years. Talk about some of the guys that you've learned from and what they've taught you.
So during the summer we got a lot of guys that come back and Hoover with us, like Monte Williams. He just telling me stay focused and stuff. Marion Berg come in too and just toughen me up, bum me and stuff, make me better. But it's all love just to make me better at the end of the day.
Sure, and I know Peoria basketball in general is pretty good, but I know there's that rivalry, Manuel, Peoria High, Richwoods. Yeah. Why would you say Manuel's going to be the best?
We're just more tougher than.
More tough.
Yeah.
I don't know. There might be some people that disagree with that.
More tougher.
For sure.
More tougher, bro.
They are the Rams. Like, who would win though? Like a ram or a lion in a fight? Because then you got the Knights too. I don't know. Who would win in a fight?
Rams.
The Rams. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Good to know. You also got a lot of college interest as well, which you've got a couple seasons left to play. But talk about the coaches that have reached out and how that process has gone for you.
Tim Anderson at Illinois. He basically checks on me all the time, say you like my game, how I pass, and just a skilled player overall. Then at Bradley, we got head coach there, Brian Wardle. He loves my game and how I play as a point guard and just being taller and being able to see through the defense and stuff. Also at Vandy, Coach Stackhouse, he loves how I play. Just being long and versatile, running the floor. So.
Sure, and just the opportunity. You haven't committed anywhere yet. You're still deciding, of course, and probably going to get some more offers. But just the opportunity to have the offer from a local team, what does that mean to you?
It means a lot. It means a lot
for sure. Play for the hometown team. Well, I appreciate your time, Dietrich. It's been a pleasure talking with you. We're going to get another guy in here, another Peoria guy. He may have some things to say against Manuel. I don't know about that. LaShawn Stowers, we're going to switch out with him right now, and we'll get LaShawn here. Appreciate you, Dietrich.
Thank you.
LaShawn Stowers, a little bit of a rival here, a little bit of a different perspective. Peoria High, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
Good. So you're enjoying some good basketball here. But I'm asking you the same question. So Peoria High, what are we looking at with the Lions this year?
We pretty good. We a scrappy team, kind of young, but we getting through it.
Sure. And then who are the guys to look at besides yourself?
Rico Jackson, Craven Bailey, Deontay, Spencer Russell.
Yeah, some good players out there. And, of course, you got great coaching over there, too. Dan Ruffin doing a great job, kind of a second-generation sort of thing. Just talk about Coach Ruffin and what he's done for you.
He pushed me to be the best. He's a great coach, and he just knows the game of basketball.
Sure. And where have you guys been able to go this summer? I know you guys always challenge yourself in the off-season, maybe in the AAU circuit. What have you been playing this summer?
I play for Mid-Pro. We've been in Indiana, Milwaukee, St. Louis. Yeah, it's been fun.
Just that competition, how does that make you better, just to play against really good talent?
It's physical, so being more physical.
Yeah, for sure. And then this coming season, what's the difference maker? I know Dietrich said Manuel's tougher, but what about Peoria High makes you guys the top team?
We tough. We scrappy.
Tougher than Manuel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that too. You as well have gotten some good college interest. You'll be playing college basketball if you so choose. Just talk about your journey with that.
It's really like you got to grind. Grind it out. Stay focused. That's really it.
Yeah, for sure. And then out here, you're watching some really good basketball. What have you noticed? Who's impressed you?
Vashon, they play really hard on defensive end.
Now, could you take Vashon? No, you don't have to answer that question. No, for sure. Well, we appreciate your time, LaShawn. It's been great having you on here. You can feel free to go. You don't have to stay. I won't hold you hostage any longer. Appreciate you, Dietrich, as well. Thank you for coming on. you guys have a great season, and a couple of really good Peoria area players, LaShawn Stowers and Dietrich Richardson, coming up here in this Peoria area in Central Illinois. But we got a little time to kill here between our next and last game. I'm going to ask my assistant, Corey. Corey, would you be able to hand me one of these programs down here real quick? We're going to go through the rest of this tournament as we kind of head in. We'll be in the Upstrength studio just one more time this evening here on Thanksgiving. It'll be halftime of our next game coming up, featuring Alexander. Alexander had a great game last night, including Braden Liu. Braden was throwing down some highlight reel dunks, so stay tuned for that one. He will be coming up next here in the next game. But we got a lot of other great games coming up. Program's a little handy part I like here. If you come out to the tournament, I'd recommend grabbing one. You've got everything in here from the current teams and the schedules, as well as some history of the tournament and in-depth profiles on the guys. So you make your way out to the tournament this year, make sure to get out here and get yourself a program. They do a great job describing things for sure. But as we look into the schedule over the next couple of days, we got still 2 full days worth of basketball yet to come. We go to Friday morning. We're getting kicked off early at 9:30 in the morning. We got Hayworth and North Tampa Christian, followed by St. Lawrence and Dale. Peoria Notre Dame and Victory Christian Academy. Victory Christian really impressing things. And then we'll kind of finish things up in the day. Thayer Morton, Great Collegiate Academy in Metamora, Maumelle and Heritage Christian. And last game of the day, probably one of the highlights of the tournament. We've had a lot of great games, but Hoover and Washington, going to be a great one tomorrow at 8:15. So that's what you have to look forward to on your Friday. But first, we've got a really good one to finish up Turkey Day here on November 23rd. It's Heritage Christian and Alexander coming up. We're going to send it back to the booth for Joey Wright and company. Take it away, fellas.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Washington Community High School's Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium. Got you back just in time for the 5th game of the 3rd day of the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare. Going to be a good one. The Alexander Cougars of Douglasville, Georgia, are ready to face the Heritage Christian Warriors of Northridge, California. Both sides of the country covered, both coasts almost, Georgia and California. Going to be a good one. I'm Joey Wright alongside Jim Lynch. And Jim, as we get ready for this one, Jeff Little was in the booth with us earlier, but Jim, as we get ready for this one, 2 teams that have pretty much met halfway here in Washington for what should be a good one.
A 6'7" junior, number 1, Dylan.
These guys playing together, yeah, this should be a great contest between, obviously, Alexander Cougars and Heritage Christian Warriors. One of the things that jumps out at me from these 2 schools is the disparity in size of the schools. You've got Heritage Christian coming in just under 400 in enrollment, and nearing 2,000, the Alexander Cougars out of Georgia. So again, just the student body alone, very impressive. I'm just seeing how that'll play out on the floor.
For sure. For the second straight game, it would help if we unmuted your mics. So sorry about that, but we got you in now.
Maybe the people are speaking. You know, maybe they've shared with Clutch Sports Media how much they want to hear from me tonight.
Sure. No, it'll be a fun one. Looking forward to it. Looking first at Alexander, because we've seen them so far at the TOC this year. They had a thrilling game against Maumelle yesterday that went to overtime, and Alexander got the win, 69-68. 21 points for Braden Liu. That was a heavyweight title fight, Jim, and I know you only caught some of it, but that was two teams, two programs, evenly matched. They even had the same colors. They were red and white, and they were going at it right until the very end.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing him play because I've heard nothing but great things about his ability, his athleticism. So really looking to see how as far as Braden Liu's concerned, how the Warriors will look to stop him in this game.
And for the Heritage Christian Warriors, look no further than Dylan Shaw, the 6'7" junior who has looks from UCLA, USC, California, Arizona State, UNLV, and Fresno State, among others, a top 100 recruit in his class of 2025. Shaw has really exploded onto the scene here in the last year or so, Jim, and looking forward to seeing what he can do in that 6'7" frame tonight.
Excellent. Well, here we are, Thanksgiving night. Can't get better.
And here we go. We're underway. Glad you're spending your conclusion of the Thanksgiving holiday with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Alexander and Heritage Christian. Alexander in the home whites. Heritage Christian in the road grays. These two teams far from home. It's Alexander first. Down low, and how about that for Braden Liu? And Braden Liu was up and down the floor. Moved so well. He's a 6'8" senior. Put on an absolute show against Maumelle yesterday.
And he absolutely wasted no time to get in the scoring column.
Heritage Christian turning around. It's Dylan Shaw, a name we'll call a ton tonight.
Again, the two names we talked about right there in the brief pregame. You mentioned right away, Joey, that these are the guys that we're going to have our eyes on this whole game.
Braden Liu seemed like any time you looked up yesterday, I was directing that game. And it took him about a half to get going, but he was always up and down the floor and finishes so well at the rim. Legacy Solar has signed on to sponsor all of the dunks at this year's tournament. I think they're going to get their name called a lot tonight when the ball is in Liu's hands.
That's a quick double dribble there on number 5. I believe that's Roman Fisher. Just a little excited. He saw an open lane, wanted to attack it, and just got caught up as you look to transition to the hoop.
Braden Liu and Gregory Dunson, his teammate, who is also a special player, named to the tournament's intriguing players to watch. A Legacy Solar slam there for Braden Liu, right on cue.
I think you've predicted just about everything that's happened so far in this game, Joey. I'm dying to see what you're going to come up with next.
Well, the ball's in Dunson's hands now. He's going to get an assist. If this goes in, it doesn't. It's too long, and the ball's still loose. And spinning, an off-balance shot in front of the rim won't go from Jeremy Freema. And we'll see the Heritage Christian Warriors go, and Dylan Shaw up the floor for the Warriors. And a drive, and a kick,
nice
and a
kick
three
to the
on
corner.
the way. Liu closes out, but he's not in time. That's a three, counted for Roman Fisher.
That's a nice three on the far side. 6'3" junior Fisher. And again, that pass came cross-court, great skip pass. Suspected it was drawn up that way.
And Liu, not to talk too much about him, but what a job closing out on that three. As
Nice
the rebound's
rebound.
brought in, yeah.
Strong rebound there, number 15. I think that was Tay Simmons.
Simmons, a junior for Paul Tate's Heritage Christian Warriors. Jason Slate, the coach for Alexander. Alexander the other way, and a rebound brought in by Heritage Christian's Deacon Perry. Perry was big last night for Alexander. And a two there, deep two. Tay Simmons, the man of the hour for Heritage Christian.
So far, loving the athleticism from both teams. Really kind of looked like Cougars were going to come out very aggressively, but the Warriors have responded just as quickly.
Back and forth, 7-4 ball game. Ball in the hand now of Dunson, who was big for Alexander last night. Pardon me, misspoke. Perry, of course, did not play for the Cougars one night ago. And how about a deep three, top of the key from Dunson.
Dunson, only a sophomore for Alexander.
That ball knocked off of the foot of Christopher Hutchinson. And so it'll stay with Heritage. So much of the best talent, though, Jim, at this year's field. Sophomores, juniors, a couple of good seniors, of course, to keep an eye on, but a lot of future stars that are just starting to emerge.
Absolutely. And young men that I hope we'll see back in the coming years here at the TOC. That's something that you enjoy at the TOC year after year. Some of these young men whose teams who have, we talked about Vashon, who has been back for, is this their third appearance?
Third appearance, now 6-0.
Right. And you begin to you begin to watch these guys over the years that they're here develop and grow, and it's fun to watch them.
You get the sense that the tournament would prefer to get those guys that are relative unknowns and then use the tournament as a launching pad to go on to become big stars.
And a little push off there from number 1, Dylan Shaw. You look at the Warriors. I didn't catch this as we were talking in the pregame. They've got a lot of size.
Yeah, you look up and down the Warriors roster: 6'7", 6'5", 6'5", 6'5" again, 6'7", 6'6", and you see it on the floor.
Right.
Alexander looking, Dunson a three, and he got it. And Gregory Dunson's been tough to contain on the perimeter tonight, and he's not afraid to step back and launch him from deep. Baseline drive and a kick out to nobody, a turnover, and Alexander has the early momentum.
Even with Heritage Christian's first substitution, they bring in 6'5", and so again, it's just that continued height and strength. I think Max Hackney was the one that checked in.
Ball in the hand now of Dunson. Dunson looking, kicking, three on the way for Hutchinson, off the mark. And Lou gets it in the corner. Watch out, Lou, a baseline drive is met with contact and a foul.
Yeah, that's a situation where you have three guys contesting that shot. Somebody's got to either take a charge, or, I would say attempt to take a charge on that. Three of you contesting it, somebody's going to get a foul. Yeah, again, you don't want to give them the and one, but you've got to do something there. Don't give them the baseline first. Push them to the middle where you have more help. But you absolutely cannot let him get to the hoop like that when there are three of you contesting.
And that turns into a good foul as Lou blanks the first one short.
How was Lou from the free throw line the other night? Do you have that available?
Lou at the free throw line last night for Alexander at the charity stripe was a perfect 4 for 4. So that was his first miss of the tournament. Look out with one hand. He atones for the missed free throw.
He certainly did.
An emphatic slam, the Legacy Solar Slam from Lou. Watch out. And we'll see if Heritage Christian has an answer. Lou last night had a 4 of 4 outing at the charity stripe, 21 points overall. Dunson had 18. Freeman had 13, in reference to Jeremy Freeman. Number 1 in white, had a nice game. Lou, 8 of 14 from the field.
Yeah, he's just somebody you're going to have to keep a body on.
The net a little off, he can't fix it there. Off the iron. Lou must have looked at the program and realized he's not among the dandy dozen because he certainly played well enough to earn consideration among that group as he gets the rebound.
Leads the transition here.
And he drives, steps through, and scores. And a timeout called by Heritage Christian. A 30-second timeout as Alexander has pulled out to a 15-7 lead.
Yeah, somebody is going to have to stop Braden Lou. He just went coast to coast. Somebody's going to have to step in front of him. Somebody's going to have to slow down that transition. Because, again, with him with 7 of the 15, right now he is tying the Warriors with just under 3 minutes to go here. We're approaching the 2-minute mark in the first quarter. Somebody's going to have to step up. And certainly it's not to say that the Warriors don't have the size to get in front of them. Maybe not pound for pound, but somebody's going to have to slow him down or it's going to get out of hand quickly.
This is the first time we've seen the Warriors in the Tournament of Champions. Their first ever appearance, first game. They did not play yesterday. Looking at Dylan Shaw, he's got more than enough ability to create a couple of offensive opportunities and spark it's too early to even call it a comeback here for Heritage Christian. Top 10 recruit in California. Can catch and shoot. And we talked about that last game with Jeff Little. So many players in today's game. You almost have to be good from everywhere on the floor, as we see a mid-ranger from Tay Simmons, who has been nice. He's been in on some rebounds, and he's been in on some offensive looks. Deep 2 from Lou, and he knocks it down.
Right now, Braden Lou is putting on a TOC clinic.
Braden Lou, 9 points already in this one. Heritage Christian, let's see what they do. Shaw a 3, and Shaw connects.
Absolutely beautiful from the far corner.
That was a tough angle. He was deep in the corner. He was behind the basket.
Behind the basket, absolutely.
Lou passes up a deep 2, 3 on the way. Alexander can't connect. And just like that, Heritage Christian has a chance. Again, still plenty of time. You don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but they've got a chance to cut this one potentially to 2 with another 3.
And again, they're running sets that are absolutely looking to get into Shaw's hands.
Shaw's got it. Shaw steps into a 3 and leaves it short, and the rebound brought in by Dunson. Dunson maybe tried to get a little too cute with that pass.
As I coach junior high basketball, and we constantly talk about valuing the ball, the speed and the quickness of feet and hands right now, the number of tip balls out of bounds that we've seen just in this first week of basketball is fascinating to me. I'm not going to go back to the junior high boys and say, hey, it happens at the high school level too. I'm not going to give them that luxury, but it's good to know that it is happening at every level of basketball.
High level of basketball here at the TOC National Classic game presented by Off-Drink. And it's crazy to me how easy these players make it look, especially these high major recruits. So smooth with pretty much anything they do, right?
Absolutely.
Heritage Christian in a little bit of trouble. Shaw not on the floor, he's on the bench. They can hold for the final shot here. 35-second shot clock is off. Hasn't been a factor in this one. Deep 3, top of the key.
Great
connecting
shot.
with that, Roman Fisher. And let's see what Alexander does at the buzzer. Dunson a 3, and he leaves it short.
It looked good when it left his hand. I will say there, that play that they ran to end the half there from Heritage Christian was perfect. And to work the ball into the paint, kick it out for that almost last second 3 was absolutely what they needed. Cut it to 2, going to the second quarter. You got to think that Coach for Heritage Christian's thrilled with that transition.
We've got a 2-point ball game as we thank our sponsors going into the second quarter. Jake Weston State Farm, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans here at the TOC. His information on the screen. Longtime partner of Clutch Sports Media, and Jake Weston played for Kevin Brown at Washington. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank SEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. Keps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. PJ Hare, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the TOC in the city of East Peoria, where so many players and coaches stay when they're in town for the tournament. Invites you to visit everything East Peoria has to offer. Lots of great businesses and restaurants. Joey Wright and Jim Lynch back in with you high atop Torrey Gym at Washington Community High School. And Jim, we've got a good one. 17-15, yeah. A lot of offense there in the first quarter. See what Heritage Christian dials up on possession number 1. Northridge, California, the Warriors.
There.
Let's see here. Top of the key, high-low. Shaw looking for Simmons, who steps back and ties the game.
Great shot from Tay Simmons right there. Created that separation, got the elevation, knocked down that jumper.
Alexander slows down the offense. Lou not on the floor. And not on the floor either is Gregory Duncan. So 2 top scorers from last night on the bench. Under the basket, fighting for the rebound, cleaning it up is Terrence Bowen. Oh, down low and a 2-handed finish for Tay Simmons. A legacy solar slam.
That's a big slam for Tay Simmons. And again, to Heritage Christian's credit right there, quick transition, saw the whole floor, got it down quickly.
2 emphatic baskets. This game's tied at 19. Simmons the rebound. And Shaw chugs ahead. Shaw, look, Shaw sees some space. Has to pick his dribble up, and a foul.
Smart move by Shaw there. He knew that. I'm trying to see who the foul's on here. I think that's going to be number 21. No, check that. That's number 23, Christopher Hutchinson. I think it's a foul on. Got locked up with him on the ball, but as he turned his body, he creates a foul out of it. It's just a very heads-up IQ play. And one thing we've seen both in the first quarter and the start of this one, until now, I'm going to say not a lot of fouls, but now here we have 2 quick fouls on the Cougars.
That one on the inbound. And again, if you're new to basketball in Illinois, a rule change this year, and I would imagine Alexander and Heritage Christian are new. I think they fit that bill.
Yeah, I would say so.
5 fouls in a single quarter puts you in the double bonus. Gone is the 1-and-1 bonus. So that has changed the way a lot of coaches think about the game. Also in play, just for the Tournament of Champions, a 35-second shot clock.
I'm interested to know what teams, how similar some of these rules are to other states. Do they have the 5-foul rule? Do they have shot clocks? I wonder what the comparison would be.
That's kicked way out. Lou gets back.
Great move by Lou to establish himself on this side of the court so as not to get the over and back.
Shaw the rebound. Shaw quickly ahead. Shaw and Lou takes the charge.
Great call by the official. Lou got established. Shaw just couldn't move. Lou's too big. He didn't have time to get around.
That is a Jody Brown State Farm charge. And Lou is not a player I would want to run into. A 6'8" frame, and he fills it well.
I think Shaw
weight listed, but
I think Shaw knew too late that he had nowhere to go.
Here's Lou on the block. Lou with a little contact, no whistle. We play on. Heritage Christian trying to jet ahead, and alley-oop, and Simmons finishes. We'll give him a legacy solar slam.
I think you have to on that. No call on the contact. I think personally you could have called it, but.
Oh, and Lou cuts to the basket and finishes.
That one you definitely you can give it.
Legacy solar slams left and right. Here's Simmons. Lou cut to the basket so quickly. Simmons off the block. He got it.
Simmons is having a quarter right now.
Everyone's having a quarter.
Yeah, that's
offense
a great
fast and
point.
furious. 23-21. Here's Freeman. And a drive.
Nice
and
pass.
a finish. 2 hands. Oh, my goodness. They're coming out of nowhere. Alan Stoddard. Timeout Alexander. First time we've called Stoddard's name as a Legacy Solar Slam.
I tell you, these teams must have talked before the game. Maybe they talked over lunch today and said, let's just put together a highlight film. Somebody's going to have to win. But what are we up to now? It's got to be close to 7 or 8 dunks just in this first half.
Feels like it. We've seen some big ones.
And again, a little smaller crowd than we saw for the last game, but they're certainly getting a great show.
Talking, and we talked about this last game too, Jim, but just anecdotally looking at Thanksgiving's past, I feel like there's a little more energy in the gym tonight. I mean, I feel like there's been a great crowd on hand throughout the day. A lot of volunteers still here. It's not like it's a barren wasteland on Thanksgiving. There's a lot of folks here, a lot of important people hanging out, and it's been a good atmosphere today all throughout.
Now, how many years is this for Clutch Sports Media to be involved with the TOC?
This is our 3rd year, and Larry Larson and I helped out independently in 2019.
Okay.
So year 4 for me, year 3 for Clutch.
And has it always traditionally been the traveling teams to play on Thanksgiving?
Yep. And then Washington at home on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday in the Washington Invitational, and all the local teams.
Great.
Good mix, and I feel like this is a really balanced schedule this year. A lot of games to look forward to day in and day out. In years past, not that there haven't been games to look forward to every day, but some really marquee matchups every day of the tournament.
Absolutely. There really hasn't been a bad game, or really there's maybe been some halves that have gotten away.
Sure.
But you haven't had a full bad game. You've had at least one good half every game.
Christopher Hutchinson the finish there. You look at Metamora yesterday, Victory Christian coming to town from Lakeland, Florida, and Metamora almost had the running clock applied to them, the reigning Class 3A state champions, and almost came back. Might be a little, but they had a nice run and made a game of it there late. They cut it to 11 with enough time left that you think, well, maybe. And Victory Christian pulls away. Talked with both coaches in Tournament Central earlier. Credit to Metamora for letting that one not slip away from them, but Victory Christian, a good win to take back to Florida with them. As we have a 2 off from Simmons.
And again, that was a fantastic game. Had a little bit of everything, including what you hope for is that great comeback from Metamora.
Would have been a great storyline.
It really, and again, it falling short is not something that you really get down on yourself for. It's something that Metamora can grow from.
And this is a tournament where you test your mettle against teams from all over the country. We talked about it last game, but Metamora used this as a jumping off point last year for its state title run. Huge winning streak that carried them all the way through State Farm Center. And teams from other states. Look at J.D. Davis, NBA player, brought his team from Alabama here in 2019. They did not fare well at all. 4 tough losses, sizable losses. And they went back to Alabama, and I believe they capped that season with the state title.
That's incredible. Those are stories that are just fantastic.
Different styles of play from different states. 3, count that one, Heritage Christians. Jordan Hall knocks it in. But that's a challenge, too. And a 3 from Lou off the glass. Oh, my goodness.
I'm confident the bank's not open today. I'm confident it's not, but he opened it.
Player like that can do that. 3 on the way, and it's off. And we'll see Heritage Christian force the turnover. No look pass down low.
Inside. I love it.
Shaw looking. Shaw driving. Spinning. Has his shot blocked.
Great defense.
And a whistle, and it'll stay home with Heritage Christian. But looking at that Metamora Victory Christian game, if you're Metamora, you've got to quickly adjust to a style of basketball from Florida you might not be familiar with, vice versa for Victory Christian. These teams, quite literally from opposite corners of the country, Douglasville, Georgia, and Northridge, California. Takes a little bit of sizing up your opponent. Although an open three there wouldn't fall from Roman Fisher. Can't leave a shooter that open in any state, but it doesn't come back to haunt Alexander there.
And Metamora, it certainly doesn't get any easier for them as they match up with Great Collegiate tomorrow.
Metamora headlined by the Iowa commit, Cooper Koch. And a decent cast of returners from last year's state title team. Tyler Mason among them. Ashton Greaves, but they did lose their top 3 players from last year. Ethan Kaiser, now at South Alabama, and Drew Tucker and Tyson Swanson. So that's been one of the great storylines at this tournament. How do the new look Redbirds look? As Lou turns around, they don't look quite as good as Lou yet, but they still look pretty good. They'll be a tough out. Lou has 16 points. Was talking with Roger Holzhauer in Tournament Central earlier. My prediction for this tournament, a player that you might not have anticipated coming in. He's going to come in and drop 45. Lou is on his way.
He is a talented young man and doing it on the defensive end as well.
Lou struggles to get up, and the 2 falls. Shaw knocks it down.
Shaw's really putting together a very nice game here as well.
Can't forget about Shaw, now up to 7 points. And it's a 2-point game down low, and the alley-oop was a little behind Lou. He couldn't adjust.
As much as you think he might have a cape under that jersey, I don't think he could have pulled that one off. Behind the backboard to even still get it up, that would have been tough for Lou. But what I love about this pressure, though, from the Cougars is just tedious enough, just annoying enough that Heritage Christian cannot fall safe. They can't take any play off.
Oh, and a finish from Simmons. Can't forget about Simmons down low. He's up to 14 points and a couple of dunks. Lou finishes at the rim, and he's up to 18. These teams trading buckets.
Really impressed with Tay Simmons tonight.
Tay Simmons looking good. You hate to hone in on Lou because Simmons and Shaw on the other end can make you pay. Here's what could be the last possession of the half. And Shaw holds on to it. Shaw scans, looks. Shaw with 8. Shaw now moving in. Shaw spinning, stopping.
Good fake pass.
And he traveled.
Ooh. Not something I saw from up here, but then again, my view versus the officials, very different.
Dunson traveled, and we'll see if they add some time to the clock. If not, it's got to be an alley-oop. And we'll see. Heritage Christian's got the personnel for it. The question is, it's going to be a quick shot. It doesn't go anyways, and that's
even
the
that
half.
catch and shoot would not count. It has to be almost a tip dunk at that situation.
And that takes us to halftime, a 32-30 ball game. Jim, I don't need any more caffeine. This game's got me covered here. Man, we've seen a great one so far.
You've had 3 incredible days so far in everything that Clutch Sports Media is doing, and this game is what's keeping you up on Thanksgiving. That's fantastic.
What a game so far. Joey Wright and Jim Lynch in the booth with you. 32-30 is the score. Cougars over the Warriors. We'll take a quick break to thank our sponsors and then go down to Uftring Tournament Central.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpspringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And we'll go down to Uftring Tournament Central and a chat with Charlie Schermerhorn and Devin Moore in Uftring Tournament Central. Guys, take it away.
Good evening and welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schermerhorn, joined alongside Devin Moore. Devin, it's good to have you here.
Hey, thanks a lot, Charlie. It's awesome to be here with you.
Certainly. There's lots of good basketball playing right now. Heritage Christian and Alexander in a tight show-off. Definitely lots of dunks, lots of good plays, three-point shots. So far, an excellent game. But more than that, this is a tournament that's based on funding for glioblastoma and KB Strong, and all these players are just great examples of what that can be. So, Devin, before we get going here, would you mind telling us a little bit about your role in the KB Strong Tournament of Champions?
Sure. So this is my third year as a board member. As a board, we make a lot of decisions in the executive room and try to do what's best for the tournament, try to do what's best for bringing awareness for glioblastoma, also being able to fund our efforts here in Peoria to fight this illness and bring a resolution, bring a cure for glioblastoma. So that's my part on that side. And then specifically what I do today in my day-to-day role here Tuesday through Saturday, I should say, is as I am in charge of the concession stand area and trying to bring a lot of people through a lot of lines as quickly as I can.
Certainly, we can all see you running around here a lot. Just the other day, I saw him carrying maybe what looked to be hundreds and hundreds of soda bottles. I thought to myself, man, that's a lot of money worth of soda.
We do order a lot. We have a pretty good gauge of what customers are going to want when they get here, and I can get some decent orders. But it takes a lot, when you've got thousands of people rolling through here 5 days a week. There's a lot going on with it.
For sure, lots of people come to the concession stand to get their food, but they're all here to see the fantastic athletes and players and teams play. And if I'm not mistaken, Devin, you were a professional baseball player. You played at Indiana State and went to Pleasant Plains High School?
That's right, yep.
Certainly. So if you want to talk to us a little bit about your professional baseball career, that would be great.
Sure. So he's overselling me on that, but I went to a smaller school in Springfield and was fortunate enough to play junior college baseball in Springfield as well at Lincoln Land, and then I ended up at Indiana State after that. But I will always say I was a late grower, and so I didn't gain my size. I didn't really grow into my athletic abilities until late in life. So thankfully I went to a small enough school where I could try to keep up with the rest of everybody, and then when I finally did grow, then I was able to kind of leap myself in. And I think it's a great topic bringing that up. My favorite team to watch in the tournament going into it was going to be Dale, Oklahoma, because they're a smaller school, so they definitely hit home with me. Just seeing a school of 175 kids come out here and compete with the big guys is pretty awesome. So I think it's been a treat to have them here, and I got to stop in and see my first game. That was the one earlier today with Dale, Oklahoma, and it was a treat.
Yeah, Dale, Oklahoma definitely really bringing the heat as they had a victory over Washington and unfortunately did lose to Hoover, I believe, snapping their 44 game win streak. But however, certainly an excellent performance from them today. No short shy of how many great teams that there are. And Devin, there's lots of kids getting signatures and stuff. Right now there's not, but there have been lots of kids getting signatures and stuff like that. Definitely lots of great teams here. If you have any thoughts on anything that these teams really bring to the TOC rather than just skill level and teams and good play and viewership, what do you think that would be?
Well, we definitely bring a ton of awareness to glioblastoma, which is the cause that we're here for. And I will say, you referenced the autograph room. That was one of the first things that, as a board member, I said we needed to get a little bit of a change. One, because the first year that kids started wanting autographs, we had nothing set up. We had no lines, no backdrop, no step and repeat, nothing. And so that was one of the things we fixed year one as I was a board member. And then going with that, what these teams bring is obviously when they start getting into our area and signing autographs, the Step and Repeat banner brings a lot of awareness for OSF Healthcare and the Cancer Institute, and just being able to spotlight a lot of that. Yes, they do it here in our room, but they also do it globally because we take so many photos, and so many photos get retweeted and they're on Instagram. And so with these kids bringing all this talent in here, and then their willingness to sit down and sign autographs, we actually bring a lot of awareness just in the picture backdrops and what we're doing with that.
Lots of great play here, but like you mentioned, it's more than just basketball, and goes to a great fund towards glioblastoma and the KB Strong Foundation and all of its research to fight such a deadly disease. The fan base here is just excellent. You know, they're always it's been packed out. I believe my dad said in the Washington game they had to turn some people down, but definitely no short of people here. Definitely lots of fans here supporting such a great cause. Devin, these games have been absolutely packed. What do you have to say about the absolute fan base just here?
It's just been an awesome time to see all these fans here, and so we appreciate them coming out.
Certainly has. Devin, it's been a great time here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to the booth. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside the Raymond R. Torrey Gym on the campus of Washington Community High School, at Washington Community High School, I should say. Plenty of space to sprawl out and enjoy a good ball game here. Still a good crowd on hand, but it being 9:30 on Thanksgiving night, a little thinner than what we've had in games past, but still a hearty crowd on hand for what should be a really good 16 minutes of basketball between Alexander and Heritage Christian. Dunks galore, plenty of threes in the first half, anything you could want in a ball game we had. I'm Joey Wright, Jim Lynch to my left, and Jim, the fans that are here, like that gentleman we saw on camera a moment ago, are in for a real treat. This is going to be a really good fight to the finish.
For the ones who have stuck with us all day today, they're getting a great game here for the nightcap. And even those watching at home as well, absolutely getting a great game between two teams who have traveled. You know, Georgia, California, what a game.
Quickly back to the action here, and a finish down low. Alexander on the other basket, making it happen. Alan Stoddard, who has not played big minutes tonight, but has stepped up when it has mattered. He had a dunk earlier. Two-pointer there. And here's Dylan Shaw. One of 12 players to watch entering the tournament, has had a great game so far tonight to the tune of 7 points. Although Heritage Christian's leading scorer has been Tay Simmons, who's looked good. And Simmons now 17 on a mid-range J.
As you mentioned him, there he is, knocking down a little jumper just inside short corner.
Here's Gregory Dunson. Dunson all the way across to Alan Stoddard, who makes a nice catch. Stoddard nearly has it stripped. Dunson a deep three, and he got it.
Nice shot from Dunston, way out. Gregory Dunston, a 6'2" sophomore, showing great poise, hitting that from deep.
Gregory Dunson, he's been a tough out tonight. Really looking good for Alexander. And Heritage Christian on the offensive end. 3 on the way from Shaw. Off the mark, didn't hit anything. And Alexander will bring it ahead. And a 3 on the way. Doesn't go. From a man who's been lethal from everywhere, Braden Liu.
We won't see Liu miss many.
Not at all. Liu having a great game tonight. 18 points from everywhere on the floor. 3 off for Heritage Christian. But an offensive rebound from Simmons, and a free throw doesn't fall. And now down to the corner. And kicking it all the way out to the opposite corner.
How he got that off before that foot landed.
Here's Dunson. Dunson and a step inside.
Great shot.
And an easy shot for Christopher Bowen. Hutchinson, pardon me.
Nice unselfish ball there from Dunson, kicking it over as he was contested.
See what Heritage Christian has here. And a tie-up.
Yeah, that jump ball called, and I don't think that's the move that the coach is looking for, dribbling into traffic there.
Heritage Christian set to inbound. And they get it in. And a little bit of contact there. Shaw able to haul it in, and Shaw and contact.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to get the continuation on that one. Block call. Heritage Christian will get that underneath their own hoop.
Shaw set to inbound, or not Shaw, pardon me, but they get it into Simmons. And
Nice
Simmons
play.
adjusts on a great inbound pass there.
Great patience on the inbounds there.
Roman Fisher setting up his teammate Tay Simmons for success. And Simmons, a quiet, I don't want to say quiet 18.
But again, not outside of the dunks, pretty subdued outside of the dunks. Just goes to work.
Jim, how helpful is that to have a Tay Simmons when everyone comes in trying to scheme for Dylan Shaw, and Tay Simmons steps up and carries the load?
19 points worth. I mean, it's fantastic. They still aren't pulling off any attention away. I mean, they're absolutely focusing on Shaw heavily. As you can see, he's matched up pretty tightly by Hutchinson.
Hutchinson follows him as he moves toward the sideline, and Shaw looking and finding Simmons. Simmons
But
to Shaw, and there's the defense.
That's one instance where I probably would have told Simmons, get to the hoop.
And a layup for Christopher Hutchinson, pardon me. Hutchinson providing a nice spark for Alexander here as the Cougars are out to a healthy lead.
That's a nice transition bucket there for Hutchinson.
Roman Fisher. They afford him a little more space. Here's Shaw and Simmons for 3 off the mark. And it's tapped around, little contact, and an offensive foul there will go against Henry O'Connor.
You know, that is unfortunate situation. You'd love to hustle out of number 11, O'Connor, but a shoulder to the head is, you're always going to get the foul called on you.
Yep.
Especially in a loose ball situation.
Not a whole lot you can do there. Alexander walks it up. Gregory Dunson. Dunson now over to Jeremiah Freeman. Freeman had a nice game yesterday.
Warriors really need to stop here and get a basket before this starts to slip away. We've seen in a lot of these COC games, third quarter is a critical quarter where teams start to create that separation. Rare interior miss there from Lou.
Lou couldn't finish. Simmons the other way. Simmons, a lot of traffic under the bucket there. And Alexander comes away with it. They jet ahead. Down low, Freeman, and the foul.
It's a big play. Big play for Freeman.
Freeman looking good, and a 30-second timeout called by Maumelle. Or by Alexander, pardon me. Maumelle was yesterday and our last game.
Yeah. A lot of Maumelle happening. And it's late. It's late on Thanksgiving.
Take us inside this timeout for Heritage Christian, now finding themselves down by 9, needing a spark, and they've got certainly the personnel, Tay Simmons and Dylan Shaw, to make it happen.
They got to stop the bleeding more than anything. They're getting to the hoop. They got to finish. They've taken a couple of long threes, which, in my estimation, not necessary when you're down by 9. There's plenty of time. You're looking at just under 4 minutes on the board, so you're just under 12 minutes left in the game. Get to the hoop, it's worked for you. You know, and certainly with Dylan Shaw and Tay Simmons, you can score inside the paint. Even with Braden Liu, he can't cover both of you. So get back to what's been working for you. Try to score inside the paint, and you really got to get a couple of defensive stops, which they've been able to do. They look a little sloppier. The Warriors just look a little sloppier than they did the first half, and they need to tighten it up right now.
Freeman had the line, and he got the first. And that's his only free throw because it was an and one.
And one, yeah.
Here's Shaw. Shaw in some trouble. Gives to Simmons. Simmons a drive. Can't finish the rebound, and Simmons up and can't finish that one either, and a block. Shaw gets it back and lost it. It's still loose, and Blue is there.
You know, those are those baskets that they absolutely need.
Blue out top.
Oh, they got a player down. Alexander does have a player down, and it looks.
And that is back on the opposite baseline, and will afford him a moment to get up as the training staff comes out and takes a look.
I did not see what happened.
I didn't see what happened either. That was as the play was going back down toward the other end there in transition. And a couple of teammates go over, and the training staff is on the site.
I saw all the Cougars coaches pointing down to the corner. I didn't know what was happening until I saw the young man on the ground. But he's up.
And walking back to the bench, luckily under his own power, and that's great to see. Terrence Bowen a little shaken up, but is under his own power. Walking back to the bench, you see him there. And of course, we won't speculate, but we hope it's nothing too serious, and he's back in the ball game soon.
But again, there are 3 or 4 opportunities that the Warriors had underneath the basket. They need to convert those. Absolutely need to convert those. And again, very easy for me to say from way up here in the upper deck.
Easy to, easier said than done, certainly.
Much.
Especially in a game as physical as this has been. Down to the corner, and having to give it up is Stoddard. Gives to White. They swing it around, and Dunson a 3. Doesn't connect.
Big rebound there.
And a big possession here for Heritage Christian. Here's Shaw. Shaw over to Fisher. Fisher back to Jordan Hall. Called his name a little bit tonight. He's looking for Simmons, and a foul ball about halfway up the bleachers. Nice catch out there. Good crowd has hung around.
I was going to say, the crowd hanging around, I think, is fantastic.
This gym will be packed tomorrow and Saturday.
some great games over the next 2 days.
Absolutely loaded schedule. I had a chance during the first game today. Hold that thought as a would-be finish, and now a finish from Simmons. I had a chance the first game of the day. I was in the studio, studio down there. Oh, hold on. Oh, a finish. A legacy solar slam from Braden Lou makes it a 10-point game again. But I was in the studio and had a chance during the first game as I was searching for a guest to take a minute and sit in the very front row of the bleachers down there, right across the way. Pretty good seat. I don't usually get seats that good. 3 on the way. Doesn't go for Heritage Christian, and Roman Fisher on the miss.
That's a lot closer than you are right now.
Look out, almost. Oh, and a little contact there, incidental. Stoddard couldn't finish.
I think they're going to call that on Fisher for not giving him room to land.
And the line goes Stoddard, could make it a 12-point game.
Again, Stoddard, who only has 4, but has done a lot of other parts in the game that has certainly helped his teammates. Rebounding, the passing, the screening, all the other parts of the game that we won't talk about up here a ton. So I'm trying to call it out now. And again, but he's filling a stat sheet that the coaches will love to see.
Stats that make a win.
Absolutely.
At the line for one more, and count that one. For Stoddard.
He's got 6 now, and he'll take a breather.
Heritage Christian finds itself needing a bucket here. Offense has been quiet so far out of the halftime locker room. 7 minutes, and they have scored just 6 points. 3 on the way. Shaw tries to change that and does.
Great read there by number 15, Tay Simmons, backing down his defender, seeing Shaw on the opposite side, getting that pass out to him. But Braden Lou answering just as quickly.
He is making it look easy. They both are, but Lou has 25, and Shaw tries to answer. A little too strong, and some hard contact there as DeJordan Hall tried to chase down the rebound. That'll be an Alexander foul for his trouble. Number of famous alumni from Alexander. Matt Capps, former MLBer. Austin Hill for our NASCAR fans out there. Megan Maroney, a singer. Alexander's significantly larger enrollment than Heritage Christian.
Just great inbound play there with Simmons on the finish.
Simmons up and over, made it look easy. Alexander, a school of 1828, just under 2,000 students, just 388 students for Heritage Christian, not a small school. That's as well, you could call it a small school. Call that a 3 for Christopher White. Relatively small school, there are smaller in the field. Simmons at the free throw line, kicks it out to Shaw. Shot clock is off, Shaw in trouble. Simmons cuts, Simmons loses it, and a foul.
A late call. It's one of those situations, I don't know the officiating placement and who's in position, not position, so I'm not going to speculate on that. But there's one official part of me, folks, looking at the other, wondering, you going to do it? No, I'll take it. So I do speculate the tardiness of the call based on that, because there's definitely contact on the shot.
First free throw off from Simmons. These officials at the Tournament of Champions, it's hard to get selected to do this tournament on accident just because of the pace of everything and the athletes involved. You've got a lot of future D1 players, NBA players. It moves quick.
I think they've done an exceptional job. Not to mention your officiating teams from across the country.
How about a good two? We talk about the players and coaches. We'll hold that thought here as we got 5 seconds left in the quarter. 3 out top. No, it'll be Dunson for 3. Way off the mark and falls harmlessly to the floor. It's a 12-point ball game going into the fourth quarter. And we'll resume our... Well, I do have a point I want to make on the officiating, but we'll get back to that in just a second after we thank our sponsors. Jake Weston State Farm, proud supporter of the TOC.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare.
Great look there at the Abe Lincoln statue, just across the street at the 5 Points here in Washington. But Jake Weston's a proud supporter of the TOC. His office in Washington, just around the square here in town, by phone or online, JakeWestonInsurance.com. By SunPower, Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit LegacySolarPower.com, pardon me. We'd like to thank SEFQ Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. Keps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Great atmosphere, great food. By PJ Hare, proud to support all the players, coaches, and athletes at the TOC. And by the city of East Peoria, which neighbors Washington. Stop in while you're in town for the tournament. A lot of great places to eat, businesses to shop at over in East Peoria. Thanks to our hardy fans that have stuck around and kept this atmosphere inviting here down to the very end of a Thanksgiving holiday that we hope has been happy for you and your family. Joey Wright, Jim Lynch, our entire production crew in with you. John Michael, our director. Michael Savoy, our technical director. Brock Engel, Corey Scott on our cameras in this one. And I'll have to find out who's on that third camera too, so I can thank them. But Corey, back to our conversation about officiating. Nothing bad, certainly, but you talk about players and coaches using this as a tune-up for their season. A good opportunity for officials to shake things down and get into the swing of the varsity season. They've called a great tournament so far. A whistle there as Simmons drew contact on the way up. But a good opportunity. You know, the high school varsity game moves fast, and it moves a lot faster when you've got these athletes on the floor. Officiating is a year-round sport. I know a lot of these officials aren't picking up the whistle for the first time in a few months. They've been active AAU ball and travel teams and things like that, youth basketball in their local communities.
Absolutely. So again, with this free throw, Warriors can cut this to 10, and the game's going to get a little tighter here in the fourth quarter if they can start getting a couple of defensive stops. The key for them here would be eliminating second chances. Second chance opportunities on offense would be big right now for Heritage Christian.
Ample time left as the Warriors watch Tay Simmons pick up his first foul. He's not a player they want in foul trouble. He's got 25.
No, and for a second I thought they said fourth, and I was like, I hope that's not the case. But no, they said first, correct?
Yep, one foul on Simmons.
That's the stop they wanted.
And here's Shaw. Shaw in transition. Oh, and Simmons couldn't connect. Looked like Simmons, I think if he had had his way, would have gone a little reverse slam there.
Yeah, and I don't know if the timing was so off. It looked like it was good, but again, from our angle, I'm the last person should be judging that. Not only my angle, but my athleticism as well.
It'd be nice to dunk it. See if we see one here. We won't, and we might see one here from Shaw. Look out, foot race, going to the, oh, and there's contact. It's clean, and a putback for Perry. Good job getting down. That was Alan Stoddard on the defense.
And again, the fans are enjoying this game. I tell you, if the gym was full, this place would be erupting right now.
It's an 8-point game still, is to your point, Jim. Plenty of time left. Back in is Braden Liu. has had a great tournament so far. 21 points last night. And 25 points tonight. Alexander will stick around with possession here. This game in the Upring National Classic, both these teams still have some games left during their stay in Washington.
Oh, just looking at Heritage tomorrow. We're actually looking at Alexander, who squares up against Vashon tomorrow. Did I say that correctly, Vashon?
Vashon.
Vashon, sorry, Vashon. Yeah, I called the whole game earlier with you, and I'm still saying it correctly. A good strip of the ball there.
And the Cougars get out of the run off the backboard, and Lou can't connect. But a three on the way is short. Lou fighting for it. It's loose. Watch out. Transition opportunity for the Warriors, and a layup won't go. And both teams now looking for a basket. That's off a foot.
We've had a couple of sloppy transitions.
And in an 11-point game, this is a big possession for Alexander, trying to build on their lead. Dunson passes up a three. And a timeout called by Alexander. Good timing. The three was way short.
The shot was bad. I thought for a second they were going to call it travel. But again, you've got a great slate of games for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Anytime Vashon plays, must-see TV.
Vashon Alexander ahead of you.
How about this, Jim? I know you can't really see the monitor. Good-looking beard there. If you can poke around and see that.
Oh, boy, that is... you know what? I'm going to go shave mine. That is commitment. Yeah, all of us sitting up here with beards should be just embarrassed of what we have right now.
Put to shame.
That gentleman should be proud of what he's got.
No shave November. I think that's taken a little longer than November.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah, right.
That is an impressive beard.
That's funny. Gavin Russell's down there on camera 3. That is impressive.
Yeah.
But, yeah, back to your point. Vashon is in action tomorrow against Alexander, and we're looking forward also to watching Heritage Christian against Maumelle. Should be a great game at 6:45
That'll be
tomorrow.
another great one, sure.
Looking ahead to tomorrow's slate, it'll start with Hayworth and North Tampa Christian. Bright and early, 9:30 tip-off. St. Lawrence and Dale at 11 as the shot clock expires. One of the few shot clock violations we've seen this week. Want to give a shout out to Dale. I know we've had a lot of folks on board from Dale all week, and Dale has brought a great crowd to Torrey Gym all week long. Dale in a good one today against Hoover. But Dale has given us a lot of viewership this week. We appreciate their support. Pirates have a fun team to watch.
Oh, that's a big take, big finish for Tay Simmons.
And one. And he's got a chance now to make it an 8-point game with still 5 minutes to play. Peoria Notre Dame, a team you know well. Of course, your son Elliott, a big part of that team, and Victory Christian Academy at 12:30. Sean and Alexander at 2, Thayer and Morton at 3:45, Great Collegiate and Metamora at 5:15, Maumelle and Heritage Christian at 6:45, free throw good from Simmons, a good matchup, Hoover and Washington. Going to be a great one to keep an eye on. All games live and for free on clutchsportsil.com.
That's a great nightcap between Hoover and Washington. But again, just what a slate of games. There's no better place to be tomorrow than right here in Torrey Gym.
Going to be a lot of fun. Here we go in transition. And a big block there.
We've got some fans in the front row across the way who are absolutely loving the action tonight.
That's what it's all about. They've hung around late on their Thanksgiving holiday to watch these teams battle. 57-49 and a turnover and transition. Watch out, Stoddard, look out. He's short, but it's out of bounds and it'll stay with Alexander. And the Warriors will probably return to their hotel tonight lamenting a few missed chances. They've had opportunities to cut into this deficit. They've whittled it down to 8, but they haven't been able to sustain that big run.
Again, as they approach the halfway mark in this fourth quarter, they really have to buckle down and convert on those opportunities because they are
fading away.
Johnson top of the key. 3, doesn't get it. And we'll see at what point Alexander starts using a little more of the shot clock. I guess they did just have a shot clock violation. Down low, Simmons. Simmons adjusts, and Simmons is fouled. Big ones from Simmons could cut it to 6.
And again, with 2 big guys like Lou and Simmons, between the 2 of them, I think they only had 3 fouls.
First one up and in. Swish. And Simmons, you're right. 2 fouls.
Simmons has 2 and Lou has 2. Okay, so 4 between the 2 of them, which is impressive for 2 guys who you expect would be banging quite a bit underneath and have. I mean, there's been plenty of physicality in this game, but they've been doing it the right way.
30 points from Simmons to lead all scorers. Simmons getting it done in the post tonight. And here's passed up 3, now it's Lou, guarded by Simmons. Matchup to watch, and Simmons in part forces a turnover. Here's Shaw. Shaw down low, and it's intercepted, and watch out in transition now. And a layup, count it, for Jermaine Freema lays it in there. As I had to catch up after that sequence.
Yeah,
But Freema.
It's like a tennis match going back and forth here.
Here's Shaw, tries to answer. And can't, and Lou the rebound. Freema, who we apologize, had his Freeman earlier, but Jermaine Freema has been a key part of the Cougars' attack tonight. Has not had the most explosive offensive game, but 5 key points. There you get a look, 30 points for Simmons.
Dylan Shaw was having a conversation with the officials, something he was not liking about a call or lack thereof. Doing a little politicking.
Down low, good contest there from Simmons. And Heritage Christian the other way. Simmons looking, Simmons kicking. And now the Warriors in trouble, and a foul is called as Henry O'Connor tried to step through. And that's foul number 4 against the Cougars. 1 more.
I'll tell you, Coach Slate was not happy with that call.
1 more Cougar foul, and Heritage Christian's in the bonus.
Which at this point, I'd go after it. I'd try to get that picked up, try to get some points with the clock stopped if you can.
Oh, what a block from Lou. Lou in transition. Lou driving, and a flush from Lou. It's a 10-point game again.
I tell you, Braden Lou's athleticism, not only blocking, getting the block, and getting down the floor and getting the dunk is something to see. That was absolutely beautiful.
Braden Lou did that all himself. Forced it loose, followed it down the floor, followed that up with a Legacy Solar Slam. 10-point game, 2:41 to play. And Alexander's going to need to draw something up here in a hurry. Or, pardon me, Heritage Christian's going to have to draw something up in a hurry, Jim, as they found themselves now trailing by 10.
Yeah, it's you know, you talk about crunch time. It's probably one of my least favorite phrases unless I'm eating cereal. But it's now or never for these guys. And again, they've played a great game. They've got 2 exceedingly talented young men with Dylan Shaw and Tay Simmons, and a host of other young men that are playing a great game. But defensively, they have to stop letting second opportunities happen, and they have to stop the 3, and of course, not let Braden Lou do whatever he wants. And again, at this point, they've done okay in the second half with Lou, but he's just too much of a force. And so, you know, the block, the transition, somebody's got to go up there and either put him at the line. You don't want to foul him. You don't want to be cheap and put him into the wall. But again, knock the ball out, hit him on the wrist, something. You just can't let Braden Lou do whatever he wants to do on this floor. So again, they've got 2 and just over 2:40
to stop them and go plus 10 on them. And it's going to be against this team, against this Alexander team, that's a tall order.
We'll see if it's now or never for Heritage Christian. See what Paul Tate drew up in that huddle. They've got it in the hands of Shaw. And now Simmons, who's been almost impossible to stop tonight. Lou wins that battle. It's short. Lou comes away with it. And a miscommunication with his teammate there. Threw it right off his noggin and gets it back.
Certainly is miscommunication when you just throw it off your teammate's face.
That'll be a fun ride home to the hotel, I'm sure. And all the way across the floor, Alexander in some trouble. They've got it now with Dunson. And thrown away down to the corner. Or pardon me, that pass was tipped.
Yeah, and enough time is starting to tick off where it's just going to be hard.
And a floater at the buzzer. Won't go, but an offensive rebound. No, Shaw comes away with it. And this might be it for Heritage Christian. Shaw has it. He's picked up by Stoddard.
Defensively, I think Stoddard's done a wonderful job tonight.
And they get it down low to the corner. And stepping through and scoring. That's big from Roman Fisher. 80 seconds left. Heritage Christian at some point is going to need to foul. And they can't foul there. 3 on the way in the corner, falls, and that might have iced it.
That'll just about do it.
Terrence Bowen answers the call. And Terrence Bowen was the player who was shaken up a little bit earlier.
Right.
Took a hard fall. Good to see he's back in action. Baseline drive, kick out, swing around, Shaw for 3, and he can't answer. Alexander up ahead, and a whistle, and a foul.
And that'll put them in bonus, I believe.
The Warriors have 3 timeouts left if they want them.
I sure hope they don't use them.
You said it, not me, but I agree. If they can't get some buckets here, and Alexander's going to be in the bonus moving forward.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was the 5th. They got that 4th foul up there so quickly.
Good work down there on the scoreboard by the folks here at Torrey Gym. Heritage in no hurry to foul. 3 on the way. Short. Stoddard the rebound.
Once again, talking about second chance opportunities.
Shot clock is off. Alexander dribbling through, and that ought to do it. Heritage Christian in no hurry to foul. Credit to both teams for just putting this one behind them.
That was a good game.
Throwing up the white flag. That was a great game to close out. A great Thanksgiving here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It is a 64-53 win for Alexander over Heritage Christian. The Cougars get the job done tonight. An 11-point win to close down Turkey Day. Jim, your final thoughts on this one? It was a really good game.
I tell you, you got to give credit to both teams for just great athleticism. They put on a fantastic show. Final game of the night. It was great. Again, a lot of it came down to second chance opportunities, which Alexander took advantage of. And, as you look at an 11-point game, I would say that's just about the difference. And again, great play. Braden Liu just is a specimen to watch. What a talent, but you can't take anything away from Dylan Shaw and Tate Simmons as well. I'm looking forward to seeing them play tomorrow as well.
It's going to be a great 2 days to close down the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Our timeouts have been brought to you by Jake Weston State Farm. Our charges have been brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm. And our slam dunks, and we've seen a great many of them this week, Legacy Solar Slams. What a great game here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Our entire production crew on it all day long. Our camera's down there. I think we're going to say hello
And kudos to you guys and to the Clutch Sports Media Group here on Thanksgiving. You guys, tip your hats. What an amazing job you guys have done so far this week. Another couple of days. What a gift to not only our community but nationwide now, as you got people watching in California, Oklahoma, Georgia, so forth. What a gift it is to all of us who are fans already, but all these families who are home on Thanksgiving able to watch. Thank you for that.
Absolutely, Jim, and we're glad to have you on board along with Jeff Little, Mike Plunkett helping out. We'll have Cody Schindler in here with us tomorrow, guesting on some play-by-play responsibilities. It's a great thrill, and to see the strong viewership numbers is something. You put something like this out there, and you hope people watch, you hope they tune in, but you're never really sure. And we've gotten a lot of great feedback.
So you guys do it. You got a great product, and thrilled to be here with you guys. Honored to be so, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely, going to be fun. Be remiss before we sign off if I didn't mention my family at home. Glad to have them tuning in today, and thankful for all their love and support. Mom, dad, 2 brothers, grandparents, cousin. At Thanksgiving. Wish I could have been there today, but glad to be hanging out with our crew, who I know is thankful for their families and friends. I'll pass that along on their behalf. Great work all day long. Jonathan Michael Savoy hanging out, Charlie Schermerhorn, Brock Engel, Gavin Russell is in with us as well and hanging out and having a great job. Want to thank everyone for their support and help here. Want to pull up our crew. I know Jonathan Michael's saying wrap this thing up so we can go back to the hotel, but I want to make sure I thank our entire crew before we sign off. Elsa Olmstead has helped out. Andrew Crawford has helped out as well. We've gotten a lot of great help as well from Teddy Ball this week as well, his friend Aiden Jones. Looking forward to having a lot more help on board. Corey Scott has helped us out as well, our production assistant. And as I mentioned, Jim Lynch in with us. I'm Joey Wright. John, did I leave anyone out? I think I mentioned everybody. Patrick Hoover has helped us out this week too. Rodrigo Perez will be here tomorrow. It takes a village, Jim. I know as I start rambling on now, but on behalf of the Tournament of Champions, all their volunteers too being here throughout the week. It's been a lot of fun.
Like you said, it takes a village. What a joy to be here.
Absolutely. We'll leave it there. Back in with you tomorrow at 9:30 for a full slate of 8 games on ClutchSportsIL.com. Until then, I'm Joey Wright. On behalf of everyone at Clutch Sports Media, happy Thanksgiving. Have a safe and happy holiday weekend. We'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Thanks for watching.